Hansen thought the child looked just like Burning Lamp. He calculated the time from when Burning Lamp died to what the age of that child was now and thought it was a perfect match. It is a shame for this alpha, Burning Lamp, to reborn into such circumstances. Hansen sighed. Back then, Burning Lamp was able to flip the clouds into rain. He once turned Hansen into an ant. How powerful was that? It was a shame he might not be able to grow up and live the life of an adult in this life. Hansen knew that if the little boy was Burning Lamp in his afterlife, past grudges meant nothing. The afterlife was just one spirit. None of Burning Lamp's persona or memories carried over to define him. In this world, one just had to picture a sheet of paper with lots of text and symbols scrawled on it. Although it contained meaning, if that paper was recycled to remove the text and drawings on the paper, it was just a new sheet of paper. I wonder what Burning Lamp's talents are in this life. Hansen's heart jumped. He looked at Decapitation Queen in her sub-hall. Decapitation Queen immediately said, "I understand." The woman outside was holding her child and pleading for a chance, but the men were determined to kill the child. The man in the center said, "Woman, do not take it out on us for being cruel." After that, they moved to kill the child. The woman had some power, but she had been running for too long. She was like a lantern that had burned through all its oil. She was no longer able to fight her pursuers. "Please, someone save my child. If my child can live, I will gladly die." The woman held her child as her eyes brimmed with desperation and sadness. Seeing the knives about to fall, a catch noise sounded. The heads of the aggressors were suddenly lopped off. Blood soared through the air as their headless bodies slowly crumpled to the ground. The woman's eyes opened wide. She watched what happened in frightened awe. She then saw a giant, bloody guillotine floating in the air. Behind the guillotine was a queen-like doll pulling a cord. The woman was shocked. She looked at Decapitation Queen in horror. Her first impulse was to put her child behind her. Whoever saw Decapitation Queen would not have believed her to be a god spirit sent to save them. She was like a scary gene race that could consume all life. "If you want your child to live, come with me." Decapitation Queen pulled the guillotine toward the God of Wealth River. The woman's face kept changing, but she was determined. For her child's security, she would live no matter what. The woman was still like a lamp that had run out of oil. Now, she was following Decapitation Queen. She had totally used her will to go. Her body was wobbly, so she stumbled a lot. If there had been no will to protect her child, she would not have been able to walk at all. She finally walked to the bank of the river where the God of Wealth Temple resided. Decapitation Queen pointed at the river. "There is a God temple, 10,000 miles deep. If you can take your child there, your child will be protected by a God spirit. He will inherit a blood pulse. In this world, no one will be permitted to kill him. If you do not want to go, you are free to leave." After that, Decapitation Queen pulled the guillotine into the river and disappeared. The woman knew her body was not going to last. She would have to rest for a long time before getting her power back. If she swam down with the current state of her body, there was an 80% to 90% chance she would perish. She looked at the child in her arms. The woman's eyes flashed. She stroked the child's cheek. The woman looked to be in the throes of profound sadness as she said, "My child has had a hard life. Even if he escapes today, you and I will still probably die alone. If you can really give my child a blood pulse, I would swim through a river of fire and knives to see him receive it. I hope the God spirit will let my child live." After that, the woman kissed the child on his forehead. She picked him up and went into the river. The God of Wealth River was not normal. The woman dived in. She summoned an injured gene race to protect her child so her son would not drown and die. The woman only had that one injured gene race left, and she used to protect the child. She would just have to dive in on her own. In this world, the fitness level of humans was very bad. This woman's fitness level was not too bad. She was able to dive 1,000 miles deep, but it was now becoming a struggle. The woman gnashed her teeth and dived deeper. She felt powerless. Although she gritted her teeth and tried her best, she wanted her own will to push her down deeper and reach the god temple. Some things did not work because of fate's intervention. The woman's body could not hold on. She opened her mouth to breathe, but the water went in. The woman knew it was going to be bad, but she had no other choice. She looked at the child and put all of her power into the child. She wanted to call out his name, but when she tried, water went into her mouth. The heavily injured gene race was controlled by the woman. It was bid to swim down deep into the river. The woman could only watch her child sink into the dark of the river's depths, while her vision started to fade. Hansen watched this happen from his god of wealth temple and sighed. In the end, the woman decided to give her life up for the child. Decapitation Queen, Hansen summoned. Decapitation Queen understood what Hansen wanted. She nodded and left the god temple. Just as the woman's will was going to be snuffed out, a blood-dyed rope came up from the depths of the water. It wrapped her body and pulled her deeper into the river. The woman was shocked, and her consciousness came back a bit. She saw a light. Deep in the river, a god temple was shining with gold. The river water around was kept at bay by the god temple. It enabled a large vacuum zone for it to exist. The rope came at her from the god temple. Decapitation Queen held the other end. Decapitation Queen held the child in her other hand. Cough, cough. My name is Durulan. Thank you for saving me. I do not know how to pay you back. The woman fell in front of the god temple's plaza. She got up as she started coughing at Decapitation Queen. Come with me, Decapitation Queen coldly said. She held her child and entered the god temple's main hall. Durulan saw the god temple's plaque read, God of Wealth Temple. She was shocked. Decapitation Queen looked strange, but she was a god of wealth. It surprised her. When she walked into the god temple, she noticed Decapitation Queen wasn't the actual god of wealth. There was a god statue at the god altar that looked very powerful. Decapitation Queen did not dare stare at the god statue. She kneeled before the god statue and said, Mister, I brought them. Durulan now knew that Decapitation Queen, who looked like a god and a ghost, was just a subordinate of the temple's true master. She kneeled to the god spirit with Decapitation Queen and thanked it for saving her. My fate is entwined with this child, God of Wealth said. Will you allow him to join me? I am willing to. Durulan kowtowed. If you are willing to, Decapitation Queen, you should take him to the side hall and test his blood pulse. Hansen did not plan on giving Burning Lamp God of Wealth's blood. He wanted it to be given by Decapitation Queen. As to what blood pulse he would give to Burning Lamp, that purely depended on his talent. He was willing to take care of him, but he would not force Decapitation Queen to give him a lifetime of blood pulses for him. When Durulan heard the God of Wealth statue speak, she was shocked. She watched Decapitation Queen walk to the side hall. After she thanked him, she followed Decapitation Queen. Durulan was from a good family. She saw the side hall's Decapitation Queen statue and knew Decapitation Queen was God of Wealth Temple's sub-god. She felt disappointed. The main god of the temple was the strongest. No matter how good the blood pulse was, obeying the sub-god was as good as the main one. Considering everything that had happened, Durulan could not really voice a complaint. It was miraculous enough that she was still drawing breath. Beggars could not be choosers. Decapitation Queen took the little boy to the altar. She placed the boy on it and told him, if you are willing to obey me, pick up the knife and cut one of your fingers. Place your blood on the god stove. Mister, he is still so young. Let me help him. Durulan stood up, ready to help him. Suddenly, she was unable to move. She was kept in place by some scary power. This is his choice, Decapitation Queen coldly said. Durulan could neither speak nor move. She was looking at her son with a heart that raged like a fire. The little boy was special. After all that had happened, he had not cried and or shouted. He listened to Decapitation Queen and stood up. He picked up the sacrificial knife from the altar and cut his finger. He let the blood drop onto the god stove. Boom! A purple and black fire was on the god stove. It turned into demon fire that shocked the sky. The whole side hall was full of a murderous air. Some of the air rushed out into the sky from the guillotine. Han Sen was in the main hall laughing. Burning Lamp really is Burning Lamp. Although he has been reborn, he is still very special. Thinking of Burning Lamp being able to raise the Buddha from being a no-name race to a race that was full of elites and had almost become a high race, it proved his power was very strong. Mr. Decapitation Queen wants to make a god spirit deal with him, Decapitation Queen said while kneeling before the god of wealth statue. I want to make him an inheritable blood pulse. Sure. Han Sen only said that one word. Decapitation Queen did not hesitate. A purple and black flame arose on the guillotine and doll. They turned into a scary fire that headed for the little boy. The little boy's body was wrapped up by a purple and black flame. His forehead possessed a strange marking that resembled a guillotine. Within that mark, there was another mark that referenced it to be an annihilation god spirit. Decapitation Queen is an annihilation god spirit? Duru Lan was as much shocked as she was happy. She could not believe what she was seeing. A god temple's sub-god was an annihilation god spirit. The main god must have been a supreme existence. She could not imagine how scary it had to be. The gods pity us. My child finally has hope. Duru Lan was so happy that she cried. Han Sen saw the little boy compose a deal with Decapitation Queen. He was now an inheritor of Decapitation Queen's blood pulse. Han Sen's face looked weird as he started to think about some strange scenes. He thought about the little boy growing up to be very kind, just like Burning Lamp Alpha, but his hands would be holding a guillotine, killing countless droves of people. Han Sen thought it would be extremely weird. In the Feng family's castle's little garden, Qin Bai and Bauer were sitting next to each other while playing chess. Bauer, do you know how to play checkers? Qin Bai cockily asked. I can teach you how to play it. Bauer looked at him with disdain. She lifted her lips and said, You learned checkers from my father. Oh, I forgot that, Qin Bai said with a laugh. You are Han Sen's daughter, so how could you not know checkers? That is good. How about we play 300 rounds? I won't let you win once. You need to keep your promise, Bauer said with a smile. You have to play 300 rounds. Of course, you can go first. Qin Bai sounded very confident. He loved playing checkers. If he did not need to practice with his sword, he would not mind playing a few rounds. Bauer accepted the challenge. She picked up her chess piece and made the first move. After doing that, Bai Qin thought it was not normal. It felt as if there was a sword air that shocked the sky coming at him. It gave him the feeling that the sky could break. Qin Bai wanted to scream, but he noticed he was unable to move. He watched the sword air that shocked the sky go into his brain. He peed himself. Of course, that was not a real sword air. It was just Bauer's heart sword path. That sword skill was Six Path King's sword skill. Han Sen had learned it as well. He had not mastered it, but he used it now and again. Bauer had learned it from him too. Now, Bauer used the heart sword skill to simulate the wavy sword skill's sword mind. She used it to attack Qin Bai's will to feel the sword skill's sword mind. Learning was very hard, especially for people who did not want to learn. It made it much harder. There was one condition in which people could learn fast and never forget. There was a saying, if one failed once, one would learn from the mistakes to get better. It meant the more disadvantages one had, the more one would remember. It did not make a person smarter. The more it hurt, the easier it was to recall the mistake. Bauer used that method. She wanted the crown prince to remember the wavy sword mind. Qin Bai's tragic life had now begun. He noticed he could no longer scream or move. His body was uncontrollably playing a chess game with Bauer. Whenever Bauer made a move, it would become a scary wavy sword mind attacking him. Even though he knew the sword mind would not kill him, it still made Qin Bai experience a lot of pain. The sword mind's pressure was something extremely difficult for most people to endure. The pain from the heart sword was not just pain in the body. Qin Bai had to get attacked by that scary sword skill again and again. Every time it happened, it made Qin Bai feel as if he was dying. He felt absolutely awful. Furthermore, the guards had no idea what was going on. They thought Qin Bai was peacefully playing chess with Bauer. No one knew Qin Bai was suffering pain that was too unbearable for most humans to endure. Teacher Jia Yizhen was in a good mood. Crown Prince Qin Bai was scared of her. No matter how naughty he was, he always listened to her. He always did her homework seriously. This time, Qin Bai had not practiced the sword skills. He had left the palace to go and play. Jia Yizhen was very worried about the future of the Qin kingdom. Hearing that Qin Bai had been playing checkers for 2 days in the Feng family castle, without his ass leaving the chair once to touch the sword, Jia Shizhen was extremely worried. Other kingdoms had many inheritors. There was always a choice in who succeeded the throne. The Qin kingdom only had one crown prince. He was sure to be the next one wearing the crown. If Qin Bai continued his ridiculous behavior, the Qin kingdom's lofty position would likely fall. A bad officer is able to destroy a kingdom. Jia Shizhen kept thinking about that phrase. The officers always spoke those 9 words. After she returned to the Qin kingdom, those 9 words were what Jia Shizhen heard the most. Every time she heard them, it seemed to be connected to Hansen and other 2 words she frequently heard. In the beginning, Jia Shizhen had the attitude to not totally trust those words. She did not believe them. After this experience, she was starting to believe that Hansen was a bad influence. He was a very bad influence. I want to see this reckless nobody and what he is doing to trick Mr. Crown Prince. Jia Shizhen decided to go to Feng Castle. She wanted to meet the very famous bad influencer. Hansen returned to Feng Castle and saw Bauer playing games with Qin Bai. Bauer seemed happy, but Qin Bai did not look to be faring as well. Feng Yining was watching their engagement with interest. In fact, during the past 2 days, she and Bauer had been playing games with Qin Bai. She had just learned checkers, so she was really interested in it. She thought Qin Bai was like her, which was why she gave up her rest time to play checkers with them. As only God knew that Qin Bai now hated playing chess. For as long as he lived, he never wanted to play another game of chess. He believed he would throw up the next time he heard someone even mention the checkers. Upon seeing a shadow in the garden, Qin Bai looked at Hansen as if he was asking for help. That look was worse than that of a sheep going to be slaughtered. Hansen pretended as if he did not know anything. He walked up to Qin Bai and asked, "Crown Prince, are you having fun with Bauer?" Qin Bai felt relieved to gain his freedom. He fell out of the chair. Hansen immediately picked him up and shockingly asked, "Crown Prince, are you okay?" Qin Bai felt as if he was so angry that he could explode. He was going to yell at Han Senator when he saw Bauer. He felt more fear than anger. He madly whispered to Hansen, "Hansen, I treat you like a friend. I treat you nicely. How could you do this to me?" "Mr. Crown Prince, what are you talking about? Why would I want to harm you?" Hansen looked at Qin Bai and spoke with a tone of shock. "You didn't bring me harm, but why is she treating me like this?" Qin Bai looked at Bauer and sounded weaker. He was scared of quite a few people, including Jia Shizhen, but even she didn't make him this scared. Jia Shizhen was now viewed as being much nicer when compared to Bauer. The girl's pretty face now looked demonic in his eyes. Hansen seemed to understand. "I thought you wanted to practice with the sword." Bauer is here teaching you the ways of the sword. Is she not? How has she harmed you? Qinbai suddenly did not know what to say. Han Sen did not wait for him to formulate a proper response before asking, have you been playing chess games with Bauer? We have been playing games of chess for 2 days and 2 nights. Qinbai loudly chomped his own teeth. Han Sen did not wait for him to speak. He looked at Qinbai with shock and said, Crown Prince, you really are a man with a mind like steel. It is no wonder you are the Qin Kingdom's Crown Prince. You will be the greatest leader. You'll be a leader that can conquer the world. A normal person's will is weak. To play a game of chess against Bauer, they would break. Yet you have been playing against Bauer for 2 days and 2 nights. You are strong. You are very strong. I have never admired anyone before, but I have to admire you, Crown Prince. Qinbai was frozen. He was just a child who loved goofing around. He did not think that sounded right. Seeing Han Sen's shocked face, Qinbai at least thought it was rather surprising. Cough. Cough. It was nothing. It was just a few rounds of chess. To a crown prince, it is not much of a feat based on the way he was now speaking. Qinbai seemed to enjoy the praise. Bauer, did I not tell you to allow him to rest? Why do you keep playing chess games with the crown prince? You are so rude. Han Sen looked cold as he told off Bauer. Bauer looked innocent as she said, I planned on that, but the crown prince wanted to play 300 rounds with me. He is the crown prince. Why would I disobey his wishes? How could you take this out on me? Bauer's face looked as if she had been wronged. Even Crown Prince Qinbai felt sorry for her. After thinking about it, he had said something like that to Bauer. He really wanted to slap his mouth. If he had known this would happen, he would not have said something so brash. I will punish you this time so you will not be so ignorant. You could run into trouble someday. Han Sen looked glum. It was as if he was ready to really teach Bauer a lesson, but he gave her a subtle wink. Han Sen's hand had yet to touch her when Bauer started crying. She was crying as she said, Crown Prince made me do this. Why don't you punish him instead of me? It is fine. It is fine. It was me that did not clarify things. Please, do not punish Bauer. Qinbai felt really guilty as he spoke. Go and thank the Crown Prince. Don't do it again after that. Do you hear me? Han Sen let Bauer go. I am so sorry, Crown Prince. Next time, when you play a game of chess against me, I will let you rest after 10 rounds. Bauer made a promise. When Qinbai heard that, his legs felt soft. He was shocked. He fell to the ground and shook his head. No more games. No more games. I will never play chess again. Han Sen thought it was funny. He wanted to say something, but someone suddenly made a declaration from outside the garden. Mr. Han, Teacher Jiao wants to see you. After the person said that, a woman with a cold-looking face walked in. Qinbai saw the woman. His body started to tremble. He immediately bowed to her and said, Qinbai greets Teacher Jia. You are welcome, Crown Prince. When Jia Shizhen spoke, she did not look at Qinbai. She looked at Han Sen. He was different from the figure she had often heard about. There were no legends about his remarkable sharp mouth and monkey throat. He looked like a handsome man. His face was very sharp. It was hard to tell his age. Judging from his looks, he looked like he was in his 20s. Jia Shizhen was not someone who determined a person's character via their appearance. Her thoughts of Han Sen did not change because of the way he looked. Mr. Crown Prince, what are you doing here? Jia Shizhen did not speak to Han Senator to her. Han Sen was just a rankless, albeit loved, officer. Talking to him made her mouth feel dirty. Qinbai looked frightened. He kept stuttering, unsure of what to say. Han Sen said, Mr. Crown Prince has been practicing sword skills here. I am addressing the Crown Prince. Since when were you permitted to talk to me? Jia Shizhen looked into Han Sen's eyes with flickering rage. The way Han Sen spoke was like he was lying without blinking. It enabled Jia Shizhen to confirm that he was a dog without any boundaries. The match of chess was only halfway done. There was no time to put it away. Thus, to still tell her Qin Bai was practicing sword skills was ridiculous. No one would have believed his words, let alone Jia Shizhen. As teacher, I really was practicing sword skills. Jia Shizhen did not believe him, so Qin Bai felt as if he was been wronged. He had suffered so much there, but Jia Shizhen believed he had done nothing but play around. He felt awfully wronged. Seeing Qin Bai lie without blinking, Jia Shizhen's frown tightened. In the past, Qin Bai had always been naughty, but that was fine because he never lied and always admitted to what he had done. Now, Qin Bai's behavior had obviously worsened. It was likely affected by Han Sen, who was a dog. Jia Shizhen was not a dumb fool who had no brain. She did not want to immediately expose Qin Bai. She coldly asked, "How did you practice? Did you run into trouble?" Qin Bai wasn't too sure. He looked at Han Senator. He had been tortured for 2 days, yet he had not held a sword once. He had not combined with the 9-wave fish either. That did not really fill him with courage. Han Sen nodded at him. To learn a sword skill, the most important thing was understanding. Skills and other things were not really important. Bai Qin had been tortured for 2 days by Bauer's simulation of the wavy sword mind. No matter how dumb he was, he should have at least learned something. Qin Bai was not actually dumb. He was just very playful. Qin Bai still looked frightened and desperate for help. Han Sen coughed and said, "The Crown Prince has only been practicing sword skills for the past 2 days. He has not practiced combining with the 9-wave fish. Why don't you test the Crown Prince's sword skills first?" Jia Shizhen did not stop Han Sen this time. She coldly laughed. "This is ridiculous. If there was no combining with the 9-wave fish, he could not feel the water element power and wave power. Without those two feelings, the wavy sword skill cannot work. What in the world has he been practicing? The skills of the universe of kingdoms had to be used when combined with a gene race. Otherwise, a skill was just an empty shell." Jia Shizhen was not inclined to hear Han Sen's nonsense. She did not object. She told Qin Bai, "If you have practiced a sword skill, then show me how you practiced it." Qin Bai's heart did not really have any power in it. He looked at Han Sen, but Han Sen just gave him a sword. He winked at Qin Bai to make sure he could perform the wavy sword skill. Qin Bai gnashed his teeth. He accepted the sword and walked into the field. He was going to perform wavy sword skill. Jia Shizhen did not say a word. She watched Qin Bai's performance. She was not going to be surprised if Qin Bai performed it terribly. She wanted to use this as an opportunity to keep him away from bad people and encourage staying in the company of good people. That was especially true of evil influencers like this dog, Han Senator. It was best for everyone involved if they stopped staying in contact with each other. Jia Shizhen had even composed a speech and thought deeply about how it could prove educational for Qin Bai. Qin Bai was not hopeless when it came to sword skills. After all, he had followed a few teachers for many years. He was not very good, but he could use ordinary sword skills. The wavy sword skill was something he had not practiced much, but he knew what it looked like. He was now performing it. The skill was not done smoothly, so everyone could tell that he had not spent time practicing it. Jia Shizhen looked as if she had expected this result. She was not surprised. She coldly looked at Han Senator. She saw that he was behaving very chill. It was as if Qin Bai's terrible performance had nothing to do with him. She thought the guy had to be incredibly shameless. If the Crown Prince was not allowed to play freely, he could have been spending the time practicing. On top of all this, it did not appear that Han Sen felt guilty. People with an attitude like that must stop having contact with the Crown Prince, Jia Shizhen thought. Seeing Qin Bai looking clumsily performing the wavy sword skill, Jia Shizhen could not bear to watch him much longer. If she did not want Qin Bai to be embarrassed, she would have already stopped him. The formation of the sword skill Qin Bai performed a little later started to surprise Jia Shizhen. When he first started, Qin Bai was too nervous. He had no idea what he was practicing and was freaking out. After trying it out a few times, it was unknown why, but he had started to think about the sword mind performed by Bauer. It was the one that shocked the sky. It was like reading 300 poems from the Tang era. Even if one did not write them down, one could still remember them. Qin Bai could not completely understand the will of the sword mind, but he had been hurt by it. Now, he was performing it. It was kind of close. The more he did it, the smoother it went. Plus, Qin Bai was the sort of person to treat a dead horse as a living horse. He just kept performing. In the beginning, Jia Shizhen did not see the real thing. As Qin Bai started to perform more, that changed. Although his sword skills did not look experienced, within the sword skills, there were elements of the sword mind of wavy sword skill. Jia Shizhen could not believe it. Things like sword wills were very rare in the universe of kingdoms because it drew on power from the outside. Not many people were able to practice like that, so ordinary gene casters went for powers that combined. They did not pay attention to the mind very much. Only some powerful elites would turn their focus to the mind when they reached the zenith of their body's capabilities. At Bai Qin's age, he was not interested in studying. Even if he was, there was no way he could learn the mind. Now, Qin Bai's sword skill featured the mind. Jia Shizhen was shocked. She was unable to believe what she was witnessing. Jia Shizhen had to double-check it more than a few times. She eventually realized that she was correct. There was a sword mind at work in Qin Bai's sword skill. The wavy mind had to be correct. Qin Bai kept displaying the sword skill and showing it to Jia Shizhen. He was that Jia Shizhen looked surprised. He felt really happy about it. Jia Shizhen had trained him for a few years, but he had never seen Jia Shizhen look like this. She used to be very mean to him. She was always harsh and treated him like wood that could not be carved. This was the first time Jia Shizhen had looked at him this way. His confidence was given a major boost. He felt as if he had just eaten a life fruit. He felt as his body was surging with energy. Qin Bai was scared of Jia Shizhen. He was nervous, but the nervousness seemed to suddenly vanish. His sword skills seemed smoother. The wavy sword skills mind was becoming more prominent. Jia Shizhen was becoming more shocked. She could not figure out how Qin Bai's sword skills had developed a sword mind. Teacher Jia, what do you think of my sword skills? After Qin Bai finished his performance with wavy sword skill, Jia Shizhen looked surprised. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Qin Bai suddenly exploded with confidence. He looked at Jia Shizhen with confidence. Usually, he never dared to talk to Jia Shizhen like that. Now, he was cocky. He did not have the fear he usually harbored. Mister, your wavy sword skills are very good, Jia Shizhen said with a nod. If you combined with the 9-wave fish, you could conduct a miraculous performance. She was very surprised, so she asked, how did Mr. Crown Prince practice in the past 2 days? You have got the wavy sword mind. You are a genius. When Qin Bai heard that, his cockiness was amplified by a few more levels. He did not want to tell her Bauer tortured him to learn it. He made it sound better. You wanted me to learn sword skills, but I did not know where to begin. So, I asked Hansen for help. He allowed his daughter to practice with me and help train the wavy sword skill. During the past 2 days, I have been practicing sword skills. If you think I'm doing all right, then I guess I succeeded. Qin Bai was a person who could just heal the sky and forget the pain. He thought Hansen had done well. Even teacher Jiao was complimenting him. He never thought something like this could ever happen, so he mentioned Hansen for him to earn some credit. In a critical moment, Han Sen is the most helpful. If it was not for him, Teacher Jia would not be complimenting me. Qin Bai was overjoyed. Jia Shizhen frowned. She looked at Bauer and thought, this little girl is only 4 or 5 years old. How could the crown prince learn a sword mind by practicing with her? I do not believe this one bit. She did not believe it, but Qin Bai did learn a sword mind in 2 days. If he had not practiced, then it would not explain his achievement. It looks like many myths cannot be trusted. This Han Sen might not be as useless as I first suspected. Jia Shizhen looked at Han Sen again. She now put everything on Han Senator. After all, Han Sen had killed Steel Scene. If there was someone who was able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind, it would have had to be Han Sen. Do you know the sword? Jia Shizhen spoke to him with a different tone of voice. I know a bit, but I am not very good. Han Sen was being very honest. Han Sen's sword and mind skills were not as good as Six Paths King. He was not as good as Lone Bamboo either. They were the real swordsmen. Han Sen did not put much effort into learning the sword skills. Words like that going into Jia Shizhen's ears seemed wretched. To be able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind was an extraordinarily difficult thing. No worries. If you do know a few sword skills, why don't we at least compare sword skills? Jia Shizhen really wanted to give it a go. She wanted to know what skills Han Sen had. If he was someone good, then it was fine for Qin Bai to spend more time hanging out with him. If he had used some sort of trick to let Qin Bai learn a sword mind, she could not let Qin Bai hang out with him. The knife and the sword do not have eyes, Han Sen said. I am afraid hurting each other is bad. That's fine, Jia Shizhen said with a frown. You and I can compare sword skills. We don't have to use gene race power. By saying hurting each other is bad, Han Sen meant it would be bad to hurt her. Jia Shizhen was determined. She did not want to accept his answer. If the teacher really wants this, then I have no choice but to comply. Jia Shizhen did not speak. She picked up 2 swords and threw one to Han Senator. She held one in her hands. When she waved her sword, it was the beginning of wavy sword skill. It was called Calm and Calm. Han Sen watched her perform Calm and Calm. He knew precisely what she meant. Jia Shizhen was going to test out his wavy sword skill. Wavy sword skill was not a very powerful sword skill. Skills in this world were not as great as the ones in the Geno universe. They depended on the outside power too much. It made their own powers possess extraordinary flaws. Aside from some powerful elites, no one could do them both well. Sun already had skills that were similar to that. After he saw Qin Bai's performance, he was already familiar with wavy sword skill. He used the Calm and Calm beginner skill. When Jia Shizhen watched Han Sen perform the same skill, she frowned. She used Calm and Calm as a beginning skill because she wanted Han Sen to strike first. Han Sen did the same thing as her, which meant he wanted her to go first. She was a teacher of the Qin kingdom, and she was widely renowned for her sword skills. Han Sen's behavior suggested he was underestimating her. Jia Shizhen did not mind that. She readied herself to attack Han Sen first. When it came to the point where she needed to unleash a strike, she wasn't sure where to begin. Han Sen just stood where he was, using the Calm and Calm skill she was very good at. When Han Sen used the skill, it looked fairly average. Yet, when she wanted to attack, she could not discern a single flaw in his performance. When she couldn't find a flaw, it gave Jia Shizhen the feeling of being in a crisis. It was as if she'd receive a deadly counterattack if she dared try to strike. If that happened, the next strike would determine life and death. Jia Shizhen stopped her actions. She looked very serious. She looked at Han Sen's sword skill, wanting to find a breaking point. Try as she might, Jia Shizhen could not help herself from thinking about how incredibly weird Han Sen's wonderful performance of the sword skill was. It was like an endless sea full of danger. It looked like a calm sea, but under the water, many beasts lurked in wait. Jia Shizhen's forehead started to produce sweat. She did not dare move. If she moved, she was afraid she would be the recipient of a very scary counterattack. She never thought calm, which was not a very powerful skill, could produce such a scary mind and atmosphere. Jia Shizhen thought Han Sen was a mysterious individual. She thought the sword skill he used was like an endless sea with many scary tricks and things hiding beneath the waves. Jia Shizhen felt like she could not attack. She felt as if she was a lone human facing an endless sea. The power made her feel small and insignificant. If she was able to use a gene race, she could have used its special powers to fight back. Unfortunately, this was a fight based purely on their sword skills. It made Jia Shizhen's entire body develop a sweat. Her clothes were wet. She was unable to move. If she moved, it felt like Han Sen would cast a deadly skill and kill her. Who is this Han Sen? How can his sword skills be so scary? It was just a very normal skill, yet he has made it so scary. It is no wonder he can teach Qin by a sword mind. Jia Shizhen's impression of Han Sen had radically shifted. Jia Shizhen did not believe someone who had such good sword skills and mind was an evil influencer like a dog. Qin Bai looked at Han Sen and Jia Shizhen. He did not understand the very high-level swordsmanship on display, but he could read people's faces. Han Sen looked calm. Jia Shizhen looked serious. She even had a cold sweat. By seeing that, he could tell which of the pair were winning. Han Sen is so awesome. Even Teacher Jia cannot beat him. Qin Bai was happy. He had the feeling one felt when finding someone to depend on. This feeling was different from how others experienced it though. There were two types of people around Qin Bai. One type was the good subordinates that made him happy, and the other was like thousand-mile teacher and Teacher Jia, who taught him stuff. Because he was not in charge of the kingdom yet, the officers around him did not have too much authority. They were just there to make him happy. They could not really sort out things for him. But the teachers were too hard on him. Every time he saw a teacher, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat. His mother died when he was young. Qin Jingzhen was a good king, so he was always busy with work and did not spend time with his son. When Qin Bai ran into issues, the officers could never help. He never talked about things with his teachers. They would not help him. They would merely tell him off. A person like Han Sen, someone who could support him, was the first person of this type that Qin Bai had ever met. Steel Scene, Thousand Mile Reach, Teacher Jia, and the others annoyed Qin Bai yet Han Sen was able to deal with them just fine. He even suppressed them. The confidence and power he repeatedly saw made Qin Bai feel as if he needed to lean on Han Sen completely. This type of reliance was like a little brother depending on a big brother. Qin Bai was not scared of him. He just relied on him. No matter what he did wrong, he could always ask Han Sen for help. Han Sen would come and make things better for him. Teacher Jia's mood was not as positive as Qin Bai. She was in a place where she could not move forward or backward. Han Sen's calm made her unable to fight back, but she could not just quit like that. They were just frozen where they were. "Dad, I am hungry," Bauer suddenly said with a blink. When Han Sen heard her, he put his sword away. He smiled. "Mr. Teacher, why don't we stop here for today?" Teacher Jia felt an immediate wave of relief hit her. The pressure was gone. She looked at Han Sen weirdly. After a while, she seriously said, "I lost. I will come and ask you for further demonstrations of sword skills another day." Jia Shizhen was no longer seemed as proud as she had earlier. Her tone of voice had changed. On her way back, Teacher Jia kept thinking about what happened with Han Senator. She found it very hard to believe. That very famous dog of Jade Wall City had such a powerful sword skill. In 2 days, he had managed to make that troublesome student, Qin Bai, learn a sword mind. All of that did not sound like the same Han Sen she had heard about from other people. "Teacher Jia, the mister has asked you to come to the study." When Jia Shizhen returned to the manor, Qin Jingzhen summoned her to the palace. Did you go meet Hansen? Only Qin Jingzhen and Jia Shizhen were inside the study. The other maids and guards were kicked out by the king. Jia Shizhen nodded. Yes, my king. I met him today. What do you think about him? Qin Jingzhen asked. Jia Shizhen quietly said, he is unpredictable. It is hard to grasp his aim with accuracy. Why do you ask? Qin Jingzhen sighed. He is getting closer and closer to my son. Ergo, I wish to know more about him. Do you think it is good or bad for my son to remain close to him? When Jia Shizhen heard him, she thought about it seriously. She did not answer his actual question. She asked, do you know where he came from? Qin Jingzhen shook his head. I have already had others investigate him. There is not much information to be learned. I only know that he is a villager from Big God Mountain. There is nothing else to be learned about him. Jia Shizhen looked serious. I see. I think it would be best if the crown prince does not remain too close to him. What makes you say that? Qin Jingzhen asked. Jia Shizhen replied, he is unknown, and his power is horridly strong. If he helps the Qin kingdom and the crown prince, he will be a magnificent ally. If he does not help, he could do great harm to the Qin kingdom. It would be best to keep some distance. When he heard her, Qin Jingzhen nodded and said, what you said makes sense. There is one thing about Hansen I should tell you, and do not repeat this to anyone else. What is it? Jia Shizhen looked surprised. Qin Jingzhen rarely spoke like this. Qin Jingzhen said, Teacher Jian is next to Han Sr. Jia Shizhen could not react. She was shocked. When she was able to clear her mind, she happily asked, what are saying? Is it Jian Bugu, Teacher Jian? Before Qin Jingzhen could answer, Jia Shizhen said, it is no wonder this has happened. Hansen must be a student of Teacher Jian. That has to be why his sword skills are so good. With Teacher Jian's student to teach the Crown Prince, Mr. Crown Prince will grow up to be a great man. Qin Jingzhen had a wry smile. You are wrong, teacher. What do you mean? How I am wrong? Jia Shizhen asked with confusion. Qin Jingzhen's expression descended into being weirder and weirder. He looked at Jia Shizhen and slowly said, Hansen is not Teacher Jian's student. Teacher Jian is with him. He claims he is Hansen's servant. What? Jia Shizhen was frozen like a wooden chicken. She opened her mouth wide and could not think straight. Qin Bai did not stay in the Feng family's castle. He was still afraid of Bauer. Whenever he looked at Bauer, all he could see was an angry dog. He wanted to avoid her the best he could. After Bai Qin left, Hansen played a bit with Bauer. After eating dinner, he went off to do his own things. He wanted to research the positives and negatives of combined skills. The Reverse Cold Sutra did not have a suitable gene race, so he could not practice it. These days, Hansen had already researched the core components of the Reverse Cold Sutra. He focused on the positives and negatives of the combined skills. He researched them for a long time. Hansen wanted to use Night God No Moon's experience to put his Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra together. He wanted to see if he could craft a power that might break the world. After all, the two of them were different skills. Night God No Moon's experience could be used as a reference, but most of the time, Hansen had to depend on his own ability of modification. Hansen had to find a way to combine the negatives and the positives. His progress was not going in leaps and bounds. It would be great if I could find a gene race that was suitable for practicing the Reverse Cold Sutra. Hansen started to look at the god fights. If he was able to get first place in the god fights, he could earn a rare gene race. If the element fit, he could practice the Reverse Cold Sutra with it. Even if the element did not fit, he could use it for the Caste God Court or perhaps even match it with the Dongxian Sutra or the Story of Genes. At the very least, it would certainly be of some use. When it came to dealing with positive and negative skills, the biggest problem was striking a fine balance. The power of the Shan Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra had to be perfectly balanced if they were to be merged. That was integral. In the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen was unable to use the Blood Pulse Sutra's power unless he broke the rules of suppression that dictated the world. Breaking the rules was the only way he could use a Blood Pulse Sutra. Even so, in a situation in which one power received support from the rules of the world and the other was repelled by the powers of the world, wanting to strike a perfect balance between the two powers was extraordinarily difficult. Because of God's warning, Han Sen did not want to destroy the rules of the world. That had become obvious. Thus, his careful practice wasn't yielding many results. While Han Sen was practicing, a servant of the Feng family came running up to him and informed him about the peculiar guest. "Mr. Han, I believe there is a Mr. called Rock that wants to see you. He told me that he wishes to talk about some business exchange with you or something like that." "Bring him to the conference room," Han Sen quietly said. When Han Sen went to the conference room, he saw a man waiting there. That man was wearing a black suit. His entire body and image were strikingly tidy. His suit did not have any wrinkles. His shoes were as polished as the surface of a mirror. Atop his head was a black top hat. When he looked at the face beneath the brim of the top hat, the most impressive thing to see was two mustaches. People who had a beard usually were dirty and wild. This man had two little black mustaches that made people think they were suitable on his face. Without those two little mustaches, he would have looked less manly. With those two little mustaches, the man was very attractive and mature. His eyes were as black as the night. It gave the man a charm and allure that was difficult to describe. When Han Sen looked at the man, he had to confess that his first impression was him being a man who left a good impression. "Hello, Mr. Han. I am Rocky D. It is nice to meet you." The man saw Han Sen walk in, so he stood up. He took off his top hat and brought his other hand forward to shake with him. He was very polite. Being appreciative of his manners, Han Sen saw no reason to reject a nice, friendly handshake. Therefore, he merrily shook Rocky D's hand. He could not help but immediately remark how Rocky D was such a gentleman when it came to the art of shaking hands. His touch on Han Sen's hands was very gentle, and the shake was graceful. He shook Han Sen's hand softly and let go. Han Sen let Rocky D sit down before asking, "So, why you have come all this way looking for little old me?" Rocky D replied, "Mr. Han, it has come to our attention that you recently killed Decapitation, Queen of my God Chaos Party. It is because of this villainous act that the leader has asked me to come here in search of compensation." "Oh? What sort of compensation should I give you?" Han Sen was shocked. He was not shocked because Rocky D was from God Chaos Party, as there were weirder things than that. It was really strange to know that Rocky D had simply come looking for him in such a fashion. Rocky D seriously said, "There is a saying that if you take a life, you pay back with life. If you owe someone money, you pay them back with money. The God Chaos Party has been fair. You killed Decapitation Queen, so we lost a good member. We hope you, Mr. Han, can join the God Chaos Party to replace her position and call things even." "That sounds fair, but I am not interested in joining the God Chaos Party," Han Sen said. Rocky D was not aggravated by the rejection. He maintained his elegance and smiled. "That is okay. If you do not think that will work, I have another suggestion." "Tell me." Han Sen looked at Rocky D with interest. Rocky D looked sincere as he said, "If you keep working for the party, it will be hard for you. Decapitation Queen was one of our core members. She cannot have died for nothing. So, I have a way to resolve this. You must do 3 things for the God Chaos Party. Accomplish these tasks, and we will call things even. What do you think?" "What 3 tasks do you have in mind?" Han Sen asked. Rocky D said, "I don't know yet. But do not worry, the God Chaos Party will never force someone to do something impossible. It will be something within your capabilities. Sorry, I never agree to things I don't know the details of, Hansen said. Rocky D dimly looked at Hansen and asked, does that mean you are not planning to compensate us for what you owe? I owe people many things. If I was to pay everyone back, I would die many times over. How could I still be alive? Hansen did not plan on agreeing. He just nodded. I hope you rethink this decision. If you change your mind, call this number. This number will work before midnight. Rocky D gave Hansen a card and said, excuse me. After all that, Rocky D put his top hat back on, patted his clothes down, and exited the room. Be polite first and then be mean. This God Chaos Party is interesting. Hansen looked at the card. The card was made of black metal. Rocky D's name was written on it. There was a number on the back, and below, there were a few words. It said, God Chaos Party's Minister of Foreign Affairs. He turned the metal card over. There were no words on the backside. There was just the symbol of a clown. When Hansen saw the symbol, it looked familiar. He had seen that somewhere before, but he did not remember where. The clown symbol was dark red. It looked as if it was jumping or running. Its face was turned 90 degrees, so it was looking forward. Atop its head was a clown hat. The clown's eyes were like moons. Its lips were up. It had a weird smile that made people feel rather uncomfortable. Hansen thought he had seen this clown symbol before. He was certain of it. As he held the card, he tried to remember where he saw it. After a while of brainstorming, he recalled where he had last seen that symbol. In the beginning, he, Exquisite, and Lekir had entered a crystallizer laboratory in the core area. He had spent some time there with the big and small crocodile gods. It was there that he discovered many crystal cans the crystallizers used for their tests. It was there Hansen saw the remains of an arm. It was on that arm there was the tattoo of a clown. No. It was not just similar. It was the same. I remember the size was almost similar. Is that just a coincidence? Hansen thought it was weird. He looked at the clown symbol as he receded into deep contemplation. He remembered the arm and bones had some text. The content stated, M67 test subject has mutated. The test results are unknown. Number 7586 core, created God planned failed. It was some information like that. The crystallizers were powerful, but they were not strong enough to overcome reincarnation. How were they connected to the God Chaos Party? Hansen wondered. He could not figure out why. Hansen was certain about one thing. Rocky D's phone number only worked before midnight. It meant that after midnight, the God Chaos Party would deal with him in their own way. Regarding the God Chaos Party, Hansen wouldn't dare be careless in their presence. Back in the day, they were almost able to usurp the god spirits. Their might was not inferior to Qin Xiu. Hansen was also restricted by the rules of the world. Even if he did not pay heed to God's warning, breaking the rules of the world would not provide Hansen much of an advantage due to the short amount of time his rule-breaking would last. Hansen spent his time researching the positive and negative combination skills, waiting for the clock to strike midnight. In an old building, Rocky D was waiting in a living room. There was a big bell in the living room. He was waiting for that hour to come as well. Mr. Minister, just kill Han Senator, why even give him a chance? Next to Rocky D, there was a maid-like creature. She was not described as a human because her head possessed a black draconic horn. Rocky D smiled. The God Chaos Party failed last time because we underestimated the power of humans. This time, we are going to try our best to control the powerful humans. We will not allow the god spirits to take advantage of them. I see. Mr. Minister is very smart. The maid looked at Rocky D with admiration. Rocky D sighed. Han Sen was able to kill Decapitation Queen and destroy Breakhead Temple because his power is as strong as the 12 main gods. It is a shame that his power is hard for us to use. Mr. Minister, are you saying he is not going to call? If he isn't going to, why are we waiting this long? The maid was shocked. Well, there is no need to be super hasty. Besides, he is a genius. It is a firm belief of mine that geniuses like Han Sen should always be given a chance to prove themselves. Rocky D looked deeply into the clock as he spoke. Time went by, second after second. When all the needles pointed to 12, the bell made some dong sounds. After it rang 12 times, Rocky D got up off his couch and sighed. The God Chaos Party has not received fresh blood and a bright mind to join in a long time. I was hoping to have a good start with Han Senator. I was hoping something might happen between us. But I'm afraid. The maid's eyes opened wide. She happily waited for Rocky D to say something. Her eyes looked sparkly. Mr. Minister, are you going to use that? Rocky D did not answer. He raised his right hand. He looked at his hand seriously. His fingers were very long and powerful. They looked awfully pretty. His hand did not have a single scar or scratch on it, neither was his hand old and wrinkly. It was the sort of hand that could be a hand model. On that beautiful hand a black flame arose. It was like some demon air from hell. In fact, it was not just his hand. Rocky D's entire body burned with a strange, black flame. The look on his face had changed. His eyes brimmed with passion. His other hand reached into the sky. A paper appeared. Rocky D mumbled, "The art of light and shadow. The passionate strikes between life and imagination. It gives the lifeless things the most beautiful of souls." Death silhouette. His right hand's black flame gathered up quickly. It was like Han Sen's shadow was jumping in that black flame. Han Sen was in the Feng family's garden when he felt it. He looked at his right hand and felt something, but it only lasted a second. Does that mean? When I shook hands with Rocky D today, Han Sen thought of something, which made him frown. In the living room, Rocky D held his right hand. The black flame generated the shape of scissors. He held them in his hand. In the next second, Rocky D's eyes glowed. The paper and scissors started to move. The action was incredibly fast and elegant. There was a crazy amount of cutting going on. It unfolded like a dance. One could almost see the countless shadows of the hand. It was like a demon that had many arms. It only happened in a moment. The very square, white paper was cut into a human-shaped body, and the white paper turned into black. Upon looking closer, one noticed Death's silhouette was the side of Han Sen's face. Even though it was just a black shadow, there was no face or emotion displayed. Anyone who knew Han Sen would be able to recognize it was him. It is no wonder you are Mr. Minister. No matter how many times I watch this, Death's silhouette just blows me away. The maid looked at Rocky D with nothing short of sheer admiration. Rocky D did not seem to listen to the maid's compliments. He was very focused. His eyes looked at the silhouette passionately. It was like he was admiring his own handiwork. What a shame. Such an interesting soul is going to disappear like this. After that, the silhouette's right-hand scissors turned into a jumping black fire. It was like some purgatory fire that was burning. Han Senator Rocky D looked at the silhouette. He then moved it to the black fire. The silhouette that touched the black fire was ignited. His feet started to burn. At the same time, Han Sen, who was in the garden, started to burn with an invisible fire that started in his feet. It wrapped up his feet and quickly started to spread higher. The black fire was very weird. It seemed to burn hard, fast, and violently. Despite that, Han Sen's clothes weren't actually immolated. His legs weren't really on fire either. Han Sen started to feel some kind of pain that came from deep within his soul. He felt as if his legs were being charred into dust. It made people like him, who had such a strong will, feel so much pain that he wanted to scream. His body trembled. Han Sen's face changed. He immediately cast the Xian Yellow Sutra, wanting to get rid of that weird, black flame that suddenly sought to claim him. Quite concerningly, the Xian Yellow Sutra did not work on the black flame. Within the blink of an eye, the black flame had already reached his thighs. Below his thighs, he could not feel anything. His legs were still there, but he did not feel anything at all. Without even thinking, Han Sen summoned the Sky God crown. He wore it and became an annihilation god of wealth. He went back to the God Temple for a retreat. He used the God Temple and Sky God crown's God Spirit power to fight the Black Fire. All of that started to work. Under the God Spirit's power, the Black Fire was suppressed. It could not spread any further, but it was not extinguished. It still ravaged where it could. The paper man in Rocky D's hands was like that too. The Black Fire stopped around his thighs. The flames could not go any higher. Very good. Let me, the paper god Rocky D, have a look at how strong you really are. Rocky D's eyes were suddenly burning. The black fire, coming out of his eyes, was like a volcanic erupting. Breaking the world. Underworld silhouette, Rocky D coldly shouted. The black flames on his body turned white. The flames were strong. They were like ice that could not be broken. The black paper man was burned by the white fire, which turned it white. It was wrapped up by the white fire. The white fire was burning on Han Sen's body too. The scary fire felt like it was ravaging his soul. The God Temple and the God of Wealth's power were insufficient. They could not keep the white fire at bay. The light of the God Temple started to go dim. Mr. Decapitation Queen's body had a purple fire burning with God light. The guillotine and Dolph shone with a lot of God light. It helped the God Temple and Han Sen fight the scary white power. They fought it together. It made the invasive white fires slow their encroachment. Even so, the white fires were still slowly consuming Han Sen's soul. The white fire did not physically damage the body. To God spirits, it still dealt an incredible amount of damage. This is the break world power. Han Sen suddenly thought it was familiar. It was the same feeling when Night God No Moon used break world power, but both of their elements were different. This layer of power could not be misidentified. Han Sen still felt that this power was weaker than Night God No Moon break world power. It was not as scary as he thought it might end up being. Without a shadow of a doubt, Han Sen broke the suppression of the world's rules and entered Super God Spirit mode. Only Super God Spirit mode could fight the break world power. The burning white fire came out of Han Sen's eyes. It spread all over his body. It turned his body into a white shadow. His body looked as if it was no longer solid. The power of Super God Spirit mode was finally able to put an end to the fires that corroded his spirit. Han Sen's eyes flashed. The entire world's substance chains were in his eyes. His hands were going toward those substance chains. It broke the white fire substance chains. The white flame on him was suddenly extinguished. Stillness and silence returned. With the absence of the white flame, there were no scorch marks left behind. It was like he had never been on fire. In the living room of an old house, Rocky D's white paper man was suddenly turned to dust. Rocky D coughed up some blood. Interesting. He was able to break my underworld silhouette. It is no wonder he was able to kill Decapitation Queen. Rocky D's eyes flashed with surprise. He put out his red tongue and wiped away the blood. A flare of excitement started to cross his face. That is good. This beginning is quite interesting. Han Sen, you have what it takes to be my prey. Super God Spirit mode provided invincibility. Han Sen was finally able to extinguish the white flame that plagued his body, but it didn't bring him any joy. God Chaos Party was scarier than he had imagined. He was not allowed to use the Super God Spirit mode to sort out his problems all the time. I must learn the break world power quickly, Hansen thought. The god altar moved. A man stood atop the god altar. It was God, who Hansen was very familiar with. He was the superior being that controlled the Geno Hall. You broke the rules again. God looked at Hansen as he spoke. I had to. People from the God Chaos Party tried to kill me. I could not just stand by and do nothing. Hansen shrugged. God blinked. It looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. I am okay with it, but 2 worlds are suffering damage because of you. When the worlds are destroyed, don't say I did not warn you. Is it really that bad? Hansen did not believe his breaking the rules could cause so much damage. Qin Xiao must have done it a lot in the past. You have been in this universe for quite a while of time now, haven't you? God asked. Therefore, being the curious being that you are, you must know quite a bit about this world and how it operates by now. Am I correct? If so, have you heard about how this universe came to have so many God pulses and gene eggs in the first place? Regarding that, I heard the reason that there are so many God pulses and gene eggs is that the Geno universe had too many God spirits die, Hansen said. That is one of the reasons. The opposite of a creature being born is dying. God pulses and land pulses are not. God paused and asked, how about that? After your fight with Qin Xiao, the 2 universes underwent big changes. What became clear to us was that creatures grow quickly. Things that were not supposed to be here have shown up far too early. Is this connected to me breaking the rules of the universe? Hansen asked. To be accurate, these mysterious and weird scenes that happen are because the universe itself is in a fixing and balancing mode. The powers that should not be here have been activated. It's like humans using their potential. If this keeps going, and the universe becomes exhausted, the universe cannot go back to running how it has been. That means the machine of the universe will stop operating. When that happens, there will be darkness and destruction. That sounds very complicated, but I don't care, Hansen said. I can stop breaking the rules of the world, but you need to make sure I don't die in here. Before God could speak, Hansen smiled and said, God Chaos Party's minister has a frightening amount of power. Even with Moment God, he cannot be beaten. How did you guys defeat the God Chaos Party in the past? God knew what Hansen was getting at, but he still said, it is very simple. What makes you think God spirits need to give blood pulses to humans? Are you saying humans give power to the God spirits for the God spirits to be stronger and perhaps even use break world powers? Hansen did not quite believe it. Break world powers are too destructive and tolling on the universe. God spirits cannot use the power. As protectors of the universe, God spirits can use this world's power, whether from humans or gene races, to aid them. It's like you having Decapitation Queen. When she became your sub-god, your god powers actually became stronger. She can also use her powers to assist you in combat. In that capacity, humans are similar. The more you have on your side, the more they achieve. The power they can give you can also be more. What level must I reach to challenge the members of God Chaos Party? That was what Hansen cared about. That is very simple. Your god of wealth is not a fighting god spirit, so it is a bit weak on that front. You could destroy the 8 annihilation god spirits and make them your sub-gods, but it would be best if they were 8 wild annihilation god spirits instead. Then, fighting Rocky D would be easy. God laughed. Hansen rolled his eyes. Wow, you sure make it sound easy as pie. How am I supposed to find wild annihilation god spirits with ease? It isn't easy. If it was, the God Chaos Party would not have just almost broken the Geno Hall. He made the last leader reopen the universe to destroy the God Chaos Party. God sighed. Hansen hurriedly asked, what? The universe was rebooted once. Is this the consequence of it being rebooted? Does this mean everything in the universe has to start from scratch? God shook his head. It's not like that. Reboot God spirits can reboot things, but they cannot really return the universe to how it was in the beginning. There is so much I could explain, but I don't have the time to tell you everything. Aren't you a reboot God spirit? How can you not explain your own powers? Hansen looked at God with a look of disbelief. God seriously said, I really am a reboot God spirit, and I can reset things. But do you know the price it costs to reboot the universe? What price would you pay? Hansen asked. Didn't I tell you the last temple owner rebooted the universe? God asked with a smile. Hansen froze. He suddenly realized something. God meant that the last Geno Hall owner activated the universe reboot powers. That was why he was the last one. Hansen looked at him strangely as he asked, Are you saying you are the leader of the Geno Hall now? God nodded and said, It is lucky you aren't too dumb. Even if I have reboot powers, the consequences of me rebooting are something that not even I can comprehend. After pausing, God went on to say, Rebooting the universe did not sort out our issues with the God Chaos Party. We dealt great damage to the God Chaos Party, but most of God Chaos Party's members were reborn to become new creatures without any connection to their past life. Unfortunately, some fish were able to escape the net. After all these years, they have grown up again. When the God spirits were rebooted, they suffered a lot as well. The God spirits that had already reached their zenith were beaten back down to their paltry beginnings. They had to start their own developments all over again. Because the universe was rebooted, the resources of the universe were quite lacking as well. The God spirits evolved very slowly. Otherwise, in the past, when you looked at the high-level God temples, there would not be just one main God. After saying that, God laughed. The universe was messed up by you and Qin Xiu. To God spirits, it has provided an opportunity. The resources they have been able to get in the universe are far more than before. They were able to grow up fast. Many God spirits have been able to get back into their prior prime. Hansen looked at God and said, I have some questions. Why did the humans of the universe of kingdoms earn the protection of God spirits or even have the ability to become a god to fight alongside them? Why are humans only able to make a wish and get scammed in the Geno universe? These were questions he had been unable to determine answers for. The treatment of beings in both universes was vastly different. God looked at Han Senator. After a while, he replied, the Geno universe did not used to have humans. Still, there should be no humans. Humans should only belong in the universe of kingdoms. What does that mean? Hansen did not understand. The universe of kingdoms is positive, God slowly said. The Geno universe is negative. Humans, these creatures, only belong to the positive. They should not exist in the negative world. Hansen froze when he heard that. He finally understood. Indeed, the Geno universe did not have any humans. They were able to go there because of Qin Xiu, but they were not really humans. To use a saying of the modern world, the universe of kingdoms was like the real world. It was Yang. The Geno universe was Yin. It was hell. How could human beings go to hell? Therefore, humans could not have and should not have existed in the Geno universe. Of course, that was just a saying. In fact, there was no saying about Yin and Yang. Both of them were living worlds. It was just that one was positive and the other was negative. If I were you, I would find a way to level up God powers instead of breaking the rules of the universe all the time. God patted Hansen on the shoulder. Hansen wanted to say something. When he turned around, God was gone. Hansen had sensed that God had been busy lately. The last 2 times he saw him, he had arrived almost as quickly as he left. It seemed as if he was squeezing in chats in between other important tasks that demanded his attention. It looks like the God Chaos Party is really giving him a headache. Hansen felt bad for him. He shook his head in dismay. He had a headache too. Rocky D was still alive. In the God Chaos Party, there were sure to be scary existences that rivaled or even surpassed him. He was now an enemy of the God Chaos Party. Hansen suspected his life was going to get a whole lot more miserable. No matter what, I am going to find 8 subgods. I need more people backing me up. God was right. I cannot keep breaking the rules for every fight. Even if the universe can endure it, I myself never can. Hansen's heart jumped when he thought about that. He thought about the god spirits in the Sea of Soul. He did not care about other god spirits. Inside his Sea of Soul was an Annihilation class moment god. I don't know if I can summon my god spirit to be a subgod god spirit. It will be great if I can. That is one of the 12 main gods. It should be able to be a subgod in my temple. It is a shame there are no free god bases, and I cannot test it. After Hansen thought about it, he felt a headache come on. If he wanted a god base, he required more members. Members brought back powers to assemble more god bases. Hansen only had one member in his God of Wealth temple. It was the little bald baby who looked like burning lamp. The only problem he had was that he was a bit too small. If he ever wanted him to be useful, he might have to wait many years. No. I will have to get a few members that can give me things immediately. Hansen thought about Feng Yining again. Yining has great potential. Even if she doesn't, I can make her stronger. I will recruit her at the God of Wealth temple first. After thinking about it, he departed the God of Wealth temple. He went straight to the Feng family's castle. Sanmu, are you okay? When Feng Yining saw Hansen return, she worriedly looked at him. She and Bauer had seen Hansen be burned by a black flame. She was worried, so she stayed in the garden waiting for him to return. I am fine. Hansen seized this opportunity to ask, by the way, Yining, what god spirit blood pulse do you have? I don't have a god spirit blood pulse, Feng Yining said. My auntie says she will find me the best of the best Sonic class god spirit blood pulse, but she hasn't had much luck. Therefore, I do not have a god spirit blood pulse. I only have a blood pulse from a land pulse. She looked at Hansen with curiosity and asked, why are you asking me that? I know of a god temple, Hansen said. The god spirit there is very good. If you are willing to, I can help you inherit the god spirit's blood pulse. Sure. What kind of god spirit is it? Feng Yining trusted Hansen, so she agreed. She still wanted to know what kind of god spirit it was. It's God of Wealth. Hansen gave her the title. Feng Yining did not say anything. Feng Fei rushed over, shouting, no. Absolutely not. Yining is very talented in music. She cannot go with God of Wealth. Her god spirit blood pulse must be Sonic class. Feng Fei walked over and told Hansen, Mr. Han and Fei, I understand your noble intentions, but little Yin's Sonic talents are exceptional. We still hope she can receive a Sonic god spirit blood pulse. Aside from the reason Han Fei pointed out, there was an additional reason that she merely felt bad for suggesting. The God of Wealth Hansen suggested was something Feng Fei had never before. Besides the fact it wasn't one of the 12 Annihilation class main gods, there wasn't a God of Wealth amid the famous disaster god spirits. Feng Fei had explored for many years, hoping to find a Sonic Annihilation god spirit blood pulse for little Yin, but Annihilation god spirit blood pulses were hard to find. Even if Feng Yin's talent tempted the spirits, the 12 Annihilation god spirits were controlled by the kings of the 7 kingdoms. Commoners had no chance of praying for a god spirit blood pulse. Among the 12 Annihilation god spirits, there were only 2 connected with Sonic powers. One was a pure Sonic god spirit, and the other one only had a connection to it. Feng Fei had been busy on Feng Yin's behalf. She hoped she would be able to one day have her try inside the pure Sonic god spirit's temple. It was a shame that the Sonic god spirit was owned by the kings of the Chu kingdom. Only the royals of the Chu kingdom could go into that god temple and pray for a blood pulse. Feng Fei had tried her best, but she was never successful. There was still a chance with the other god spirits, and Feng Fei had left home because of that. God never answered prayers. For some reason, Feng Fei failed. She had only recently returned. After that, Feng Fei had some ideas. She believed some methods would enable her to have a chance with Feng Yining. "Auntie, it is fine," Feng Yining said with a laugh. "The god spirit Sanmu has introduced me to must be good." She did not just say that because she trusted Han Senator. She did not want Feng Fei to incur so much trouble on her behalf. Feng Yining knew Feng Fei had suffered a lot because of her tireless search for a god spirit blood pulse. She had given it a lot of effort. Feng Fei was one of the most popular singers. To do something this big, she also had to beg a lot of people. She would have probably suffered much in her struggle. As a result, Feng Yining felt bad for her. Thus, she did not want her to continue suffering on her behalf. Feng Fei quickly said, "I know the god spirit Mr. Han has suggested cannot be too bad, but your musical talents are more than exceptional. If you earn the element from another god spirit blood pulse, it will be a waste of your natural gift." After hearing Feng Fei say that, Han Sen did not know what to say. He knew Feng Fei's musical talents were extraordinary. It really was a shame if she was unable to get a sonic god spirit to capitalize on her talent. Han Sen also wanted to find a sonic sub-god to be in the God of Wealth temple, but he did not think he could get that done anytime soon. Feng Fei probably wouldn't believe in an empty promise. Seeing Han Sen not insist any further, Feng Fei felt relieved. She stroked Feng Yin's head and said, "Don't worry, Yining. I know where to get you a god spirit blood pulse. You just need to give me another month and a half, and you will have a god spirit blood pulse." Although Han Sen did not believe her, he did not say anything about it. Even if Feng Fei did give Feng Yining a chance, she would only get a complete blood pulse. It would not be a blood pulse that could be inherited, so it was not very meaningful. They were both annihilation class. God of Wealth, however, was not sonic class. Feng Fei would have a blood pulse that could be inherited. They were very different from each other. This was something Han Sen could not push. He just needed to convince Feng Fei. He could not rush it. He needed Feng Yining to go on his side. He could not allow Feng Yining to start obeying other god spirits. The next day, Feng Fei was in a rush to go again. Based on her expression, there was an 80% to 90% chance she was going to do something for Feng Yining. Not long after Feng Fei was gone, Feng Yining ran to Han Sen and seriously asked, "Sanmu, can you take me to the God of Wealth temple?" "Of course, I can. Don't you need to confirm this with your auntie? Doesn't she need to agree?" Han Sen did not want Feng Fei and Feng Yining to fall out with each other because of this. Han Sen knew that Feng Fei really adored Feng Yining. After all, Feng Yining lost her mother when she very young. Feng Fei was the one who raised her. She was a cousin, but the relationship was more like that of a mother and daughter. "Actually, it is because I do not want Auntie to be busy on my behalf. She never tells me, but I know the god spirit she begs for me is very nice. I like it too, but that god temple belongs to a king of the Qin kingdom that has a different name. That king with a different surname happens to like little Auntie." I am afraid, after saying that, Feng Yining suddenly stopped talking. Han Sen understood what she meant. He admired Feng Yin's sensitivity. She was so young, but she saw a lot. It was no wonder she was Xiangyin reborn. "Okay, I will take you to the God of Wealth temple," Han Sen said with a smile. "The God of Wealth is not a sonic god spirit, but he will not disappoint you." "Sanmu has never disappointed me," Feng Yining said with a blink of her eyes. It was too late to take Feng Yining to the gold crystal system, so Han Sen used the sky god crown. He picked up Bauer and Feng Yining and took them into the God of Wealth temple. They appeared on the altar. Feng Yining looked at Han Sen with shock. "How did you do that?" How can you go to a god temple from home so quickly? It is because this is my god temple, Hansen said with a smile. I can come and go as I please. Your god temple? Are you a god spirit, Sanmu? Feng Yining looked at Hansen with curiosity. Kind of, Hansen replied. This god statue does not look like you. Feng Yining looked at the god of wealth statue. It was Hansen's god statue, and it was made from a god base. Hansen was wearing the sky god crown, which was how he had become a god spirit. He was not actually a god spirit, which was why the god statue did not look like him. The god statue's face was very blurry, so no one could really identify it. The sky god crown on the god statue's head was the same as the sky god crown on his head. Put 1 drop of your blood onto the god stove. Hansen did not explain things further. He pointed at the stove on the gold altar. Feng Yining nodded. She walked to the stove and picked up a knife. Her nervous hands trembled. Don't worry, Hansen said. This place is mine. No matter what your talent is, you can get an inheritable blood pulse. Thank you, Sanmu. Feng Yining was not as nervous now, so she cut her finger and dropped some of her blood onto the god stove. A moment later, the god stove played a god sound. Some gold light was released. A tree of gold light appeared out of the stove. The gold tree shot up into the sky. It had many different coins on it. It was a money tree. He knew it was just an illusion and a weird scene. Still, seeing the money tree with lots of coins hanging from its boughs and feeling the aura of the gold money tree and a sky full of stars made him open his eyes wide. The coins on the money tree fell off. They were going straight for Feng Yining. They melted into her body. Her body was given a god spirit mark that resembled a coin. It immediately started to shine. Its voluminosity grew brighter and brighter. The tree full of coins fell. It all melted into Feng Yining's body. At the same time, the sky god crown received a wonderful message. Spirit strength, 10 star. Gene potential, 10 star. Compatibility, 9 star. Overall, S-class blood pulse inheritor. Do the god spirits use this to decide who to give their blood pulses to? At the same time, Hansen received even more messages from the sky god crown. There were options for giving the person's blood pulse. There were 4 choices: 1 corner, broken, perfect, and inheritor. 1 corner meant 1 god spirit blood pulse would be given at random. It was the lowest level a god spirit blood pulse could impart. It gave a person a small god spirit blood pulse. It did not do much. It just made people a beginner-level gene caster. Broken god spirit blood pulses were better. Some features of the god spirits were there, but they were not complete. They were not strong either. There was no need to explain things about perfect. It basically meant giving a person a perfect god spirit blood pulse and creating a contract. When the person needed it, they could call upon the god spirit's contract to combine and fight with their aid. God spirits were able to use their inherited blood pulse. It gave them extra power to fight. Of course, god spirits gave humans these benefits to make humans grow. When humans had a contract with a gene race, god spirits would take some of that power for themselves. It was mutually beneficial, as it helped humans grow. When humans gained a gene race, god spirits were able to take some of that power. The stronger the gene race was, the more power they were able to take for themselves. The power taken away was used to make a god base. When god spirits gave humans a blood pulse, it also meant risking the chance of causing damage to themselves. If the human selected was not very good, a god spirit would not dare give them a perfect blood pulse. It would not give out an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Yining was quite excellent. Although she was not a perfect match, an S-rank ranking made her worthy of an inheritor blood pulse. Regardless of how poor Feng Yining's review might have been, Hansen would have still given her an inheritor blood pulse. In his eyes, Feng Yining was perfect enough. In the name of God of Wealth, I give you my blood pulse. Feng Yining, do you want to be my inheritor? Han Sen's hands touched Feng Yin's forehead. The sky god crown shone with a god light. It put Feng Yining inside the god light. I am willing, Feng Yining seriously answered. Boom. Sky god crown's gold god light was like a spring of water. It gushed down onto the coin mark on her mark forehead. A weird connection formed between them. After the inheritor ritual was performed, Han Sen felt the sky god crown power lessen. The whole of the God of Wealth Temple's light started to dim. If God of Wealth Temple did not have Decapitation Queen guarding it, it would have become a disaster god spirit. The God of Wealth Temple was not able to suppress it. Han Sen thought, I don't know when the power of the sky god crown will be restored. Inheritor blood pulses cannot be given out like candy. San Mu, you really are a god spirit. Feng Yining knew Han Sen was the god of wealth, but her attitude did not change. She joyfully smiled and looked extremely excited. Han Sen told Feng Fei, this is our secret. Don't tell anyone, and that includes your auntie. He did not want people looking at him like he was a monster. This will be a secret between you and me, Feng Yining said as she blinked her eyes. Now, we wait for Feng Yining to get a gene race. After that, I will start reaping my benefits. Han Sen was very hopeful, but he did not know how many gene races Feng Yining could earn before giving him the necessary power to make a god base. Aces. After thinking it over, Han Sen decided to bring out a King Clash gene egg to give to Feng Yining. He smiled and said, try this out. Can you use your God of Wealth blood pulse to hatch it? Feng Yining did not mind trying. She accepted the gene egg and used the God of Wealth blood pulse to try and tame it. An Annihilation God Spirit blood pulse was very good. The King Clash gene egg was absorbed into the God Spirit mark. It quickly hatched. At the same time, Han Sen felt a weird power come from the God Spirit mark. It went into the Sky God crown. Han Sen felt disappointed. While wearing the Sky God crown, that power was like pouring a glass of water into a swimming pool. It did not do much. To create a god base, he needed a lot more power than that. Fortunately, if a gene race evolved in Feng Yin's god spirit mark in the future, Han Sen could take some of that power. The greater the power of the gene race was, the more power he would receive in return. Now, it was just hatching. It was understandable that the power gained was low. It is no wonder why god spirits favor many members. If it was just one member, who knows how long it could ever take to form another god base. Han Sen ransacked his mind for solutions on how to bring more members to his god temple. After thinking it over, killing the God Chaos Party's members could earn him a god base with each kill. That was a more direct way to his woes than slaving away to recruit members. I wonder where Rocky D's god temple is. Han Sen wanted to kill Rocky D, but he was unable to locate him. He could not even find his god temple. He took Feng Yining and Bauer back to Feng Castle. Feng Fei was already back, and she had been looking for them. When Feng Fei saw them in the garden, she asked with confusion, "Where have you guys been? I've been looking all over for you." She had already asked the maids in the castle, and no one had seen them around. They were nowhere to be found. "Little auntie, why are you looking for us?" Feng Yining tried to change the subject. Feng Fei's mood was fine. She did not ask any more about her last question. She pulled Feng Yin's hand and said, "Little Yin, I spoke to God, speak King. He has allowed you to pray before the prophet God for a god spirit blood pulse. You should ready yourself. We are going to prophet God temple tomorrow." Feng Yin looked a little irritated as she said, "Auntie, there is no need. I have a god spirit blood pulse now." "What?" Feng Fei was frozen. She looked to be in a state of disbelief. "How could you have a god spirit blood pulse?" With mustered courage, Feng Yining said, "Auntie, I asked San Mu to take me to God of Wealth Temple. I received the God of Wealth blood pulse from the God of Wealth temple. Feng Fei was shocked. Her face kept morphing into different expressions. No words could describe how she felt. She had put so much effort into this happening. The amount of effort she had put in, the favors she owed, and the strings she had pulled to earn this opportunity for Feng Yining were unquantifiable. One sentence from Feng Yining threw it all away. "Little Yin, you have made little auntie very sad." Feng Fei's eyes were so red that tears were about to flow. God only knew what kind of trouble she had gone through to get a God Spirit blood pulse for Feng Yining. The amount of effort she must have put in could not have been described in words. She had given up so much for Feng Yining. Now, it was like someone had poured a bucket of ice over her head. It felt terrible. If this was anyone else, it would have driven them insane. Feng Fei was handling it surprisingly well. When Feng Yining saw her auntie looking the way she was, she put out her hands and tried her best to explain. "Auntie, I am sorry. I know you have tried your hardest for me, but the God Spirit Sanmu found is really good. It is better than Prophet God." "No matter how good it is, can it be better than Prophet God?" "Whatever. You have grown up now. You do not need me to watch over you anymore." Feng Fei felt very depressed. If Han Sen had not saved her life, she would have tried to kill him. Feng Yinyan's eyes turned red too. She held Feng Fei's hands and tried to explain what had happened. "Auntie, don't do this. It hurts me to see this. The God Spirit Sanmu introduced is really good. It is an Annihilation God Spirit." "An Annihilation God Spirit? Which one? What kind of blood pulse did you receive?" Feng Fei could not completely stop looking out for Feng Yining. When she heard Feng Yining had received an Annihilation God Spirit blood pulse, some glimmer of hope was regained. Although it was not a Sonic God Spirit, it was Annihilation class. That made it not too bad. It was better than just finding a random, low-class blood pulse. "It was the one Sanmu mentioned earlier," Feng Yining quickly said. "It was that God of Wealth." When Feng Fei heard about the God of Wealth again, she was immeasurably disappointed. Out of the 12 Annihilation class main gods, there weren't any that she knew of called God of Wealth. "Don't try to comfort me," Feng Fei said with a sigh. "Whatever happened, happened. I cannot help you change your blood pulse. I guess staying angry is pointless." Feng Yining sensed that Feng Fei did not believe her, so she hurriedly tried to explain it to her. "Auntie, I am not lying to you. God of Wealth really is an Annihilation God Spirit. It was the main god of a god temple that blessed me. Even the sub-god of that god temple was Annihilation class." "You're joking. You're being a bit too ridiculous now, don't you think? I told you that I wouldn't be angry with you. But if you continue to lie, I really will get mad." Feng Fei did not believe her at all. Out of the 12 Annihilation class main god temples, there were sub-gods, but there were not many. Sub-gods were usually disaster class. No god spirit had a sub-god that was the same class as the main god. "Auntie, I am really not lying." Feng Yining didn't know how to explain it any better, so she just tried to be honest. God of Wealth and its sub-god are both Annihilation God Spirits. God of Wealth gave me an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Fei froze after hearing about an inheritor blood pulse. She did not believe it. An inheritor blood pulse was not something just anyone was able to get. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse was rare. Many gene casters begged for it. What Feng Yining had said was too ridiculous. Feng Fei could not believe it. Ordinary god spirits only chose one family to give an inheritor blood pulse. The 12 Annihilation god spirits already had their inheritors. They were royals or leaders. It was obscenely rare to gain. Han Sen whispered into her ear, "Yining, show your god spirit mark to Feng Fei. She will believe you." Feng Yining had been too pushy. She only recognized that now. She quickly showed her god spirit mark off. A sparkling coin appeared in the middle of Feng Yinyan's forehead. It was like a gold sun. The word wealth was on the coin. It was shining with a miraculous god light. A scary god spirit presence enveloped the entire garden. On top of that, there was the symbol of an annihilation god spirit mark. It really is annihilation class. Little Een. Is this really an annihilation class inheritor god spirit blood pulse? Upon seeing the symbol, Feng Feifei was as surprised and happy. Just as Feng Yining said, she had an annihilation class inheritor god spirit blood pulse. This was incredibly good news. This was many times better than what Prophet God could have given her. Prophet God was annihilation class too, but he could only offer Feng Yining a perfect blood pulse. He could not give her an inheritor blood pulse. An inheritor blood pulse was very important. It did not just benefit one person. The children and grandchildren would also have this honor. Even if Feng Yining received Prophet God's perfect blood pulse, it would only be good for her lifetime. Having an inheritor blood pulse meant all her children and grandchildren would benefit just as much. Generations would be respected and treated like nobles. The differences were incomparable. While annihilation class was unexpected, even a disaster class would have been an achievement. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse would have made Feng Feifei give up her life for Feng Yining to receive. God spirits did not pick their inheritors easily. Feng Yinyan's talents and position were very rare. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse would have been hard for her to get. Auntie, when have I ever lied to you? Feng Yining asked. This god of wealth Sanmu found me really is an annihilation god spirit, and it gave me an inheritor blood pulse. God of wealth subgod is annihilation class too. Now, I have the buffs of 2 annihilation class authority god powers. One is wealth, and the other is death sentence. The mark could only reveal that it was annihilation class. She could not properly prove if it was an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Feifei looked at Hansen as if she wanted his confirmation. Hansen nodded. Feng Feifei felt shocked and happy, but she still struggled to believe it. This was a bit too against everything she knew. It was too hard to believe. Feng Feifei's heart jumped. She transferred her Holy Phoenix to Feng Yining. Her Holy Phoenix was a god-class gene race. It was an ultimate mode, but Feng Yining was not the one who had raised it. If Feng Yining did not have an annihilation class inheritor blood pulse when Feng Feifei transferred it, Feng Yining would have a hard time controlling it. Little Een, see if you can combine with the Holy Phoenix. Feng Feifei was as excited as she was nervous. She really hoped what Feng Yining said was real, but she was afraid of it being a lie. Feng Yining accepted the Holy Phoenix. She summoned the Holy Phoenix to combine with it. The Holy Phoenix was very powerful. Under the powers of 2 annihilation class god spirits, it did not refuse or resist. It allowed Feng Yining to summon it and combine with it. It was done very simply. It was like they had already done it a million times. Feng Yining was afraid Feng Feifei that did not believe her. She used the Holy Phoenix combination skill Phoenix sound. When Feng Feifei heard the sound and saw Feng Yining use a Holy Sound gene combination skill, her tears kept falling. Auntie, what is wrong? Have I not just performed it? Feng Yining was shocked. She went to hold Feng Feifei. Feng Feifei kneeled before Han Sen and said, Mr. Han has done so much for the Feng family. Me and Little Een have nothing to pay you back with. Before she went to the floor, Hansen reached out his hand to stop her. Me and Een were fated to meet. I have merely helped her. This was my pleasure. Please, just don't be mad that I made this decision. I was ignorant and blamed you by mistake. You can punish me and make me do whatever you want me to do. Feng Feifei blushed. Miss Feng, you are being too polite, Hansen said. I would not dare to punish you, but there is one thing I would like your help with. If there is something you need, I will try my best to do it, Feng Feifei seriously said. Even if it costs me everything, I will do all in my power to fulfill your wishes. It is not that serious, Hansen said. I just wanted to ask you to take care of Bauer while I am away. You can take her to certain places to play. I have been quite busy recently, and I still won't have much time to spend with her anytime soon. Do not worry, Mr. Han. I will treat Bauer as if she was my own daughter. After Feng Feifei said that, she thought there was something wrong with what she said and blushed. Feng Feifei knew she could not explain it. Otherwise, it would only become awkward. She just pretended that nothing had happened. In that case, please take care of Bauer, Miss Feng, Hansen said with a laugh. Mr. Han, you should just call me Fei Fei, Feng Feifei said as she gently tugged Bauer's hands. In front of you, I would not dare risk having you call me Mississippi. Sure. Hansen nodded. He then told Bauer, Bauer, if you want to play something or eat something, just tell Miss Fei Fei. Your father has things to do. I do not have time for you. I understand, Dad, Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. Hansen looked at her face. He knew she had already come up with some heinous ideas, but he could not be bothered guessing what Bauer was going to do. Recently, he had a few ideas he wanted to act on. He hoped to get the Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra to combine for Break World Power. Although Break World Power could affect the entire rotation of the world spinning, if he could not save his own life, it would not matter how well the world spun. Rocky D and the God Chaos Party were keeping an eye on him, so he needed to be prepared. Hansen went back to his room and started researching Break World Power, hoping he could learn it before the God fight started. Bauer, are there any places you would like to go? Feng Feifei crouched in front of Bauer. I do not know where we can go for fun, Bauer nicely said. Why don't you be the one in charge, Sister Feifei? Feng Feifei receded into thought for a while before suggesting, why don't I take you to the playground? That is a place for kids. I am not going. Bauer shook her head. In that case, where would you like to go? Feng Feifei asked with a smile. She thought Bauer acted like an adult. Bauer rolled her eyes as she asked, is there a place like a pub nearby? Such a place is not for you to go. You are too young. Feng Feifei felt bad to decline the request. Bauer blinked. She looked at Feng Feifei and said, Sister Feifei, you cannot do this. Do what? Feng Feifei looked at Bauer with confusion. She did not know why she said that. Bauer looked as if she was smiling at Feng Feifei, but she was not smiling. She asked, do you like my dad? Feng Feifei blushed. What are you talking about? That is exactly why I said you cannot do this, Bauer seriously said. I have a mother. If you do this, you will not stand a chance. Feng Feifei looked disappointed. She still held Bauer's hands, crouched in front of her, and smiled. Bauer, you think too much. I only admire and feel grateful to Mr. Han. There is nothing more to it than that. I do not want to ruin your family. Wrong. Very wrong. Sister Feifei, you are so wrong. My mother is in another world. In this world, only my dad exists. Do you know how lonely he is? He is like a single man having to take care of a daughter. Do you know how difficult it has been for him? Don't you want to help him? Bauer spoke with visible excitement. If Hansen had heard what Bauer said, he would have coughed up blood. After hanging out with Han Jingji for a while, it was evident she had turned naughty. Although it was the truth, she made it sound very wrong. Your mother, Feng Feifei misunderstood. Her eyes looked soft. They shone with a motherly light. She wanted to put Bauer into her chest to comfort her. Bauer used her small hands to stop her. She sounded like an adult as she said, so, Sister Feifei, the way you currently are is no good. Men love bad women. Women like you, who are so nice and pretty, will never snare the hearts of men. Han. Does your dad like bad women? Feng Fei wondered aloud. Not really bad women, Bauer said with seriousness. It's more appearance-wise. They want you looking bad, but the heart of a nice woman is something you have on display. You just lack that distinct, kinky feeling my dad really enjoys. If you work harder, my dad will love you very much. I guarantee it. Feng Fei looked at Bauer and asked, in that case, how do I achieve this naughty feeling? She had the best reputation among the 3 famous singers. She was widely adored for being holy, innocent, and pure. Her appearance radiated that. In fact, her face and her personality were elegant. She wasn't the sort of woman that just looked attractive and charming. You need to observe more in day-to-day life, Bauer said. Let's go to the pub so I can show you the sort of women my dad likes. She pulled Feng Fei outside by the hand. Although Feng Fei felt as if something was wrong, Bauer suddenly occupied her mind. She found herself following her outside of Feng Castle. Han Sen did not know Bauer was using him to take advantage of Feng Fei and making her take her to a pub. He was in his room, trying to make progress with Break World powers. The Xian Yellow Sutra and the Blood Pulse Sutra came from the same skill set, but they had opposite elements. They were like ice and fire, so it was really hard to combine them. Plus, because of the problems with the rules of the world, it was hard to combine them into one. Han Sen had been researching this for a long time, but he had yet to make any progress. He turned into the god of wealth and used some god spirit authority. That gave him some ideas. The god spirits can use the bodies of humans to descend. They can maximize their own powers and unleash them, and the rules do not inhibit them. Does that work with me too? Han Sen had been researching this quite a bit. Of course, Han Sen was not going to descend like an actual god spirit. He had his real body. To be more accurate, it was the part that he practiced, such as the Dongxian Sutra armor or the story of Jin's spell. If they were able to run with a main Geno art and his body ran a negative Geno art, their conflict would be minimized. At the same time, his body would have the effects of the 2 Geno arts. The only problem was that Han Sen had no reverse Dongxian Sutra or reverse the story of Jin's, so the Blood Pulse Sutra did not have items to use. I wonder if Spell's body can reverse my Blood Pulse Sutra. Han Sen wanted to do this test. Han Sen forced himself to break the rules of the world. In the short amount of time he had, he summoned Spell. Spell hadn't really changed much. Her white armor, long white hair, and white eyes all looked beautiful. She looked like a Venus statue. He did not have much time to admire Spell's face. In this small window he had, Han Sen could not last too long. His heart jumped. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power started to run through Spell's body. After running once, it was gone. It did not generate any power. Han Sen felt cold. He knew he had failed. He ran it again. He confirmed that the Blood Pulse Sutra could not run in Spell's body. He put the power away and accepted the restrictions of the world. Without my body for support, it looks like even Spell cannot use the Blood Pulse Sutra. All my expectations have failed. Han Sen felt depressed. Han Sen was most surprised by the fact that he did not use power to break the rules of the world. He thought Spell would return to his body because of the rules of the world. Spell did not move. She stood where she was. Her body was not restricted by the world. How could this happen? She is a product of the story of genes. She has power from the Geno universe. How could she? Han Sen was shocked. He thought about the story of Jin's ancient text. His heart jumped. Han Sen tried to let Spell use her power. In haste, Han Sen was able to discover Spell could freely use her power. She was not restricted by the rules of the world. If Han Sen used the story of Jin's power, he was restricted by the rules of the world. That made Han Sen very depressed. He could not think of an explanation for it. Spell came from his own. While Spell could use power, he could not. After this happened, Hansen thought of a good thing. If Spell freely used the powers of the story of genes, he only needed to research the story of genes. If he was able to combine with Spell, he could go into his break world mode. In that event, no matter if it was the main version of the story of genes or the version in reverse, it would not be restricted by the powers of the world. To research the reversed version of the story of genes will not be easy. If Old Cat was able to research the reverse Blood Pulse Sutra, there is no way I will fail. Hansen made up his mind. He needed to research the reverse version of the story of genes. Researching a new geno art was not something that could be accomplished in 1 or 2 days. Not even elders could do that. He wanted to research the break world power before the god fights began. Now, that wasn't looking likely. Of course, his research of the story of genes was not without its flaws. There were many technical issues involved, so reversing a geno art was not easy. When the god fights began, Hansen's the story of genes research was still in its early stages. Even though Hansen was someone who had always seen big scenes, seeing the god fights begin was something that surprised him a great deal. No matter which system one was in, a big beam of light was fired into the sky. It was a light beam cast by every god temple. The brightest ones came from the 12 Annihilation God temples. The whole sky was a forest of light. The lights of the 12 Annihilation God temples were the brightest in the forest. They were like 12 big trees. The other lights were weaker, but they still had a strong force of light that shot into the sky. Huh? Where does this god light come from? The civilians of the 7 kingdoms suddenly realized there was another beam of light. This beam was prettier than the lights of the other 12 Annihilation God temples. The light of each Annihilation God temple was different. They all carried the elements of the god temples and the overbearingness of the god spirits themselves. This Annihilation class light beam was all gold. It was like a giant, gold pillar that was supporting the sky and the ground. It looked very decadent. It gave off the feeling of a very rich person. The god light lasted a short amount of time. Everything soon dimmed. Many elites could only predict that the gold god light came from the gold crystal system. As to where it precisely came from, no one seemed to know. Hansen gathered Feng Yining and Bauer to teleport back to the God of Wealth Temple. He noticed there was a screen of light in front of God of Wealth Temple. A weird sky was displayed on the light screen. Although Feng Yining had only just received a God Spirit blood pulse, her God Spirit blood pulse was very strong. She was able to use an extremely strong gene race with ease, even though the Holy Phoenix had been raised by Feng Feifei. Since it was more compatible with Feng Feifei, Feng Yining would have to raise her own. Feng Feifei gave her a God-class gene race, but it was a baby. It was not very strong. In the beginning, Feng Feifei would not let Feng Yining participate in the god fights, but Feng Yining really wanted to be a part of them. So, she agreed not to participate in the fight. She would instead control her gene race to fight. In the god fights, a person could enter or use a gene race to fight. If one encountered an enemy that was not too strong, one often would use a gene race to fight. That was what Hansen thought, but he was a god spirit. He could not sign up. He took off the Sky God crown and signed up. Hansen used the name Dollar to join. Upon seeing him use that nickname, used the title Ingo. She wanted to join. Feng Yining thought it was funny. She thought about her own name and decided on Lucky. This day was just for them to register. The real god fights would not start for another 3 days. On that day, they would find out who their opponents were. Hansen saw Bauer was signing up, but he knew she did not have a powerful gene race. Therefore, he said, "Bauer, I can give you the Gold Wing Peacock King." Bauer was holding Small Cat. As she played with Small Cat, she said, "Do not worry. I have Small Fly and Small Cat. Can they represent you and join the god fights?" Hansen was shocked. He thought only claimed gene races could take part. The small flying fish and small cat were wild. I suppose I can. Bauer was not entirely sure, but it did not matter much to her. She only joined because it was fun. In that case, we shall see, Hansen thought. He gave the gold-winged peacock king to Feng Yining instead. Yining, your gene race is not bad, but it is only a baby. It will not go far. I can lend you this gold-winged peacock king. Sure. Feng Yining did not decline the offer. She accepted the gold-winged peacock king. If it was an ordinary person, or even another inheritor of an annihilation god spirit, they could not control the gold-winged peacock king in a short amount of time. After all, the gold-winged peacock king had Hansen's mark to display who its master really was. If one wanted to transfer it, it took a long time for the full process of claiming to be done. Feng Yining was different. She was Hansen's successor. She had Hansen's god power, and she had 2 annihilation god spirit, god authority buffs. That gave her a basic grasp on how to control the gold-winged peacock king. Hansen was willing to lend out the gold-winged peacock king because the evolution of the blood god dragon was finished. Although he did not have the support of a blood pulse, with the blood god dragon, having the gold-winged peacock did not matter much. Blood god dragon, mutant god class, ultimate mode. Gene skills, blood dragon, flying into the sky, dragon consummation, god blood change. The blood god dragon's 3 gene skills were very good. They were similar to the gold-winged peacock king, but the blood god dragon had the blood dragon god pulse buff. The golden-winged peacock king's combat prowess was far inferior. Hansen originally planned on using the caste god court to make a god spirit gene race, but he knew doing that would take a long time. The battles were going to start soon, so he delayed his plans. The 3 days flew by. Feng Feifei's god spirit blood pulse was not from Jade Wall City, so she left Jade Wall City to participate in the god fights. Li Bingyu used it as an excuse to depart Jade Wall City for a time and return to Wu Wei Dao Palace. Before she went, Li Bingyu believed she could kill Qin Bai and destroy the bloodline of the Qin kingdom. In fact, she had many chances. After she learned more about Hansen, she realized any attempt she made would not be successful. Even if Hansen was not around, she would be unable to kill Qin Bai. If Jianbu Gu and Bauer, with her small flying fish, were around, she could not accomplish her task. Everyone around her was insanely powerful. Leader, you have returned. All the members of the palace witnessed Li Bingyu's return. It surprised them. Su Linger looked happy. Li Bingyu said her trip would be dangerous. Her making it back was enough to make Su Linger and the others feel very happy. Is the group still good? Li Bingyu coldly asked. With Teacher Ling here, the party has been fine, Su Linger replied. Upon seeing their faces, Li Bingyu knew something must have happened. Back in the day, Jianbu Gu exiled the Wu Wei Dao Palace out of the Qin kingdom. Li Bingyu's teacher died in the middle of their battle. The leader didn't have a successor in line to succeed him, so the young Li Bingyu took over the position of leadership. She was only 20 years old at the time and shouldered the critical task of leading the company. Wu Wei Dao Palace was comprised of 9 big sections. Wei Group was the weakest of them all. For Li Bingyu to lead the Wei Group until this day took her a lot of effort. The things she had done were things most people could not imagine. After all, this was a dog-eat-dog world. Even in the Wu Wei Dao Palace, the Wei Group was the most bullied sect. Students in the Wei Group were always bullied. Li Bingyu tried her best to change that. Without someone strong sitting there, it was hard for the group to be considered on par with the other 8 groups. Su Linger, from now on, you will control the Wei Group. You will be the leader for now. The door to the Buwei Group's hall was accessed by a token. Li Bingyu gave Su Linger the token that provided access to the Buwei Group. Leader, what is this? Su Linger did not take the token. She sincerely looked at Li Bingyu. I am going to Buwei well, Li Bingyu coldly said. Su Linger was shocked. Leader, you cannot go. It is too dangerous there. Buwei Group has had so many people enter Buwei Well, and none of them made it back out alive. Maybe 1,000 didn't go inside, but there had to be at least 800. Li Bingyu stopped Su Linger from talking any further. Han Sen's face kept flashing in her mind. She started to look determined. This world is changing. More and more elites are showing up. If we cannot follow the rhythm of the world, we will eventually be exiled from it. You don't have to go to the Buwei Well, Su Linger said. There are many other ways to become stronger. Li Bingyu shook her head. They're not good enough. Those other ways cannot make me stronger. Only the gene races of the Buwei Well can push me to be stronger and make me capable of fighting the elites. Su Linger wished to say something, but Li Bingyu stopped her again. With this thing, if I don't make it out from Buwei Well, you will be Buwei Group's leader. Li Bingyu passed the token on to Su Linger. She then turned around and left. Su Linger wished to chase after her, but she heard Li Bingyu coldly shout, "Stop it. Do your duty. This is my life, and that is your life." Su Linger's eyes trembled. Seeing the back of Li Bingyu fade into the darkness of Buwei Group's farthest reaches, she did not say another word. 3 days later, the fighting roster was finally available for all to see. In front of the light screen, people's names were everywhere. Each name had a title. They all had some kind of god associated with them. Hansen used dollar for his title. The words before his name were God of Wealth. That meant dollar's blood pulse came from God of Wealth. He was representing God of Wealth. Hansen went to look further and saw Bauer's Ingot and Feng Yinyan's Lucky also had the additional title of God Wealth too. While Feng Yinyan had God of Wealth's blood pulse, neither Hansen nor Bauer did. He still had the title of God of Wealth all the same. Hansen guessed it might have been because of them joining the fight from the God of Wealth temple. Bauer was very excited. She was checking out her opponent. The opponent's name was surprisingly ordinary. It was very normal. It was the sort of name one would not pick out from a list. None of those gods had fame. Hansen had never heard of such god spirits before. He thought they couldn't be high-class god spirits supporting them. Feng Yinyan's opponents were the same. Hansen imagined they could easily get through the first round of knockouts, so he went ahead to check out his opponent. He had never heard of his opponent's name before either. That being said, the name of the god spirit supporting his opponent was a name Hansen was familiar with. It was Empty God. It was one of the 12 annihilation god spirits that were space elements, but it was not an absolute space element. It also had the buffs of a mysterious element. It was the most mysterious god spirit out of the 12 annihilation god spirits. Legends claim that Empty God was born in the chaos of the sky and the ground opening. It was a very old and powerful god spirit. Now, Empty God was a guardian god spirit of the Yen kingdom. The opponent's name was Yan Beifei. Hansen could tell he was a royal of the Yen kingdom. Although Hansen did not know Yan Beifei, the man was very famous in the universe. When people spoke about the Fei Yen swordsman, it was something known by everyone in the 7 kingdoms. Yan Beifei was also looking at the roster list. He noticed his opponent was Dollar, who belonged to God of Wealth. Second brother, I can't believe you, and I have such a big difference. I am afraid we can only fight when we are in the top 8. A man was at Yan Beifei and laughing. Yan Dan, this fight will get you up. I will let the world know that the Yen kingdom has a new hero too. Yan Beifei looked at the man with confidence. Second brother, you do not have to say that, Yan Dan said. Your talent and potential are greater than mine. You are stronger as well. We have a chance. Yan Beifei shook his head. I checked the roster. If nothing goes awry, we will encounter Chuadong Lai in the top 8. It's him. Yan Dan's face changed. Yan Beifei's eyes looked aflame. That's good. I will use all the power to prevent Shuidong Lai from breaching the top 8. I will clear a path for you to get to the top 4. Do not disappoint me. Yan Dan looked serious. He bowed on the ground and said, Dan will go into the top 2. When the matches started, Bauer and Feng Yining only used their gene races to fight. They did not bother going into the battlegrounds, so there was no reason to fear for their safety. When Hansen saw the small flying fish, which was under Bauer's control, enter the space battleground, he knew it would be difficult for her to lose. Hansen thought about it. He combined with the Blood God Dragon and went through the God Light screen to enter the space battleground. The Blood God Dragon was very strong, but it still hadn't absorbed the Blood Dragon God Pulse to become a God Spirit gene race. If he encountered an opponent with a God Spirit gene race, beating such a fiend would be an incredibly tough task. Yan Beifei was a royal of the Yan Kingdom. There was no guarantee that he did not have a weird gene race up his sleeve. Therefore, Hansen decided to take part in the fight. He did not want to risk being kicked out from the god fights in the first round. Chen 7 was in a good. He made his King Clash gene race ascend to adult mode. He was ready to fight in the god fights. He did not have any lofty, high-rank expectations. If he could at least perform reasonably well in the god fights, perhaps the god spirit he believed in would be more impressed with him. That meant he had a chance to receive a better god spirit blood pulse. The god fights were only for humans to participate in. For god spirits, it was like a trial. The god spirits could see their believers fight. By watching them, the god spirits could measure the strength of someone and see if they had a bright future ahead of them or not. If there was a member of its congregation that did not look outstanding but performed really well in the god fights, they might be given a second blood pulse. Of course, it had to be a sensational performance. If it was nothing special, the god spirits were unlikely to be tempted. Of course, that all came with the caveat of it being a very low chance of occurring. Although Hansen had the authority of a god spirit, the god of wealth only had Feng Yining. He had already given her the highest class god spirit blood pulse, so there was no need to test her. Aside from that, every time Feng Yining won, the god of wealth received some god power as a reward. The higher the rank Feng Yining earned, the more power the god of wealth could receive. If Feng Yining won first place, the power reward given to the god of wealth was quite shocking. It would have been enough to compose another god base. It was a shame that even though Feng Yining had the Gold-Wing Peacock King, it was unlikely she could emerge victorious as first place. So, Hansen did not place that much hope in her yet. Chen 7's target was lower. He only wanted to display a decent performance. When he noticed his first opponent was a nameless god of wealth member called Ingot, he was delighted. He was afraid to meet members of a famous god spirit. Putting aside the 12 Annihilation God Spirit members, even a Disaster God Spirit member was unlikely to be something he could overcome. Chen 7 investigated all the known God Spirits. The God of Wealth didn't appear to be an Annihilation or Disaster God Spirit. It was also not a famous Destroyed God Spirit. He had never heard of the name Ingot either. Therefore, he thought he had a good chance of winning. When Chen 7 saw a white jade flying fish, which was about a foot long, appear in the battleground, he almost laughed out loud. Obviously, his opponent was too scared to enter the fight and had only sent a gene race in. He kept his cool and made no fuss. The small flying fish looked like something of a joke. It was tiny, and it had wings. It looked cute, but being cute was completely pointless. Seeing its face, it looked like one slap would be enough to send it flying. Don't blame me, Chen 7, for being cruel. Blame it on the world for being too cruel. Chen 7 laughed. He summoned his King Class Gene Race Tyrannosaurus Rex King. Facing that small flying fish, Chen 7 did not plan on entering the fight himself. He wanted to use the Tyrannosaurus Rex King to crush the small flying fish in a flash. The adult body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex King was large. It was 3 stories high. When it landed on the battleground, it raised its head to the sky and roared. The roar was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. It looked like a mean and violent beast. It was a big difference compared to the cute, small, and docile-looking fish that merrily flapped its fins. Number 7, you are the best. It is no wonder you are my son. Brother 7, you are the best. Son, muster the courage to bum rush the enemy. Old 7, murder that small fish. Do not play nice. Being nice to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Air. Chen 7's friends and family were watching the video in front of a god temple. They were very hyped in their support of Chen 7. Although he could not hear their voices, Chen 7 was exuberant. He commanded the Tyrannosaurus Rex King to rush the small flying fish. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the small flying fish. Seeing the small flying fish about to be swallowed, Chen 7 and his friends and family thought it was already over. In the next second, the small flying fish spit out some small fire. It was not much. It looked like nothing hazardous. It looked like the small spark of a tiny, freshly ignited flame in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex King. It landed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex King's nose. Boom! Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex King was burning. Within the blink of an eye, it turned into charcoal. It was like a black charcoal statue had been placed there, depicting a monster with its mouth open wanting to bite into food. The wind blew. The charcoal-looking Tyrannosaurus Rex King turned into dust and vanished. Chen 7 and his friends and family were crazily excited a second ago. Now, they looked petrified. Their mouths were agape, and their eyes were open wide. It looked as if they might roll out of their sockets. They suddenly felt that the world was King cruel. Chen 7 instantly reacted. In a whoosh, he departed the battleground. He was afraid to go any closer, fearing the small flying fish would toast him too. My Tyrannosaurus Rex King, Chen 7 kept running away while crying. His heart was broken in little bits. When Hansen entered his battleground, Yan Beifei was already waiting for him. His title was Flying Yen Swordsman. A knife was attached to his waist. The knife was called Flying Yen. It was one of the 7 most famous knives in the history of the Yen Kingdom. It had been crafted out of the bones of a rare gene race. No matter how good a knife was, it was useless if its owner was no good with it. Yan Beifei was a good knife owner. He had the Yen Kingdom's inheritor blood pulse, which was imparted to him by Empty God. He also had the power of a powerful gene race. Regarding his fierceness, the most important thing was the fact that he could use all of that at max capacity. Once it left its scabbard, the Flying Yen knife was something no one had ever survived. Yan Beifei noticed his opponent was wrapped up in a red air that veiled his face. His eyes became blurry. He did not know what his opponent was like. Seeing him combine with a gene race, he knew his gene race was different. To Yan Beifei, there was no difference. Even if his opponent had an ultimate god-class gene race, he could kill it. I do not want to kill people today, Yan Beifei said to Hansen as he looked at him. He knew it was overwhelmingly possible. If it was possible, he preferred to not have to use the knife. I do not like killing either, Hansen said. Oh, Yan Beifei replied. He said nothing else. He knew Hansen's answer, so he grabbed the knife on his waist. Yan Beifei gripped the handle of the knife as his entire body summoned a strange and mysterious aura. His body did not move, but it looked like it was emitting some light. It was like time was coldly fading. Hansen was still casually standing where he was. It did not look like he was going to fight. Instead, he just watched Yan Beifei with interest. Ever since he had come to this world, humans mainly used power from the outside. It was rare to witness an elite use their own powers. Alongside the likes of Jianbugu, Yan Beifei had to be a rare elite. He had practiced a knife mind, which was what Hansen was best at. Hansen was interested to see what level Yan Beifei's knife skills were. Han Sen looked at Yan Beifei and thought, using gene race powers to practice a knife mind is such a complicated game. This is interesting. Upon seeing Han Sen not bother to make a move, Yan Beifei shouted, "Fight." "I will fight when I need to," Han Sen coldly replied. After Han Sen said that, the nobles and teenagers from the Yan kingdom watching Yan Beifei were all riled up and angered. They thought Han Sen was very ignorant. Yan Beifei had the title of Flying Yan Swordsman. Aside from his knife's name, Flying Yan, it primarily described how fast he struck. When he thrust the knife out of the scabbard, it always determined the end of someone's life. Han Sen wanted Yan Beifei to strike first. From what they could tell, he looked like a simpleton with a death wish. "What a crazy and ignorant man," a nobleman from the Yan kingdom said. "He wants Mr. Yan to strike first. This man will be slashed, and he will not continue living. How dare he play cocky before Flying Yan Swordsman," the princes of the Yan kingdom angrily said. "He must have a death wish." Yan Beifei was not thinking of things the same way as the nobles of the Yan kingdom. Although Han Sen was just casually standing where he was, he felt as if he was facing off with a mountain. Yan Beifei knew he had encountered an elite. He had never heard of Dollar before, but he knew he was very strong. Yan Beifei realized that, but he did not fall back. His will for fighting grew stronger. He steeled his will to not feel any fear. It did not matter who his opponent was. He was confident that he would emerge victoriously. If he didn't, he would lose before things truly got going. The aura around Yan Beifei's body was stronger. When it reached the top, it suddenly disappeared. His presence looked like it was something that used an endless abyss for a stomping ground and made all others unable to find a bottom. Looking at him made one feel as if one had fallen into the abyss. Yan Beifei suddenly moved. The Flying Yan knife rushed out of its scabbard. The knife had no shadow. It was like it vanished in the air. Shuodong Lai was watching. When he saw Yan Beifei's knife, he complimented him. Flying Yan moves, and all becomes silent. Heads roll across the floor without knowing what happened. Very good Flying Yan swordsman. Very good Flying Yan sword skill. The most powerful knife on earth. The Yan Kingdom's nobles complimented him too. They did so, despite not knowing what was great about it. Yan Beifei unleashed his strike, but he had been unable to take Han Sen's head off. Yan Beifei's knife was very fast. It was so fast that most people could see the knife light. Han Sen saw it, but he did not just watch it. He fell back a little and dodged the Flying Yan knife. Yan return. Yan Beifei did not feel bad about his knife missing. His knife mind did not relent. It accelerated. At the same time, the Flying Yan knife returned to its scabbard. His movement created an overbearing, ultimate knife power that came out of Han Sen's back. It was faster and crueler. It was even more brutal than Yan Beifei's slash. Yan Beifei poured his blood pulse, gene race, power, and talent into that knife skill. He planned on using Yan return for Shuodong Lai, but he felt threatened by Han Senator. He could not help but use the secret skill Yan return. He wanted to kill his opponent and strike down Han Sen, who was extremely strong. Very good Yan return, Shuodong Lai said in shock. It is incredible. If that was me down there, and I did not know this, I would have been hurt. Yan Dan had already finished dealing with his opponent. He came back and saw Yan Beifei using Yan return. He frowned. He remembered Yan Beifei's first opponent was a nameless person. How was he able to push Yan Beifei into using Yan return? He remembered that Yan Beifei had only learned that secret murderous skill in the past 2 years. He never used it on a whim. Only Yan Dan knew that Yan Beifei had Yan return. Yan Dan thought he would see it when Yan Beifei fought Shuodong Lai, but he was seeing it now. It was clear how scared he was. In the next second, Yan Dan's shock became something unbelievable. Yan Bei Fei's opponent made a single dodge to evade Yan Return's knife air. It seemed to be a very light move. It was as if it was done casually. Even Zhuo Donglai's face changed. He looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. Yan Bei Fei shouted. His body was like a mountain, and his knife was like a flying yen. Knife air shook the sky and slashed toward Han. Senator Yan Bei Fei kept slashing until the sky and the ground changed color, and the suns and the moon stopped glowing. Han Sen behaved as if it was nothing special. He moved his feet and traveled through all the knife air that shocked the sky. From top to bottom, he had not used his skills. Yet, Yan Bei Fei's knife skills had not come close enough to ruffle his sleeves. Since when did such a powerful elite enter this universe? Zhuo Donglai was shocked. He looked at Han Sen with eyes that were on fire. Han Sen's body looked like it was on fire. Zhuo Donglai wanted to see who this person was. Yan Dan's face looked dim. He understood Yan Bei Fei. Yan Bei Fei's knife was too heavy. Yan Return was his absolute best skill. If those two skills were unable to harm his opponent, he knew who was going to lose. The people of the Yan Kingdom were shouting. For a nameless, small character to compete against Yan Bei Fei in such a way was too shocking. They could not believe it. At this time, everyone looked at Yan Bei Fei's opponent. They did not know who he was. Before this, no one cared who Yan Bei Fei's opponent was or which god spirit he belonged to. Aside from his opponent being some kind of famous elite, they did not think Yan Bei Fei could ever lose. They had only glanced at the roster and seen it was some unknown person. They did not even remember the name of the opponent and god spirit. After checking it again, they were confused. Dollar? God of wealth? Can someone tell me who this is? Even people like Yan Dan and Zhuo Donglai were just as confused as everyone else. A competitor could have a random name, and many people used fake names, but the name of a god spirit could not be faked. They had never heard of this god of wealth. They also did not know what level they were. Does anyone here know which god spirit god of wealth is? Yan Dan looked at his teammates, but they all looked confused too. Dollar? God of wealth? Interesting. Zhuo Donglai looked at Han Sen with great interest. Han Sen was disappointed. Yan Bei Fei's knife mind was not bad, but there was still a distance between it and the universe of kingdoms truly top-class elites. Yan Bei Fei suddenly stopped unleashing his knife skills. He stopped attacking Han Sen and held a knife up to the sky. Yan Bei Fei looked at Han Sen and asked, "Do you use a knife?" Han Sen did not use a skill. Yan Bei Fei was a swordsman, so his keen senses noticed something. Han Sen looked like he was complimenting him. Although Yan Bei Fei's skills were not something supreme, the potential was still there inside him. He would have plenty of time to improve in the future. Not bad, Han Sen said with a nod. You seem to know a thing or two. Regarding knife skills, I am not as good as you. I lost this fight. Yan Bei Fei said that, but he still went on to say, but this is a fight I must win. Therefore, I apologize. After that, Yan Bei Fei's body was ablaze with a space-ripping power. The wings of a blackbird arose behind him. Who is Dollar? How was he able to force Yan Bei Fei to use the noble Yan family's rare gene race, Rip Space 9 Rob Yan? The nobles of the Yan kingdom saw Yan Bei Fei's body look weird. It gave them all a shock. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yan was a gene race of the Yan kingdom's royal ancestors. It had been living for a few dozen generations, but it had yet to reach ultimate mode. It still only had an adult body. It was incredibly hard for rare gene races to evolve. Even with a lot of resources, success was not always guaranteed. That was the case with this Rip Space 9 Rob Yan. Throughout its entire life, it had to endure 9 robberies to reach ultimate mode. The Yan kingdom did not have many generations. It had only experienced 8 sky robberies. As such, it had failed to reach ultimate mode. Even so, since competitors in the god fights could not combine with a god spirit in the god fights, it was the biggest amount of power he could muster. 11. Every kingdom had god spirit gene races. In an event like the god fights, no one dared to use one. It would have also exposed the potential trump cards of a kingdom and likely result in other kingdoms trying to take advantage of them. Therefore, of the gene races that could take part, the strongest potential gene race was a rare gene race with an ultimate body. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yen was almost that strong. If it were a normal fight, Yen Beifei would have rather lost than use the Rip Space 9 Rob Yen. This time, he needed to help Yen Dan. No matter what it took, he was not going to lose. The moment he finished combining with the Rip Space 9 Rob Yen, Yen Beifei's entire body was like a god in the sky. Every move he made was able to tear through space. It carried a powerful space power. Han Sen looked at Yen Beifei and coldly said, "That is nothing. A gene race is an extension of one's power. Bring out your best power." "As you wish. I will try my best this time." Yen Beifei slowly put the flying yen knife back into its scabbard. He touched the handle again. Time appeared to freeze. Space was frozen too. When Yen Beifei drew the knife, space looked like it had been ripped by his strike. He carried an incredible speed and power as he slashed toward Han Sen. The knife, which ripped through space, was like a teleportation strike. Ordinary humans were unable to dodge something like that. It was a shame that Han Sen was not a normal human. He was excellent when it came to teleporting, and he had fought against elites that could infinitely teleport. A power like that was something people believe resulted in a one-hit kill. To him, it was not going to be as effective as the yen return. Han Sen sighed. He raised his right hand and used his palm like a knife. He moved his body. He was going to go against Yen Beifei's Rip Space Knife Air. Like a fleeting shadow, Han Sen and Yen Beifei suddenly had their backs facing each other. Ordinary people had not been able to see what happened. Yen Beifei slowly turned around. He asked Han Sen, "What was that knife skill?" "It was just a random wave. It was not a knife skill." After Han Sen said that, he did not look back at Yen Beifei. He merely walked to the exit. Blurg. Yen Beifei's chest gushed blood. Several knife marks appeared across his shoulders and all the way down to his belly. They dyed his armor red. His body fell out of the space battleground. The nobles and young people of the Yen Kingdom watching the fight went silent. No one believed that after using the ultimate gene race Rip Space 9 Rob Yen, the very famous flying yen swordsman of the Yen Kingdom was killed with one hit. Very good, but not really a knife skill. I am afraid this person's knife skills are too rare. Shuadong Lai looked at Han Sen with a strange sort of stare. He looked as if he was ready to fight. He was supposed to just watch Yen Beifei. He did not expect to witness this turn of events. Go and dig me up some information on this. Find out where the God of Wealth Temple lies. Yen Dan looked calm as he made his commands. In his eyes, the zest for murder blazed. Yen Beifei was not born from the same mother, but their relationship was like that of real brothers. He was going to avenge Yen Beifei's death, no matter what it took. "Dan, I could not help you this time." Yen Beifei was shaky as he walked out of the screen of light. He was covered in blood, but he was not dead. "Brother too, you are not dead." Yen Dan was as much shocked as he was happy. He quickly ran forward to hold Yen Beifei. "That person kept me alive," Yen Beifei said. "That guy is certainly mysterious. My knife skills were like child's play in front of him. You will have to be careful when you encounter him." He then passed out in Yen Dan's arms. Yen Dan shouted, "Hurry! Get a doctor to heal brother too." Because it was just the beginning, no one thought Yen Beifei would lose. Not many people believed the fight would be that exciting. Aside from the nobles of the Yen Kingdom who focused on Yen Beifei, very few people watched that fight. People quickly noticed that Yan Beifei had been kicked out in the first round. It shocked everyone. When they looked at Yan Beifei's opponent, their faces were frozen. The names Dollar and God of Wealth were too strange for them to comprehend. In the Yan Kingdom, those two names had become famous. No one knew the names before, but now everyone did. That was especially true about Dollar. When the Yan Kingdom's nobles and civilians talked about what happened, their teeth felt itchy. Killing people was just having heads strewn across the floor. Yan Beifei lost. When Han Sen said that it was just a random wave and not a knife skill, it humiliated the people of the Yan Kingdom. They thought Han Sen had deliberately humiliated Yan Beifei. They did not know that Han Sen really did randomly wave. He did not employ any knife skill. Han Sen was merely being honest. In this world, what hurt people the most was the truth. So the people of the Yan Kingdom hated Han Sen to the bone. They wanted his next opponent to teach him a lesson. They wanted him to get stepped on and humiliated. No matter what, the people of the Yan Kingdom remembered Dollar and God of Wealth. It was like sharp knives had been used to carve those names in their hearts. They could not forget this, even if they wanted to. It was a bloody humiliation. When Han Sen won, Feng Yining and Bauer had already achieved victories of their own and returned. They had easily crushed their opponents. Feng Yining was delighted, but Bauer was upset. I couldn't go in and play. It was so lame. What is the point of fighting and killing? Why not just have a pet and take your fish for a walk? Isn't that interesting? Han Sen laughed. The opponents are too weak, Bauer said as she lifted her small lips. This is pointless. From now on, there will be a lot of elites, Han Sen said to comfort her. They left the God of Wealth temple and returned to the Feng family residence. Jianbugu already had lunch prepared for them. Mr. Jian, this meat pie is very nice. Han Sen and Bauer, the two of them, each held a meat pie. They kept scarfing the food down, dishing out compliments. Bauer had only mentioned once that she wanted to eat a meat pie, but Jianbugu had immediately gone to learn a few recipes and tirelessly practiced them. On this day, he finally finished a meat pie that tasted very good. No one who tried it could stop eating. It was unknown what kind of meat Jianbugu used, but he had cut it very thin. It was likely thinner than a cicada wing. There was no point in describing the taste. The texture of it was soft. It melted in one's mouth. There was also pastry on the outside that was delightfully crispy. After taking a bite, the juice came out with the meat and combined with the pastry. Eating it was like going to heaven. Mister, your compliments are too lofty, Jianbugu answered with a smile. It was just something small that I learned. I used to hobo everywhere. I never had the money to afford a hotel and eat food, so I learned to do things myself. Ergo, I learned how to cook pretty well. Old Jian, with your skills, you would blow up the entire universe if you opened up a restaurant. Bauer had oil all over her face. She kept talking as she chewed. I am glad you like it, Miss Bauer. Jianbugu smiled at Bauer as he spoke. In a god temple, Rocky D was watching the roster of the god fights. He paid attention to Dollar's name. Dollar is probably Han's senator, he has the God of Wealth blood pulse. When did this God of Wealth appear? When Han Sen broke my underworld silhouette power, was that done through the power of the God of Wealth? Rocky D liked talking to himself. A dragon maid politely said, Mr. Minister, Han Sen has defenses. It will be harder for us to kill him now. Why don't we wait a little bit? Rocky D laughed. There is no need for us to wait. These god fights are the perfect chance. The dragon maid was surprised to hear that. She was confused, so she said, the god fights are fights between main god members. We should not get ourselves involved in such a thing. Rocky D smiled. He looked at the roster and saw Yan Dan. Of course, we cannot join the god fights, but we can find someone to talk to. I am sure this fellow will not reject our offer. Mr. Minister, do you want to lure Dan Yen to the dark side? The dragon maid thought. She thought that was wrong. She said, Yen Dan is an inheritor blood pulse of empty god. It will be hard to lure him to the dark side. No, no, no. We will just give him a tincture of aid, Rocky D said with a smile. There is no need to push him into the dark side. That would be a bit too much. Han Sen and the others did not have a powerful opponent up next. They all proceeded to the next round with ease. Even Feng Yining had it easy. During the fourth round, Feng Yining met a famous person from the Qin kingdom. It was Zhong Miaoyin, who was one of the other three big singers of the Qin kingdom like Feng Feifei. She was very famous in the Qin kingdom. She was above Feng Feifei in status. Zhong Miaoyin was not more famous because she was better than Feng Feifei. They were both special in their own way. Feng Feifei was elegant, whereas Zhong Miaoyin was cute. Their genres of music diverged and did not overlap. Zhong Miaoyin's fame was greater than Feng Feifei was because Zhong Miaoyin was the child of the singer King Zhongli Qing. She was born noble, so her identity was higher than an ordinary singer that rose to stardom. Zhong Miaoyin had a lot of fans all over the seven kingdoms. For this fight, many people across the kingdoms made sure to pay attention to the battle. Zhong Miaoyin's voice was very pure, and she had a lovely presence when she was young. She combined with a high-class gene race. A holy god-light sound surrounded her. She looked like a fairy that had descended onto the earth. Miss Miaoyin must win. Seeing Zhong Miaoyin on the battleground, lots of fans were screaming hard enough to break their throats even though she could not hear them. At the same time, a golden peacock flew into the space battleground. It was the gold-winged peacock King Han Sen had given to Feng Yining. How dare she? She is fighting with our Miaoying goddess, and she does not even show up. She only sent a gene race to fight. This is insane. Her name is Lucky too. I bet this fighter's power is as bad as her name since she doesn't dare to fight Miaoying goddess directly. I think so too. I have never heard of the god of wealth before. It must be a low-class god spirit. It won't be like our Miaoying goddess. She has a sonic annihilation god spirit blood pulse. Regarding Feng Yining only sending out a gene race to fight, Zhong Miaoyin fans were very angry. They kept complaining. Feng Yining thought it was fine. She did not want to win. Winning or losing did not matter to her. She did not care about losing to Zhong Miaoyin. When Zhong Miaoyin saw the gold-winged peacock king flying, she was not in the mood to fight a gene race. To do so made her look low. Instead, she summoned a gene race to battle the gold-winged peacock king. It was a god-class sonic god bird. Zhong Miaoyin had raised it to possess an ultimate body. It was very powerful. It was a top-class gene race with sonic elements. The sonic god bird flew to the gold-winged peacock king. It also made a bird-like sound. Many shockwaves erupted. Everything that encountered the shockwaves was turned to dust. The sonic god bird's gene skill was shaking sonic. It was a powerful area of effect skill. The gold-winged peacock king ignored shaking sonic. Its eyes turned gold as it flapped its wings. It suddenly turned into a bolt of gold light. It was like it was cutting the sky like a screen. It broke the sonic powers and went across the sonic god bird. Suddenly, there was a sad sound. God blood was everywhere. The sonic god bird was cut in half by the gold-winged peacock king. It died right where it stood. Before the frozen fans could react, the gold-winged peacock king's eyes shone with an evil light. It opened its mouth and sucked the sonic god bird's body up. The sonic god bird's body and blood were pulled into its belly. Holy sh*t. What is going on? Hansen was surprised when he watched this scene. When normal gene races were tamed, without the master's permission, they would not consume another gene race. Even if they wanted to eat, they would require the approval of the master. Now, the gold-winged peacock king was openly eating the sonic god bird aggressively. Feng Yinyin did not command it to do that either. He knew that because Feng Yinyin's face was full of surprise. Is there something wrong about this gold-winged peacock king? Hansen wondered. The gold-winged peacock king was a mutant god-class gene race, but its origins were weird. It came from a mysterious stone stove. Hansen always wondered why the mysterious stone stove possessed a gene egg. The gold-winged peacock king swallowed the sonic god bird's body. The gold light glowed even stronger. The peacock opened its beak and made some bird sounds in Zhong Miaoyin's direction. Suddenly, shaky shockwaves were felt throughout the place. It was the sonic god bird's shaky shockwave from moments before. Hansen was shocked. Other people might have thought the gold-winged peacock king already knew sonic shockwave, but he knew that none of the gold-winged peacock's 3 gene skills were a sonic element. Thus, it was impossible for it to be using the shaky shockwave. Zhong Miaoyin quickly gathered up power and fought the shaky shockwave. Fortunately, she always used the shaky shockwave. She was very familiar with it, so she knew how to break it. Stop. Zhong Miaoyin shouted one word and some invisible, godly power made the shaky shockwave stop 9 feet away from her. Seeing her appear so powerful, Zhong Miaoyin's fans swooned with happiness. Many of them screamed out their support at the top of their lungs. Zhong Miaoyin was just as much shocked as they were. Her shouting involved the Demon Sound Beast gene combination skill Demon Sound Seal. The Demon Sound Seal was able to restrict the Sonic God Bird's shaky shockwaves. The Demon Sound Beast and Sonic God Bird had practiced the Sonic Sound Seal before. She discovered it was able to stop the shaky shockwave. This time, the Demon Sound Seal only protected her in a 9-foot bubble. It had been unable to stop the shaky shockwave completely. It proved to her that the Gold-Winged Peacock King's shaky shockwave was stronger than the Sonic God Bird's version. Zhong Miaoyin was shocked. She saw the wings on the Gold-Winged Peacock's back spread. It had become a gold peacock shield. It released 10,000 gold lights. It resulted in a sky full of arrows that came violently raining down on Zhong Miaoyin. Zhong Miaoyin had a hard time blocking the shaky shockwave. She did not have any more powers to block the scary sky full of arrows. Although she felt bad about doing it, she had no choice but to concede and depart the space battleground. Thus, she escaped the crisis of being turned into a hedgehog. Oh, my God! He used a gene race to beat Zhong Miaoyin, one of the 3 big singers. What was that gene race? That was too scary. I don't know who the owner of the gene race is. Is one gene race really that powerful? If the owner went and fought, I wonder how powerful such a combo would be. Everyone went to look at who Zhong Miaoyin's opponent was. When they saw who it was, they were very surprised. Obviously, the name Lucky was an alias, but the title God of Wealth was nothing false. Yet, none of them had heard of a god being this strong before. When the Yen Kingdom's people saw God of Wealth's name again, they were given a fright. How is this God of Wealth and its members so powerful? Earlier, Dollar had used one skill to defeat the Flying Yen swordsman. This time, Lucky only sent out a gene race to defeat Zhong Miaoyin, one of the 3 big singers of the Qin Kingdom. What is this god spirit called God of Wealth? I want to go to God of Wealth Temple to have a look. Along with the Yen Kingdom's people, many other people were starting to pay attention to the god spirit known as God of Wealth. After the list was investigated, they learned there were 3 members of God of Wealth taking part in the god fights. One of them was called Dollar. He was the one who had knocked out Yan Beifei. Ingot and Lucky had been winning too. No one had been able to stop them. What was particularly scary about them was that they had not revealed themselves in the battlegrounds. They had beaten all of their challengers by merely using their gene races. Many people paid attention to the God of Wealth, Dollar, and the others. Hansen did not know anything about it. Even if he did know of the traction he was garnering, he wouldn't have cared. Han Sen was busy investigating the Gold-Wing Peacock King. It now the shaky sonic shockwave in its skill set. It had obviously come from the sonic god bird. The Gold-Wing Peacock King now had this kind of power. So, does all it have to do is consume another gene race to get another gene skill? If it eats a lot of gene races, it will earn many. Han Sen knew Mo would not put any ordinary gene egg inside that mystery stove. Back in the day, Mo accepted a quest from Qin Xiu to find a way to revive Qin Wanner. He had discovered the black crystal stone and the stone stove that possessed the story of genes from an old tribe. Qin Xiu had taken the black crystal stone to the Geno universe. Mo had investigated the stone stove. Mo died a very long time ago, but the Gold-Wing Peacock King's eggs were burning in the stone stove day and night until Han Sen found it and hatched it. Although the Gold-Wing Peacock King was already a top-class gene race, Han Sen always wondered if it was a mutant god-class gene egg. He did not think Mo cherished it that much. Judging from Mo's identity, he might have hidden a gene egg there. But inside the stone stove, it was the Gold-Wing Peacock King. It looks like there is more than meets the eye with this Gold-Wing Peacock King. Han Sen had no idea what use the Gold-Wing Peacock King had. He had waited a long time to see its true potential. There was one thing known for sure. The Gold-Wing Peacock King was able to keep eating gene races to evolve and develop its skill set. Regarding the direction it could evolve into, whether it would end up as a god spirit or a gene race, Han Sen could not accurately predict the outcome. Han Sen and the other two from the God of Wealth kept fighting and kept winning. They were unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before they breached the top 100. God of Wealth and the 3 aliases they used were already being discussed across the 7 kingdoms. The nobles of the 7 kingdoms fervently debated what level of god spirit the God of Wealth was and how its agents were so strong. They wondered about the true identity of Dollar, Lucky, and Ingot too. People like that were definitely not nobodies. Feng Fei sadly returned to the Feng family castle. She wanted to perform well, but she had suffered bad luck. She encountered a powerful elite, so she just fell short of the top 100. Feng Fei was not too disappointed. She rushed back to the Feng family castle, wanting to ask if Feng Yining had heard about Dollar, Lucky, and Ingot. Feng Fei wanted to know who the consuming god was as well as who those 3 people were. There were no matches that day, so Feng Yining had remained home. When Feng Fei kept asking her, Feng Yining replied, "Are you asking about those 3 people?" "Of course, I know them." "Who are they?" Feng Fei curiously asked. "It is San Mu, Bauer, and me." Feng Yining pointed at her nose as she answered. "What? It's you guys. Which one are you?" Feng Fei looked at Feng Yining strangely. "My nickname is Lucky." Feng Yining was being honest. Feng Fei looked at Feng Yining as she asked, "Where did you get the powerful peacock gene race?" She looked super weirded out. "Sanmu let me borrow it," Feng Yining replied. Feng Fei's expression looked even more strange. She did not say anything. On the inside, her heart struggled. She thought, Han Sen and Little Een are not related, yet he treats Little Een very well. Is he hitting on Little Een? But Little Een is just a kid. How could he? Fei, do you have something to say? Ever since Feng Fei had returned, Han Sen felt as if she had been looking at him differently. Feng Fei felt weirded out. She strangely looked at Han Senator. She hesitated for a while, before mustering the courage to finally ask, "Mr. Han, do you like Eneen?" "Of course, who wouldn't love a cute little girl like Eneen?" Han Sen replied with a laugh. Feng Fei had a nasty flare of the heebie-jeebies. She thought, is that so? It is no wonder he has done so much for Eneen. He has been crazily helpful, even going so far as to give Eneen a mutant 8-sound bug. He even gave her an annihilation inheritor blood pulse and an extremely powerful gene race. After thinking about all of that, Feng Feifei's heart was starting to be poisoned with a tincture of sourness. She once thought Han Sen had done as much as he had for Feng Yining because he liked her. Now, it seemed as if that was not the case. At the very least, Han Sen hadn't tried to do anything too sordid to her. Even though Han Sen lived in the Feng family's castle, he never spoke with her too much. Everything was explained. Han Sen was not there on her behalf. He was only in the castle for Feng Yining. Mr. Han, Yining is only a child. Feng Feifei did not know what else to say. Although Han Sen was an excellent man, he was already the father of one child. Feng Yining was just a kid. To let her marry a single father was something she could not accept. Don't worry, Yining knows her stuff. She knows how to measure things and make sound decisions. She will not be led astray. Han Sen thought Feng Feifei was suggesting that he had been spoiling Feng Yining too much and risked turning her into a spoiled brat. When those words entered Feng Feifei's ears, they made her face start looking even weirder. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Mr. Han, you are free to say that, but Yining is too small. She cannot really explain how she truly feels. She is not ready to be a stepmother just yet. Please, give her some time. When she grows up, she can choose as she sees fit. If she still decides to be with you, then that is fine. I will not stand in the way." Han Sen was frozen. He had a strange and shocked expression. What? No. What are you talking about? I am sorry, Mr. Han. I cannot let Yining be with you right now. Feng Feifei lowered her head and bowed. Pfffff. Han Sen almost spat out all the water he had in his mouth. Han Sen had never thought about things this way before. After a while, he looked at Feng Feifei and displayed a wry smile. Miss Feng, I think you've been overthinking this. Your imagination has really gone places. I am not interested in underdeveloped girls. I love large and mature women. The type with a big booty. Even if I was to search for a woman to involve myself with romantically, it would be someone quite like you, Miss Feng. What kind of man do you think I am? When Feng Feifei heard what he had to say about himself, she profusely blushed. No, Han Sen was too nervous. He felt as if he had said too much. He realized he had said something wrong. Mr. Han, I understand what you were trying to tell me. After that, Feng Feifei blushed and left. No, I do not think you understand. That is not what I meant. Han Sen was frozen. He did not know how to explain it to her. Before Han Sen could formulate a sentence of some shaky cohesion, Feng Feifei was long gone. He was left alone. Han Sen felt depressed about it, but he also felt a nasty chill run down his spine. It was like there was a spirit staring at him from behind. Han Sen turned around to have a look at what it might have been. He saw Bauer holding small cat. She was sitting on a small, flowery altar. Her were flashing with a weird type of light. She was also smiling at him. Dad, I saw everything that happened there. Bauer's lips were lifted. She smiled at Han Sen. What do you want from me? Han Sen knew that explaining this to Bauer was probably a futile endeavor. That little girl always wanted to cause chaos. Bauer ran into Han Sen's arms. She grabbed Han Sen by the neck and acted as cute as she could. I know you love Bauer the most. You love me more than anyone, so I would never think of selling you out. Whatever happens here will be kept on the hush-hush. That is a promise I can keep for you. I will not let my mom know, but... Han Sen once made a deal with Bauer that he had to go to a street to eat snacks or some other unfair treaty like that. It had satisfied Bauer, that little demon. Who did I provoke? Han Sen glumly sighed. The god fights were still going on. After reaching the top 100 rankings, the performances of Dollar, Lucky, and Ingot caught the eyes of many more people. The small flying fish that no one knew about was now a hot topic. It was now a creature recognized by all. Because of the small, flying fish, many people were trying to guess who Ingot was. At the very least, Sky King knew that Ingot was Bauer. An annihilation god spirit gene race has joined the god fights. Isn't that cheating? Sky King was happy this had happened. Because people could not combine with god spirits to fight, ordinary elites would not use a god spirit gene race. So, the small flying fish in the god fights was like a big fish in a pond full of small fish. It was a boss. This boss was going up against Sky King's sworn enemy, God Word King. How could Sky King not be happy about that? Sky King could not wait to see God Word King square off against the small flying fish. He suspected the small flying fish would chase him into the sky, where there was no way out, and then chase him to the ground, where there were no doors. Even God Word King has not yet exposed his trump card risk, which will be him using a god spirit gene race. I am only afraid he is not the opponent of the small flying fish. Sky King felt very cocky about the outcome. It was like he could picture the God Word King being fried alive by the small flying fish. In fact, the elites of all the other kingdoms turned their focus to this fight. It was a fight with one of the God of Wealth's team, which consisted of 3 people. They were to square off against a real, overbearing elite. They hoped this fight would make Ingot show her true self. They wanted to know who Ingot was. On the day of the fight, it was not just the Qin kingdom tuning in. The elites of every other kingdom were keen to spectate this fight. The other fights, which were supposed to have many viewers, did not have many people watching. Even Dollars and Lucky's matches did not have many people watching them. After all, their opponents were far weaker than the God Word King. There was nothing particularly interesting about their fights to watch. When the match started, people saw the jade-white flying fish enter the space battleground. It flapped its white wings and sailed slowly through space. It looked like a lazy, small fish that was afloat in a sky of water. It did not look as if it was harmful at all. Now, people of the 7 kingdoms knew how scary that flying fish was. It even turned god-class gene races into dust. Everyone waited for God Word King to show himself. They wanted to watch this fight, which could shock the world. They even imagined the master of the small flying fish would show themselves to fight God World King. It was a shame the small flying fish's master did not show up. It looked like it was going to use the small flying fish to fight. Using a gene race to fight an annihilation god spirit blood pulse was more ignorant than words could describe. People were earnestly hoping to watch a good fight. Time went by, but God Word King had yet to reveal himself. Is God World King forfeiting? Impossible. People like God Word King would not give up, no matter what. It doesn't matter how strong that gene race is. God World King is the strongest. Why has God World King not shown himself yet? Everyone was talking about it. When the Space Battlegrounds time limit ended, God World King had yet to show up. People were able to confirm that one of the Qin kingdom's 2 kings, with a different surname, God World King, had thrown in the towel. He did not dare fight the small flying fish. All the people throughout the kingdoms were in complete shock. An inheritor of a blood pulse from one of the 12 annihilation god spirits, God Word King, had chosen not to do battle. It made Ingot, who was the least threatening of the 3 God of Wealth members, suddenly very popular. Everyone started to gossip about why God Word King had decided to avoid fighting. They wondered if it was because he didn't think he could win or if it had to do with something else. Sky King felt a bit depressed. He had not expected God Word King to give up the fight. He wondered, where did God Word King get this news from? A middle-aged man, who looked like a scholar, was in God Word King's manor. He was watering the flowers. He kept watering the flowers while he spoke to himself. On September 18th, which is today, I should not go out, make use of any type of weaponry, or try getting into a fight. I should not do anything of the sort. Meanwhile, Bauer thought this turn of events was very boring. She wanted to play, but her opponent had given up. It upset her. Her feelings of dismay only increased when God Word King completely gave up the fight. The fun she had been looking forward to was delayed. Since God Word King had given up, no one dared to fight the small flying fish. All future opponents gave up the idea of fighting her, so Bauer was able to climb the ranks without anything impeding her progress. She did not have to do any more fighting. Compared to the others, the Gold-Wing Peacock King had faced quite a few challengers. The fights were all very close, but the Gold-Wing Peacock King was able to gobble up a few more Geno races. Hansen noticed that the Gold-Wing Peacock King was not able to eat just any gene race it wanted. It had to eat bird gene races. It also was able to absorb God-class gene races. As for taking a gene race's power, that did not seem to be something that was guaranteed. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't work. The gene skill it adopted also seemed to be rather random. Hansen had yet to figure out a pattern for why it did what it did. Regarding Hansen, he had been leveling up fine. The Blood God Dragon with the Blood Dragon God Pulse crushed practically every enemy he went up against. Soon enough, Hansen found himself ranked among the top 16 fighters. After reaching that rank, he imagined he would get into the top 8 before too long. To enter that highest echelon, he had to go up against Shuadong Lai. Hansen had heard that person's name before, but he did not bother trying to find out who he was. He had heard about him simply because the man was too prestigious of a character. Shuadong Lai was a student of Sky Group from Wuwei Dao Palace. The legends surrounding him claimed that his parents were once being chased, so they sought refuge inside a god pulse. His mother was pregnant at the time, and she gave birth to Shuadong Lai inside that god pulse. According to the legends, when Shuadong Lai was born, a purple air was released and landed on him. A lot of purple mist seemed to have targeted him. Mysterious text had also appeared. After examination, it was revealed he had been born with a god spirit blood pulse. Because of that, people called him the man who was blessed by the gods. It led to him receiving the name Dong Lai. Shuadong Lai was taken in as a student of Wuwei Dao Palace's Sky Party leader, who was the leader of the biggest of the 9 sects of Wuwei Dao Palace. Within a dozen years, he was able to reveal his horns. He was extremely popular and famous in Wuwei Dao Palace. People claimed he was the greatest student Wuwei Dao Palace had claimed in more than 1,000 years. Some legends also stated that Shuadong Lai singly fought off students from each sect while they all came at him together during Wuwei Dao Palace's 9-sect competition. At the time, he was laughing and chatting as he managed to beat down each of the 9 students coming at him. He was then drawn into the skill pool and given the Alpha's inheritor gene race. There were too many fantastical legends about Shuadong Lai. If someone gathered and wrote down all of the legends, a storybook could have been created. Hansen remembering things about Shuadong Lai was not a testament to Shuadong Lai's legacy and strength. It was because the name held a special memory in Hansen's heart. Back in the Alliance, a demigod association featured a man named Shuadong Lai. He practiced the Purple Manor Sutra. It was one of the hardest Xianmen Geno arts to learn. Back in the day, Shuadong Lai wanted Hansen to be a student so he could give him the Purple Manor Sutra. For some reason, there was still this lingering sense that he had always missed a great opportunity. When Hansen learned that Shuadong Lai had died, he felt sad. He was sad that the Purple Manor Sutra had no heir to learn it. When Hansen heard the name Shuadong Lai, it triggered a tidal wave of memories. It was something he could not forget. In Sky Party, Shuadong Lai was sitting in a stone pavilion. He stared at the fish in the pond. An old man, who looked rather dull, came to sit down in the same stone pavilion. He looked at Shuadong Lai, who was perched in a frozen position upon the banister, and said, "Brother Shua, you will be fighting Dollar tomorrow. What do you think? Are you sufficiently prepared?" "No," Shuadong Lai casually said. His eyes were still fixed on the fish in the water. He did not move much. The leader is hoping you will be able to win this next fight, the elder said with a frown. He was feeling a bit angry, but he managed to keep it down. Shuadong finally turned around and asked, "What if I am unable to claim victory?" "You have one of the Alpha's 4 rare gene races, and you have the purple mist holy cloves," the old man said. "If you want to win, then I do not see a reason why you cannot win." Shuadong coldly asked, "What? Do you mean using a god spirit gene race in the god fights? Do you want me to make a god spirit mad?" The god fights were opened because the god spirits wanted to test their followers. A god spirit gene race was like an extension of the god spirits. Using a god spirit's power to fight would likely embarrass the god spirits. In a worst-case scenario, they could take back the god spirit blood pulse. That was why no human used a god spirit gene race in the middle of a god fight. The Purple Mist Holy Cloves were one of the 4 rarest gene races in Wu Wei Dao Palace. They had already combined with an Annihilation Blood Pulse. They had become God-class gene races. The old man wanted Shuadong to use the Purple Mist Holy Cloves. There was an 80% to 90% chance that doing so would provoke the God Spirit and incite its wrath. "But Brother Zhua, you do not care about that," the old man said with a smile. "So, what? Who cares if you make it mad? Is that really what the teacher wants?" Shuadong calmly asked. "The leader has not said anything, but I suspect he wants you to win, brother," the old man said. "After all, you are very talented. You will be the next to assert leadership in the Sky Party. The teacher will want you to do something that can cement your fame and legacy. In that way, when he gives you the throne, people from the other parties will not be able to whisper a single negative word about his decision. If things are truly that way, please go and tell the teacher I will try my best." Shuadong suddenly looked depressed. He stopped looking at the old man and went back to the stone railing. He cradled his jaw in his hands as he watched the fish swim. "I hope you succeed, Brother Zhua, and I hope you become famous," the old man said as he left. After he turned around, he looked disdainful. "Famous, huh?" Shuadong lifted his lips. He looked disdainful too. "That is fine. Maybe this dollar will be an interesting guy." After a while, Shuadong stood up. His eyes looked focused. He was emitting some light. In the dark night, there was some weird purple light. On the day of the fight that determined the top 16, many people had a hard time deciding which fight to watch. Everyone who had come this far was famous across the entire universe. They had all shocked the world in some capacity, and it sucked having to miss out watching any of them. After hesitating for a while, many people settled on watching the matches that featured members of the God of Wealth. They were particularly keen on watching Dollar's bout. Everyone chose to watch this fight because God of Wealth's name had become rather outstanding in the fights. 3 people from the same God Spirit had already reached the top 16. It was a magnificently rare achievement. Plus, his opponent was to be the supremely talented young man from Wu Wei Dao Palace, Shuadong, whose name was already known throughout the world. Aside from the Qin Kingdom, the power of the Wu Wei Dao Palace was something that lurked in the dark fringes. To the other 6 kingdoms, the power of the Wu Wei Dao Palace was considered the greatest in the universe. Shuadong name instantly attracted people's attention. It was unknown how many young men must have treated him like an idol, but it had to be a lot. "Brother 2, who do you think will reign as victor?" Yan Dan was going to watch the battle with Yan Beifei. Yan Beifei's wounds had yet to recover, so he was still looking a little bit pale. He sat in front of the God Temple and looked at the God screen. He looked at the screen. Without a shadow of a doubt, he immediately said, "Dollar." Yan Dan nodded and said nothing in return. Yan Beifei saw his face. He knew for a fact he was thinking differently. "Mr. Crown Prince, Shuadong is very powerful," Yan Beifei said. "Even if I do not try my hardest and still fail to beat him, I guarantee I will be able to make him bleed. As for this person, Dollar, he makes me feel rather hopeless. Something tells me we are not on the same level. He was afraid that if Yan Dan ended up squaring off against Dollar, he would be careless. Carelessness often proved fatal. Yan Dan replied, Dollar might be very strong, but one power can level down 10 times. Shuadong Lai was blessed by a god, and he has the gene race given to him by the Wu Wei Dao Alpha, the purple mist holy clothes. I am afraid Dollar will not be able to gain an advantage over him with that. The purple mist holy clothes are powerful, but would Shuadong Lai dare to whip it out in the middle of a god fight? Yan Bei Fei looked surprised as he spoke. Yan Dan laughed. Even if he did not use it, someone will let him use it. Do you happen to know something you aren't letting me know about, Mr. Crown Prince? Yan Bei Fei sensed that something was veiled within Yan Dan's words. Yan Dan had a sip of tea. He laughed and said, back in the day, when Sky Group leader took Shuadong Lai, he treated him like a son. He tried his best to teach him. He treated him like the future leader of Sky Group as he raised him. Besides his talent and personal effort, Shuadong Lai has been able to achieve as much as he has mainly because of the way Sky Group leader treated him. He was half of it. What does that have to do with Shuadong Lai using the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Bei Fei asked. Yan Dan sighed. The saddest thing in the world is a hero getting old. When a person becomes old, they think about a lot of things. That presence of a hero will be ground away by the furious, unceasing advancements of time. By the time they are done, all they have left are favors and calculations. Sky Group leader is very old, but he still managed to have a son in his old age. Before he died, he was able to have a son. Yan Bei Fei suddenly understood. He did have a son. Of course, he hopes his son can succeed on the throne and lead Sky Group. With Shuadong Lai in Sky Group, not even his son will be able to overcome Shuadong Lai. So, Yan Dan laughed. Because of that, the relationship between Sky Group leader and Shuadong Lai has not been too good the past 2 years. Even us outsiders can clearly see that. Shuadong Lai and Sky Group leader, one of those two, is going to end up hurt. Does that mean if Sky Group leader has some notion of that, Shuadong Lai might use the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Bei Fei now seemed to understand everything. While the two were talking, a shadow was rushing into the space battleground. It was the famous teenager genius, Shuadong Lai. Shuadong Lai was wearing snow-white clothing. He had very long hair. It flowed like a waterfall. He had not combined with a gene race. He just sat atop a white crane. He slowly flew to the space battleground. He is certainly scarier than he was 1 year ago, Yan Bei Fei seriously said. When I saw him last year, I was able to gauge his strength at 30%. Now, I am no longer able to calculate him. He only just turned 20, right? The genius of the sky, those 4 words, I believe are only suitable for this man, Shuadong Lai. So, brother 2, who do you think will win today's battle? Yan Dan asked with a smile. Yan Bei Fei hesitated a little, but still said, Dollar. Yan Dan looked at Yan Bei Fei with shock. Do you really think Dollar can win against the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Bei Fei shook his head and looked bitter. Maybe it is because I have been traumatized, but while Shuadong Lai and his purple mist holy clothes are supremely strong, they will still not be enough to overcome Dollar. He will not lose. Yan Dan receded into deep thought. Yan Bei Fei's heart had always been strong. He knew if Yan Bei Fei was that scared of Dollar and even had trauma, then Dollar had to be someone quite different. He was a foe who needed to be treated with great caution. A shadow suddenly flashed into the space battleground. A blood-like flame surrounded the shadow that had entered the space. It stared at Shuadong Lai, who was sitting upon the white crane from afar. You are finally here. Sky King had guessed that Han Sen was Dollar a long time ago, so he was very interested in seeing what would happen during this fight. He wanted an example of Han Sen's true power to see how strong he really was. Rocky D was tuning into this fight too. He wanted to know how strong God of Wealth was, as it was supposedly backing Han Sen. Everyone who was focused on this fight sat at the edge of their seats in giddy anticipation. They stared at the godlight screen waiting for the two scary elites to start fighting. Han Sen was looking at Zhuodong Lai. He started to look weird. He had been thinking for a while about whether or not this Zhuodong Lai was the same Zhuodong Lai from the Alliance. As he looked at him, he almost wanted to forget about his guessing. The Zhuodong Lai from the Alliance was old. He had a beard like a goat. He was not ugly, but he was far from what could be defined as handsome. This Zhuodong Lai had a jade face and black hair. His eyes were like ink, and his body was very long and strong. Although he was sitting, he exuded a presence that placed him far away from being a commoner. As for his appearance, he was at least a lot more beautiful than the old man Han Sen used to know. Zhuodong Lai checked out Han Sen too. He did not even look as if he had come there to fight. He seemed rather relaxed as he asked, aside from knife skills, what else are you good at? I know a bit about everything, Han Sen replied. I am a jack of all trades and master of none. A bit is enough, Zhuodong Lai said with a laugh. I have recently made strides with my swordsmanship. Are you interested? I know a few sword skills. I can play with you. Han Sen looked at Zhuodong Lai with interest. He thought this person was intriguing. That is great. I have spent a year training with the sword, so I only know one sword skill. Will you try to combat my purple mist that comes from the east? Zhuodong Lai stood up and balanced atop the white crane. He put his left and middle finger together to perform the beginning of a sword skill. Zhuodong Lai did not combine with a gene race, but he had purple air manifest around him. It was like a mist from the east. The purple mist gathered around his fingertips. At this moment, the whole audience was unable to control themselves. They had to stare at the mist gathering around his fingertips. It felt like the ground, sky, and space around them had been wholly swallowed by that purple mist. Nothing else could be looked at. In Wu Wei Dao Palace, an old man screamed, $1 sword mind. How is that possible? Hasn't he only been practicing sword skills for a year? The old man looked at Sky Group Leader high above with shock. Sky Group Leader saw the godlight screen was displaying a bit of purple mist. After a while, he sighed and said, Zhuodong Lai really is some strange sort of genius, which is very rare to find. The old man looked rather perplexed, but he did not know how to respond. $1 sword mind was not just any sword mind. It was a top-class geno art of the Wu Wei Dao Palace. It was created by the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Everything in this world started with 1. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 3. 3 makes 10,000 things. $1 sword mind started a path to the infinite. The whole Wu Wei Dao Palace legacy started with 1. A gene race of any element was able to practice with the $1 sword mind. The sword mind would become a $1 sword mind, and a knife mind would become a $1 knife mind. Any Wu Wei Dao Palace student could try their hand at learning the $1 sword mind, but the one who could truly be exceptional with the mind was considered a rare and prestigious student in Wu Wei Dao Palace. It took Sky Group Leader 30 years to start basic proficiency with the $1 sword mind. He finally had entered the door to the big path. Zhuodong Lai had only practiced his skills with a sword for a year, yet he already had $1 sword mind. It was very hard to believe. Han Sen saw the purple mist swirl around Zhuodong Lai's fingertips. His eyes turned bright at the sight. In the universe of kingdoms, people rarely saw people practice the power of their minds. Zhuodong Lai's sword mind was far greater than that of Yan Beifei. It made Han Sen's heart feel a twitch. Han Sen used his finger as a sword too. He pointed it at Zhuodong Lai's fingertips from afar. Before the sword could move, the sword mind was already breaking through the sky. Suddenly, the entire audience felt as if 2 sword minds were rising. They did not see any knife lights or sword shadows, but it was enough to make people feel a chill. It was like some scary swords were piercing their bodies. It made them want to fall back. After people reacted to this, they noticed the sword mind was only inside the space battleground. It was unable to hurt them as they watched. That's a very powerful sword mind. Yan Bei's face changed. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The nobles of all the kingdoms were frozen as they watched. Han Sen and Shuodong casually moved at the same time. They suddenly reached a spot where the two men could wave their arms for sword airs to cross each other. They did not have the powers of destroying the sky or destroying the ground. Nothing was brought any harm, but it gave people the feeling that an entire army was being slaughtered. Just watching them fight was enough to make people's blood boil. They wanted to go and kill as well. They wanted to see their blood spill across the yellow sand. Today, I have noticed what can be accomplished if one takes up the sword, a noble who practiced with a sword said with a sigh. The humans of the universe of kingdoms were obsessed with power, but they lacked power themselves. Thus, the fight between Shuodong and Han Sen was a unique one to witness. It opened people's eyes to what was possible. The skills of both men seemed fairly normal. They did not use any powers that could break mountains and rivers. There were no bright lights. Still, every thrust of a knife went into one's heart. Even the audience felt a chill in their hearts. In a sword palace to the east, a white-bearded old man sighed and said, "Practicing with the sword costs 50 springs and autumns. Only by watching this sword fight can I truly realize what it means to take up a sword." Han Sen was getting excited. He had been in the universe of kingdoms for a long time. On this day, he had finally encountered an elite. No matter how strong someone's power was, their power still came from the outside. Only self-knowledge and one's willpower defined and made someone truly strong. Han Sen thought elites like Shuodong had a powerful sense of willpower and faith. He did not just have extreme power. Han Sen used all of the sword skills he had learned to do battle with Shuodong. Shuodong only knew one skill, which was purple mist that comes from the east. He kept on using it, but it had many different facets. There were many layers and moves to use within the same skill set. $1 sword mind provided 2 machines. 4 machines resulted in 4 elephants. 4 elephants turned into gossip. To be able to bring a sword skill to this level, it was obvious that Shuodong understood a lot. He was a swordsman who was as good as Lone Bamboo. He was also different from Lone Bamboo. Shuodong sword skills were bright and obvious. They gave people a sense of righteousness. As a person, along with his sword, he gave people a sense of hope and not destruction. Suddenly, Han Sen fell back. He ran away from the battleground. Han Sen frowned and looked at Shuodong as he asked, "Why do you want to die?" Shuodong sword skills kept pushing forward, making the fight very intense. In the most intense moment, there was no sense of victory. Han Sen felt he was driving toward death. Shuodong happily laughed. "I owe someone a life. Now, he wants to take it back. Therefore, I must pay. To be able to die against a swordsman of your talent, I can only say it has been worth it." "Can the life you owe only be paid back with your own life?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "Yes," Shuodong said with a nod. "Without him, I wouldn't be here today." Han Sen replied, "Fine. Use all the power you have to fight me. I want to kill a strong swordsman, not a man with a death wish." The blood dragon god pulse exploded. His blood-red dragon air almost looked solid. It was like a blood dragon was surrounding Han Sen's body. "Okay." Shuodong looked at Han Sen and nodded. The purple air was like a mist that appeared on Shuodong. It turned into a purple and misty pair of clothes that draped over Shuodong body. They created 10,000 purple lights, which made him look like a purple sun god king. His black hair turned purple. The light was like a sun that gave people warmth. His eyes were like a sun in the sky staring at everything. A scary presence suddenly covered all of space. It was like the whole battleground only had light left in it. Shuadong used purple mist holy clothes. Yan Bei Fei sighed. The purple mist holy clothes moved. It did not matter if Shuadong died or not, but no god spirit would allow their members to fight a god spirit's power to win in a god fight. His god spirit blood pulse would be taken away. This just proved his god spirit was no good. This strong power matches your sword skills, Hansen said with a nod. In that case, come, Shuadong said. Let me die when it is the brightest time in my life. His fingers were swords again. This time it was not just a purple light that appeared on his fingertips. The entire sky looked like it was overwhelmed with a purple light. It seemed as if it all stemmed from his fingertips. The purple mist holy clothes were surrounded by a holy light. It was like 10,000 misty lights were there. Shuadong waved his sword. Countless misty lights moved. They unceasingly came roaring at Han Senator suddenly. The sky, ground, and space only had a purple sword light in it. It was like a flood or a disaster drowning space. The power of a sword could kill a god or a Buddha. Even a sky full of god spirits would change their expressions at this sight. The Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race's Purple Mist Holy Clothes Gene Skill and Purple Mist Holy Light buff released a misty light that was like Shuadong unleashing a full power attack. It was too scary to imagine. Back in the day, Wu Dao Palace's Alpha used one sword to destroy a kingdom, Yan Dan said with a sigh. Today, Shuadong is doing something similar. It is a shame he was born in the wrong place and grew up with the wrong person. Although Shuadong did not combine with an Annihilation God Spirit, every sword light power is like an Annihilation God Spirit's attack. This scary power is so shocking. No wonder the Wu Dao Palace Alpha once used the Purple Mist Holy Clothes to strike down a kingdom with a single sword hit. It was so overbearing, so how does Hansen hope to compete against it? Sky King squinted his eyes as if he was watching a movie. Rocky D sighed and said, back then, the Wu Dao Palace Alpha really was a genius who shocked the world. Even our leader made sure to avoid him. It is a shame that he chose not to join my God Chaos party. If he had, I could have guaranteed him the chance to become someone really big. Everyone had their will stolen by that beautiful sword. They felt as if they could not beat it. Hansen saw the scary sword mind coming for him, but he was not afraid. He used his finger like a sword and pointed it at Shuadong attacks, all of which were headed for this direction. No sword air shook the sky. He did not muster a powerful sword light. It was like he was gently threading a needle. He did not even try to compare his might with Shuadong sword skills, which were shaking the sky. When Hansen thrust forward, the entire audience's heart brimmed with shock. They all felt as if the knives were striking their hearts and perforating them. Some people felt terrible about it, so they fell back. Many people coughed out blood in awe of the sight. Even though the powerful elites had calm hearts, they looked shocked. This was the spirit sword skill Hansen had learned from Six Paths Emperor. The spirit sword skill was not a spirit body sword skill. It was a sword skill that went straight to one's heart. This was a sword skill that depended on one's heart and will. The sword pointed straight to the heart. If one's heart was lacking in some way, it would be harmed by the sword. This skill had a name, but it meant nothing. It had a spirit, but it was not solid. The spirit sword did not have the power to harm anyone, but people who were struck by the spirit sword skill would make themselves their enemy. Shuadong looked at Hansen's sword, which was coming for him. It was like he had suddenly fallen into the grasp of a terrible nightmare. His mind was flooded with all sorts of weird scenes. The guard he had on his will was lost. The strongest purple air coming from the mist was broken. It simply vanished. What kind of evil sword skill was that? The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were as much scared as they were shocked. They did not understand what kind of power Hansen had just used to enable such a weird effect on his opponent. They always thought the actual power was the base. They forgot about the power they had inside them. Not many people saw how truly amazing Hansen's skill was. Only some top-class elites had been able to witness the granular details of Hansen's sword skill. They could not help but compliment him profusely, comparing him to a god when it came to his prowess with a blade. Hansen frowned and looked at Zhuo Donglai. Because the spirit sword skill was powerful, he did not think Zhuo Donglai would be defeated by the spirit sword skill so easily. He felt as if there was another reason for Zhuo Donglai being broken. Suddenly, some god light appeared in space, and a light came down after. It landed on Zhuo Donglai and made his body possess some strange blue light. It was like some power was being pulled away from his body. Blood pulses taken, Yan Beifei let out a long sigh. By now, everyone was able to understand what had happened. The god spirit blood pulse that a god spirit had given to Zhuo Donglai was being taken away. The god spirit blood pulse was leaving him. The blue lights, which kept shining on him, gradually wore away the gracious image of power that was once Zhuo Donglai. It was like the man's life force was slowly escaping him. He was sort of like a dead person. Boom! As Zhuo Donglai's god spirit blood pulse faded, his purple mist holy clothes were snatched from his body. To the humans of the universe of kingdoms, the god spirit blood pulse was the base in which to control gene races. Now, Zhuo Donglai's god spirit blood pulse had been taken back. The purple mist holy clothes, which was a rare gene race, were no longer bound to him. They had been set free. Sky Group leader looked happy about it. The elder on his side looked happy too. He said, "The purple mist holy clothes are now free. They will return to the pool. When little brother goes into the pool, you and I can help him. Little brother will be protected by the gene race. Then, he can carry on the legacy of the Sky Group." Sky Group leader wanted to force Zhuo Donglai out. It was not just because he wanted him to quit fighting for the Sky Group leader position. The most important reason was for him to obtain the purple mist holy clothes for himself. Without actual power, even if the Sky Group leader forced his son to take on the mantle of being the next Sky Group leader, he would not be there for long. If he could get aid from the purple mist holy clothes, the Sky Group leader's seat was solidified. Sky Group leader had been planning this for a long time. If the purple mist holy clothes returned to the pool, he had a secret skill and treasure to bolster his son's power. Even though he had wasted his life and all his efforts, he wanted a future for his son. Although Sky Group leader felt guilty about Zhuo Donglai, the nature of a real bloodline and an old body and heart still ensured he would do all that he could for his son. What made Sky Group leader and the old man feel weird was the fact that the purple mist holy clothes left Zhuo Donglai's body but did not return to the pool. It floated in front of Zhuo Donglai as if it was looking at Zhuo Donglai. The purple mist flickered like a robe of cloth made of sky mist. A man and some clothes were floating. The man was old like dry grass. The clothes were shining with a misty light. The scene was very weird. Zhuo Donglai's god spirit blood pulse had been taken away, and the mysterious light disappeared into space. Zhuo Donglai had lost all the power he once had. He no longer looked like a god. His long purple hair had no more purple mist. His black hair was gone too. His long hair had become white. It was like he had grown old overnight. Seeing a powerful and pretty man reduced to that drove many women and ladies to feel sorry for him. It made the waterworks come on. They sobbed for their loss. Many powerful elites felt it was a great shame. They could no longer watch a rare, talented person like that come to such an end. Sky Group leader, this guy is too much. In Wuwei Dao Palace, some people felt extremely sorry for Zhuo Donglai, but that was Sky Group's business. Even if they wanted to exact vengeance, they were not able to. At this time, the purple mist holy clothes continued to float with a purple mist. It was like a god spirit was descending. It was releasing an endless holy presence of purple mist. Are the purple mist holy clothes going to return to the pool? Sky Group leader felt terrible about this too. When he saw the purple mist holy close rise, he felt excited again. In the next second, Sky Group leader's eyes opened wide. He looked on in utter disbelief. The purple mist holy clothes descended onto Zhuodong Lai, whose hair was now totally white. They draped and clothed him again like a godly robe. Purple air endlessly covered the sky, making Zhuodong Lai's body brim with purple air. His presence recovered quickly. He was like some god who had just woken up from a long slumber. How is that possible? Impossible. Zhuodong Lai no longer has a god spirit blood pulse. How can the purple mist holy clothes still select him? That is unbelievable. Sky Group leader stood up. He stared at the purple mist holy clothes and Zhuodong Lai in utter disbelief. Hansen complicatedly looked at Zhuodong Lai, who was exuding a strange sort of power that was different from the power elicited by the purple mist holy clothes. Zhuodong Lai's body emitted a purple mist and glass-like words. The words looked as if they had been branded onto Zhuodong Lai's flesh. It was like when he was born, it had already been carved into his flesh. The rumors are true. Zhuodong Lai really is a man who was blessed by a god. Those mysterious words. Are they the words that he was born with? Special people really are special people, even though he might not have a god spirit blood pulse. The face of the Sky Group leader must be looking rather funny right now. Many of the elites in the world were looking rather strange. Many of them felt happy about what was happening, whereas others felt extremely jealous. Only Hansen's feelings could not be described. The mysterious text on Zhuodong Lai read, Purple Manor Sutra. Although Hansen had never bothered to learn the Purple Manor Sutra, seeing Zhuodong Lai use it, he still knew some of it. Upon seeing the text, it was obviously Purple Manor Sutra's content. Now, I see. He is Zhuodong Lai reborn. When he was reborn, he could not erase his thoughts and memories of the past. They were deep inside his soul and bones. It was always there inside his blood. How stubborn of a man must he be? He forgot who he was, but even the reincarnation process could not scrub him clean and prevent him from carrying on the legacy of the Purple Manor Sutra. Did he encounter something lucky before his death? Did the Purple Manor Sutra residing inside his spirit go with him through his death? Hansen was shocked. After seeing the Purple Manor Sutra, Hansen finally knew why there was no support of a god spirit blood pulse. He also now understood why the purple mist holy clothes still decided to cling on to Zhuodong Lai. In that world, everything had a cause. The purple mist holy clothes and the power of the Purple Manor Sutra had their main and opposite sides. They were two different existences. If Zhuodong Lai was one day able to use the purple mist holy clothes and Purple Manor Sutra's power, it meant that he had reached a level that would enable him to break the world. It was a shame that Hansen's power was too weak as it was, and the power of the Purple Manor Sutra was restricted by the forces of that universe. The only reason it was showing itself now was that the power of the Purple Manor Sutra was triggered by the purple mist holy clothes. Zhuodong Lai still had a way to go before breaking the world. To ordinary people, his chance of breaking the world was much higher. To say he was a talented genius was exactly right. When ordinary people were reborn, they were not permitted to cling to the memories of their past life. Yet, he had kept a geno art from his past life. If someone like that was not called a genius, then geniuses could not exist in that world. When the Purple Manor Sutra's text started to fade, Zhuodong Lai woke up. Although he had lost his god spirit blood pulse, the feelings he gave off were much more powerful. Before, the purple mist holy clothes were just clothes that existed around him. Now, the purple mist holy clothes were part of his body. They gave people the feeling that he was the holy clothes, and the holy clothes were him. Now is the time we can decide the victor, Zhuodong Lai said to Hansen with a smile. His smile was like a spring sun that could melt the sun. It made people smile along with him. The young girls and women were watching with eyes that glowed. Okay. Hansen nodded. He saw Shuadong start with purple mist that comes from the east. He did not use a sword skill again. Shuadong sword mind and spirit were already perfect. Using a spirit sword path was not going to work on him. Shuadong turned his 2 fingers into a sword and pointed them at Han Senator. This time, there was no power like 10,000 swords coming together. There was just a little bit of purple light that came flying over to Han Sen. When the purple light was flying, even the sky and ground shook like there was some purple air coming. They were going to the purple light. It was like all the power of the sky and ground were focused on that purple light. The purple light got close to Han Sen, which made the purple air heavier. It started from a small dot and formed a line. From a line, it turned into a sword. The purple air gathered to form a sword. It was like a life force that had just been born. It made the chaotic sky and ground have infinite changes. One sword split up the sky and the ground. Han Sen felt as if there was no going back. One sword power could split the sky and the ground, but he was just a person. In Wu Wei Dao Palace's main sect, a man locked down in a tower opened his eyes. He said to himself, the sky and the ground are reincarnating. They are ending so they can begin anew. Purple mist comes from the east. One sword that can break the world. Wu Wei Dao Palace finally has someone that has awoken. Which group is he from to become like this? Wu Wei Dao Palace has another very strong elite. It will be very difficult for the Qing kingdom to improve with this. A king stood before a god. He looked at the power of the sword and looked sad. Han Sen was confused. He thought Shuadong had the conditions to break the world, but breaking the world would still take a while. He never thought his sword had reached the max. It went from yang to yin. It went from positive straight to negative. He had used another way to combine and reverse the break world power. Han Sen had made a mistake with this assumption. The break world power on display did not come from Shuadong. It came from the purple mist holy clothes. The purple mist holy clothes followed Wu Wei Dao Palace. Wu Wei Dao Alpha had unlocked a shortcut to breaking the world. Now, it was accepting Shuadong so he could use its power. Although Shuadong understood, his power still had not reached that level. Seeing the sword come, it was like the sky and the ground was crushing him. It made Han Sen feel incredible amounts of restriction. Ever since the fight with Rocky D, Han Sen had yet to encounter another incredible type of power that could be put on par with what was used against him. He felt as if his heart was going to get ripped apart. Han Sen was standing in the air. His long hair waved with the wind. He felt as if there was an emotion within him that he could not accurately discern. He had an urge to improve. After coming to the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen had been fighting all types of power. Throughout it all, no one had been able to touch his heart. Even Rocky D had made Han Sen feel as if he was a character that would be hard to get rid of. It never invoked real emotion in Han Sen's heart. Now, Shuadong understood how to break the world. He achieved his super sword, which struck fear into Han Sen's heart. It gave him the feeling that he wanted to practice. Shan Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra ran through Han Sen's body at the same time. These two opposite powers ran at the same time, but they did not create conflict with each other. Han Sen had tried to do this many times, but it had never worked. Now, it was triggered by Shuadong sword mind. It was like he had just received the aid of a god. The two powers ran through his body with friction. It was not like before. It was working. The sword light did not go back. It went forward. Han Sen stepped forward and slashed with his hand. It was like a ship breaking against rough waters. His hand felt as if great waves were crashing against him. It felt as if there were 10,000 mountains and hellish creations trying to stop his bob and roll. Open! Han Sen's eyes were on fire. His entire body was burning with a life force that one could not see. His hands were like axes as he slashed toward the sword light. One purple and one red halo flashed in space, but only for 1 second. No one could see what was going on. The 2 bolts of lightning disappeared. The 2 cracks in space did not heal. A small crack appeared in the fabric of space. It was defined by the shape of an X. It burned in space. It seemed as if it would never fade. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. They were still trying to remember how good this was. Han Sen and Shuodong Lai had somehow ended up standing in front of each other, and Han Sen's hand was up against Shuodong Lai's neck. Shuodong Lai lost? Yan Dan looked on in disbelief. It was not just Yan Dan feeling that way. All the elites from every kingdom were now reeling in shock. Shuodong Lai, who had almost broken the world, still lost. The incredible sword he had used was still incapable of defeating Han Sr., he lost. In an old tower, the person inside looked surprised. Wu Wei Dao Palace had not had someone in its ranks who could break the world in many years. Now, someone had managed to achieve the $1 sword mind. He was able to use one sword to break the world, but he still lost the fight. In the years I have isolated myself, what happened here in the universe? A person was deep in thought. I lost, Shuodong Lai said after lowering his hands. Han Sen looked at Shuodong Lai and asked, now your life belongs to me, right? Yes, my life is folded to you now, Shuodong Lai said with a serious nod. I will have you do one thing for me, and you will not reject me, Han Sen said with a smile. My life is yours, Shuodong Lai said. You can do whatever you want with it, but this life is cheap. If you want to use me to take the life of another, I do not think I will be able to do that. Han Sen shook his head. I do not want you to kill people for me. I want you to leave Wu Wei Dao Palace and obey the God of Wealth. You must become a member of God of Wealth. Okay. I will pay back whatever I owe to Wu Wei Dao Palace. You are the one calling the shots now. Shuodong Lai did not ask any questions about the deal. He just simply agreed. Han Sen put his hand on Shuodong Lai's neck. He touched Shuodong Lai on his shoulder. He got closer and whispered something into his ear. He then smiled and started to depart. Shuodong Lai nodded and departed the space battleground. Han Sen did the same and left the space battleground. What? That person who just broke the world is going to betray my Wu Wei Dao Palace. The person inside the tower had a very strong will. He almost did sky and man combined together, but now he was very angry. The elites and students of Wu Wei Dao Palace felt the same way about things. Shuodong Lai was such a powerful character, and now he was going to abandon Wu Wei Dao Palace. The people who knew what was going on inside Wu Wei Dao Palace could not really hate Shuodong Lai for what he did. Shuodong Lai returned everything he was able to. Sky Group leader wanted his life and God Spirit blood pulse. He also wanted his purple mist holy clothes. Shuodong Lai could have left, but he didn't. He returned everything that was given to him. Shuodong Lai no longer had the God Spirit blood pulse of Wu Wei Dao Palace. The purple mist holy clothes left him. His life belonged to dollar. Whatever Wu Wei Dao Palace had given him was returned. He betrayed Wu Wei Dao Palace, but the people of Wu Wei Dao Palace could not find a reason to hate him. Sky Group. Sky Group. What have you guys done? A party leader in the Wu Wei Dao Palace was blisteringly angry. He waved his sleeves and turned a mountain into flat ground. He is an elite who can break the world, yet he just betrayed Wu Wei Dao Palace. King Jingjin slapped the table and laughed. He almost had tears come out because he was laughing so hard. Wu Wei Dao Palace. Sky Group. This is interesting, Yan Dan looked on strangely. He looked as if he wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Who is this God of Wealth God Spirit? How can there be some powerful existence like that? Now, Shuodong Lai is in its ranks. This rhythm goes against the sky. Of the 12 annihilation God spirits, are there that many scary elites in their ranks? Everyone was suddenly wide awake. Out of the 16 rank fights that determined the top 8, there were another 2 God of Wealth member fights going on. Everyone watched the fights with Ingot and Lucky. Ingot's fight had already come to an end. Just as they thought, Ingot achieved victory and gained a place among the top 8. Lucky's fight was still happening. There had yet to be a winner determined. Many people watched the fight. Compared to this, the fights won by Han Sen and Ingot weren't half as bad. Unlike Shuadong Lai, who had used a God Spirit gene race, the others were just 2 scary gene races in a heated battle. Lucky's Goldwing Peacock King had been seen many times. The Goldwing Peacock King's opponent was a gene race too. The masters had not shown themselves on the battleground. It was like no one recognized the Goldwing Peacock King, and no one knew what the other gene race was called. They could only tell it was a white tiger. The white tiger was about 2 feet long. It looked like a juvenile. Still, a small tiger like that was having no issue fighting against the Goldwing Peacock King. In fact, it was doing rather well against it. Hassan sensed that the small tiger was a rare gene race, but it had not evolved enough. Otherwise, the Goldwing Peacock King would have been unable to fight it. He looked at Feng Yinyan's opponent. That person's name was Little White. The god spirit it belonged to was Moment God. One who pledges allegiance to Moment God, huh? Han Sen developed an evil grin. If his God of Wealth temple could have Moment God, he wondered what sort of god could actually reside in Moment God's temple. The small tiger was weird, but it was just a baby. It had not yet grown up. It was unable to defeat the Goldwing Peacock King. After a while of battle, the Goldwing Peacock King damaged it quite a bit. The small tiger's master summoned the tiger back. It did not want the little tiger to die. Feng Yining smoothly proceeded to the top 8. Everybody from God of Wealth, the 3 of them, all reached the top 8. Among the top 8, 3 of them hailed from the same god spirit, which was extremely rare. It made the God of Wealth's name blow up in the universe. What kind of level is God of Wealth's god spirit? How come we have never heard of it? It must be a high-class god spirit. Otherwise, why would so many scary elites become a member of it? I want to go and see the God of We Temple. If that God of Wealth looked at me and made me become its member, I would most assuredly be blessed. Do you guys not remember the gold pillar when the god fight started? Do you think that might have been a beam of light belonging to God of Wealth? I think it very well could be. I say, why else would there be a pillar that was brighter than the current 12 annihilation god spirits? I think the gold pillar came from the gold crystal system. Does the God of Wealth hail from the gold crystal system? Everyone in the universe was guessing where the God of Wealth temple came from. They also really wanted to uncover the identities of Dollar, Ingot, and Lucky. Some nobles actually sent out people to the gold crystal system to seek out the God of Wealth temple. It was a shame the God of Wealth was guarded by Sky King's big dragon riders. No one was able to get close, so no one was able to find the God temple they sought. Only one person was able to get past the big dragon riders. This person went to God of Wealth River and headed into the God of Wealth temple. This person went in front of the god statue, put down a droplet of blood, and became a member of the temple. The dragon maid went back to Rocky D and said with a bow, "Mr. Minister, I have done what you wanted me to do." "Good job," Rocky D said with a laugh. "The real good stuff is going to start. I hope Han Sen will not disappoint me." The fights whittling down the roster, from 8 to 4 annoyed Han Senator. His opponent was going to be Yen Dan from the Yen Kingdom. That was fine with him, but Bauer and Feng Yining had to fight each other. Regardless of who won, one of them would lose a slot that cost a lot of god power to get. There was nothing he could do about it. Feng Yining did not want to win. She said she would leave the fights and return the Goldwing Peacock King to Han Sen. "Bauer, you must work hard and win the part 1 have lost," Feng Yining said as she stroked Bauer's head. "I will," Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. In the Yen Kingdom, King Yan Yunxiao secretly met with the Crown Prince, Yen Dan. Yan Yinshao looked very grave as he asked, "My son, do you think you will be able to defeat Dollar?" "Truth be told, I am not confident," Yan Dan replied. "That Dollar is an impossible character to predict. If he can break Shui Donglai, who wielded a power that could break the world, I think he must be an elite who can break the world too." Yan Yinshao nodded and said, "You are correct. Those kinds of elites are like phoenix feathers and Kirin horns in this world. All of them are so good like the sky, but they are scary. However, they are still beatable. Powers to break the world are taboo ones abandoned by God spirits. There are a lot of taboos in this world, so getting that kind of power may not be a good thing." Yan Dan just quietly listened to his father speak. He knew Yan Yinshao had likely called him over for another reason. Those powers are strong, but the powers of a god spirit can still combat it, Yan Yinshao went on to say. If you say that a break world power is a sharp blade, then god spirit powers will be a shield. You can use the power of a god spirit to restrict break world powers. But the god fights do not permit you to combine with a god spirit, Yan Dan said. We can only depend on our god spirit blood pulse. It will be very hard to break the world. Of course, it will not work if you are left to depend on your own powers, but it is not as if there is not another way. Yan Yinshao pointed at a rectangular wooden box on the table and said, "Dan, my son, open the wooden box." Yan Dan's heart jumped. He seemed to think of something, so he happily opened the wooden box and looked inside it. His eyes turned bright. He seemed surprised as he asked, "Father, is that the Yan Kingdom's sacrificial god tool, Flying Yan Spear?" A short spear was inside the wooden box. The spear's body was made of black metal. There was a mysterious symbol on top. The spear's head was very strange. It was like a flying yen that was pulling its wings back. "Not bad," Yan Yinshao said with a laugh. "This is the Yan Kingdom's sacrificial tool, which has been passed down the many generations. It is the Flying Yan Spear. The sacrificial tool was placed on this table day and night, gathering God spirit power. When humans get their blood pulse tested, they sacrifice a morsel of their blood. This sacrificial tool contains the blood of countless members, and it has absorbed the blood of those members. The Yan Kingdom's sacrifice is the Flying Yan Spear. It was placed on the God table for empty God. After many generations of kings have gone by, I cannot imagine how much blood from members it has managed to absorb to have the powerful power it wields. In Long De King's time, the Yan Kingdom was thrust into a crisis. We had to use the sacrifice to defeat the evil and help our country prevail against that crisis. The Flying Yan Spear left the God altar that time, and we had to produce a new spear on the God altar. The new Flying Yan Spear was special too. It was made from a rare gene race's horn. It had God power, cultivating it day and night, and it was dyed with the blood of our members. It has been here absorbing them throughout many centuries of our glorious kingdom. The godly power it contains can be no worse than the first Flying Yan Spear. In the end, when our kingdom prevailed and overcame that crisis, the two Flying Yan Spears were always kept atop the God altar. They can only be used when there is a big crisis. Yan Yinshao stroked the Flying Yan Spear. With an overbearing presence, he said, "The Flying Yan Spears are not a god spirit, but their power can rival a god spirit. They can be a fine substitute for empty God. With the aid of these two spears, even if you square off against an elite who can break the world, you will have no issue." "Father, do you want me to use the Flying Yan Spears to combat Dollar?" Yan Dan looked at Yan Yinshao with shock. The Flying Yan Spears were very important to the kingdom. No one ever thought they would see them used unless there was a major crisis. To learn there were two of them going to be used now might have been seen as overkill. Yan Yinshao saw the worry scrawled over Yan Dan's face. He sighed and said, "Right now, it is just you and I, a father and son, here. As a father, I am not going to hide things from you. Our Yan family is the weakest ever seen in the Yan Kingdom. Things have only gotten worse in the past few years. Other kingdoms might not do much for a rare gene race, but to the Yen Kingdom, it has been many years since we had a rare gene race. It would be excellent if we managed to get one more. Do not worry, father, Yen Dan said with seriousness as he bowed. I will try my best. I will try to get first place on behalf of the Yen Kingdom in these god fights and claim a rare gene egg for us. As a father, I believe in your abilities, Yen Yunxiao said with sharp eyes. You are a very smart person. The whole of the Yen Kingdom is putting its hopes in you. This time, using the flying yen spears is not for the sole purpose of obtaining a rare gene race. It is merely because I want the people who want to take advantage of the Yen Kingdom to know we still have mighty people in our midst and cannot be bullied so easily. Yes, Yen Dan replied. He sighed on the inside and thought, is the Yen Kingdom that bad that we need to use this trick to show off? It looks like the situation in the Yen Kingdom is in direr straits than I thought. The flying yen spears were blessed by empty god's god power, Yen Yunxiao said as he put the wooden box in Yen Dan's hands. They can work as a substitute for empty god. Only the Yen Kingdom's royal blood pulse can enable one to use them. With the power of your talents and the 2 spears, I think you will be able to fight $. It was like he had just given him a 1,000-pound burden. Upon receiving this request, Yen Dan felt a lot of pressure fall upon his shoulders. Do not worry, father. I am going to win. Yen Dan accepted the wooden box and spoke with utter seriousness. He was still wondering whether or not he should use it, but now he was fairly certain of his decision. If he was unable to defeat $, he would have to use it. He had to win no matter what. The fights whittling down the roster, from 8 to 4, did not occur simultaneously. The fights happened sequentially. The first fight featured Bauer in a contest with Feng Yining. All the audience hoped to see ones from the same group killing each other, but Lucky decided not to join the fight. Therefore, Ingot was able to reach the top 4. The second fight was between $, and Yen Dan. It was unknown whether or not it was a coincidence, but the fights with the god of wealth all came first. In the Geno Hall, a god spirit walked in. His right hand was placed on his chest as he bowed to the leader. He said, Mr. Leader, the fight between $, and Yen Dan is about to begin. The leader of the hall squinted his eyes. The 2 sides of the hall had 12 powerful god spirits. They all looked at the floor in space. In that space, it was recognized as the God Space Battleground. When Hansen entered the space battleground, Yen Dan was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Hansen arrive, Yen Dan immediately combined with his gene race. His back featured a spread of glorious bird wings. His power vastly increased in a short amount of time. Isn't that Yen Bei Fei's Rip Space 9 Rob Yen? It looks like Yen Dan wants to fight $, to the death this time. Sky King noticed the difference in Yen Dan's demeanor, so he could not help but express his surprise. In fact, most elites who knew anything about the Yen Kingdom could tell Yen Bei Fei was using his Rip Space 9 Rob Yen. After combining with it, Yen Dan's body brimmed with a scary power movement. A gray presence spread across his body, covering it in a gray fire. He grew a horn on his head and a snake tail on his backside. It's the Yen Kingdom's demon-eyed unicorn snake. He is combined with 2 gene races. They are adult classes. Yen Dan should not be able to do much more than that. The demon-eyed unicorn snake was a very famous gene race in the Yen Kingdom. Many people knew about it. In the next second, Yen Dan's presence exploded. Red flames blew up across his body. He looked like a volcano in the midst of an eruption. It turned everything around him red. Several fiery, red feathers spread across Yen Dan's back. They were like the feathers of a phoenix. Huh? Southbound leaving bird. Another rare gene race that happens to be in ultimate mode. This time, the Yen Kingdom really has invested quite a bit. Sky King looked at Dan Yen with genuine shock. It was not as if he was shocked that the Yen Kingdom possessed so many rare gene races. He was more shocked that Yen Dan could use 3 rare gene races and combine with them all at once. That required a high level of body fitness. If ordinary humans tried to do something like that, the chances of success were low. Most people who tried were usually overwhelmed by the power of the gene races and ended up self-destructing. Yan Dan seemed to be displaying trouble, but he ultimately managed to do it. His body released 3 distinct colors: red, gray, and black, in the shape of fire. His entire body looked like a demon god descending. It was an incredibly weird and strange sight. Han Sen did not react to the spectacle, but the nobles of all the 6 kingdoms were incredibly shocked. Even King Jingzhen looked surprised as he remarked, "What does Yan Yinxiao want? This is just a god fight," yet he brought out the flying yen spears. Is it really worth all of this? When Rocky D witnessed the reveal of the flying yen spears, he was also shocked. He has even brought out the 2 sacrificial god tools. Clearly, I might have underestimated the Yen Kingdom's desire to fight and win. This is going to be interesting. If you win, it is legal, Han Sen coldly said. If you lose, it is illegal. It doesn't really matter. Well said. In that case, we must certainly try our best. Yan Dan did not wish to waste any time. Combining with 3 rare gene races put a lot of strain on his body. Yan Dan put all of his scary power into the flying yen spears. The black bodies of the spears emitted a scary fire. They were like demonic spears wreathed in a hellish fire. Combining the powers of 3 rare gene races to use the flying yen spears is bound to unleash an attack even greater than if Empty God himself walked down here and tried attacking, 1,000-mile reach said. Jia Shizhen shook his head. It might be even scarier than that. The flying yen spears are 2 sacrificial god tools. They are sacrifices of Empty God himself. Yan Dan must be an inheritor of Empty God. If he uses it with 3 rare gene race power buffs, it will be scarier. Before 1,000-mile reach said anything in response, Yan Dan's hands wielded the flying yen spears. The pair of short spears were already coming for Han Sen from space. At that moment, the once-lost short spears had become a black, demonic yen. They broke space and came flying toward Han Senator. That Empty God power came from Empty God. It made the demonic yen disappear in space. When they appeared again, they were piercing through Han Sen's body. The power of those attacks was stronger than Shuodong Lai's purple mist that comes from the east. In Han Sen's eyes, he was not at all interested in it. Yan Dan's power was full of outside power. The outside power was overwhelmingly strong, but he could hardly hold on. No matter how strong that power was, Han Sen would not see it as anything else except a mask. Han Sen used his finger as a sword. He pointed at Yan Dan. He was going to use the spirit sword skill. Blurg. Yan Dan immediately felt the spirit sword skill's sword mind. His crushed heart finally broke. He spat out some blood. The power around his body erupted into chaos. He coughed up some blood due to the power inside his body being messed up. The 3 gene races uncombined from his form. The flying yen spears lost control and fell out from the nothingness. The elites of all the kingdoms gasped. Yan Dan had put a lot of effort into his attack, but Han Sen had been able to wreck his attempt with just a finger. Yan Yinjiao's face looked ashen. He expected Yan Dan might lose, but he did not expect his son to lose that way. He did not expect one sole finger to be his bane. Yan Dan had not expected such a result. He had prepared for so long, yet he had been hit like that and made to lose badly. Rocky D was excited. He looked at Yan Dan with eyes that were on fire. Right. It is this look. It does not matter if you are a god or a demon. If you don't have stubbornness in your heart, then you are nothing but rubbish. That is the right kind of stare. That is the stare an elite should have. Bring it out. Right now, that is what you need. Yan Dan wiped the blood from his mouth. He stood up. He did not care what it took. He was determined not to lose. Yan Dan could not lose. The Yen kingdom could not afford another loss, which was why he was going to keep on fighting. It did not matter how much it cost. He had to win. He pulled something out from his chest. Yan Dan held it tightly in his hands. He briefly looked frozen. He then used all his strength to crush whatever was in his hands. Many weird powers came out from his clenched fist. The powers floated into Yan Dan's body like a blizzard of snowflakes. The moment the power touched down on him, it was absorbed into his skin. When the weird power melted into him, Yan Dan's loose body presence was back in full force. The 3 gene races were resummoned, and they combined with him. This time, Yan Dan's body did not look exhausted. It was like he was happily eating rice and drinking tea. It was now that easy for him. Yan Dan's face even managed to muster a smile. Our fight has just begun. Yan Dan opened his eyes and looked at Han Senator. His eyes had turned pure black. There were no pupils or white of the eyes to be seen. It was like he had the eyes of a demon. You are not Yan Dan. Hansen frowned. He looked at Yan Dan and asked, Who are you? Can you tell that quickly? Yan Dan asked with an evil smile. Your feelings are certainly quite sensitive, but we are old friends. Therefore, you are free to guess who I am. Rocky D, Hansen said with a frown. Your feelings are very accurate, but you have only guessed it partially correct, Yan Dan said. Right now, I am Rocky D and Yan Dan. He waved his hand. The flying yen spears returned to his hands. The spears had a demon-like flame wreathing all around them. The flames were greater than before. One spear was held in front of his chest, and one spear was pointing at Han. Senator Yan Dan looked like his eyes were on fire as he said, Come on, fight me. Let us see just how strong you are. Stop using those small tricks of yours to trick people. My heart is like the heart of a god or a demon. Even with 1,000 moves, I will not slip and create a single flaw. The powers of your sword are useless to me. After that, one of the short spears in Yan Dan's hands came thrusting toward Han Senator. The short spear looked like a flying yen. It ripped through space and disappeared. Chi. Han Sen's body retreated. The flying yen spear went right past his cheek. It scraped the skin on his face, leaving a small red mark behind. The powers of a god spirit are very interesting, Yan Dan said with a laugh. He then took out the other short spear. 2 short spears turned into flying yens. They disappeared from the zone of space around Han Senator. They were transparent. It looked like they were going to attack Hansen. Hansen frowned a little. He was good at teleporting. He might have even been a master at it, but the powers of Empty God did not solely rely on teleportation. Its powers turned bodies into nothingness. Teleporting required breaking space. It was a movement in space that allowed Hansen to predict where the flying yen spears would come out. Empty God's powers did not require someone to rip space. It was like 2 flying yen spears went invisible in front of Han Senator. He was unable to their presence or movement. Even if Hansen used his powers, he could still not feel the presence of the 2 short spears. Hansen was fighting 2 enemies he could not see. Until his body was hit by a flying yen spear, he could not react. No matter how fast Hansen's reaction was, he was one step too late. If it was not for his body being very strong, the flying yen spears would have killed him. He would have likely had his head chopped off. The empty god powers are very interesting. Yan Dan looked at Hansen, who was continuing to be hurt by the flying yen spears. He laughed and said, It looks like you cannot do anything to deny this power. Hansen did not answer. He was still trying to feel where the flying yen spears were, but he kept failing every time. Who cares if you have powers that can break the world? Yan Dan asked. You cannot sense where the flying yen spears are. Even though you have enough power to destroy everything, you do not know where they are. Having all that power is useless. Hansen ignored him, but he was incurring more and more wounds. Is Sanmu going to be okay? Feng Yining worriedly asked. Bauer licked her lips and replied, "It is fine. My daddy just needs to figure out the empty god's powers. Otherwise, he would have killed the 2 Yans already." Just as Bauer said, Han Sen wanted to figure out the empty god's powers. Dealing with 2 flying yen spears was not difficult for him, but empty god power was a bit weird. It was able to prohibit him from sensing the movement of the power. If he met it again, there would be no way to counter it. Han Sen had to figure out how to overcome the empty god powers. That was why he kept allowing the flying yen spears to attack him. It is no wonder this is empty god sacrifice. Even elites like Dollar cannot do anything about it. If this keeps going on, Dollar will be killed. I do not think so. Did you not see that Dollar has only been slightly wounded? I believe he has found a way to break it. Speaking of that, Dollar is really strong, isn't he? Sacrificial items like the flying yen spears with 3 ultimate gene race buffs have only been able to damage his skin a bit. No matter how strong he is, it doesn't matter. Even if it takes a long time, repeatedly getting hit will eventually result in his death. He will lose. Yan Beifei was a bit worried. Yan Dan had combined with another creature's soul, which was forbidden. He was worried about what might happen to Yan Dan after this fight and the aftermath of his actions. Chi. There was another armor-cracking noise. Han Sen's blood god dragon and combined protection scales armor was cracked by the flying yen spears. I see it. Han Sen cared little for the injuries he had sustained. He took a deep breath. It was as if he had sorted out all of his confusion. Are you going to give up? Yan Dan saw that Han Sen had stopped. He stopped dodging the flying yen spear's attack and frowned. In the next second, Han Sen's hands suddenly moved. It was so fast that one could not even follow where it went. The 2 flying yen spears were being held in his hands. The flying yen spears buzzed in his hands. They were going to break space and leave, but Han Sen held on to them tightly. The weapons were unable to break free and escape. Yan Dan clapped his hands and said, "That is very powerful. You can grab the flying yen spears that contain empty god power. I must say that is very impressive." His mood did not change just because his spears were being controlled. "It is a shame that grabbing them is a useless waste of your effort," Yan Dan said. "Don't you know that these are god sacrifices? Only god spirits or god spirit inheritors can use them. Even in your hands, they still possess what it takes to kill you." His 3 powers started to blaze as they became empty god powers burning all around him. The flying yen spear's powers exploded. A scary power made the tools escape Han Sen's hands. They were going to fly into his chest, which was very close to them. When the 2 spears left Han Sen's hands, they disappeared into space. He knew they were going toward his chest, but he could not feel them or see them. Blood God Dragon is a bit bad. Han Sen did not move. He cast the Xian Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra at the same time and entered Breakworld mode. The moment his chest felt pain, Han Sen's hands broke space. He suddenly grabbed the flying yen spears. He did not need to waste time thinking. The power in Han Sen's body was greater and faster than he gave himself credit for. The direction of his body enabled him to grab the 2 spears while they were coming toward him. This time, Yan Dan was really shocked. This is a scary guy. Does he have a battle power that is this immense? In this universe, when it comes to the battle power of the body, you are the best. It is a shame that in this world, there is more than one way to fight. Using your body to fight is the most stupid thing. After that, Yan Dan pulled in the space around him. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yen power turned into a bow, and the demon-eyed unicorn snake power turned into an arrow. Yan Dan pulled the bowstring as far back as he could. God light exploded as the arrow was released. It turned the arrow into a light that was soaring toward Han Sen. Han Sen's hands fought the flying yen spears. He did not have any more power to endure the arrow Yan Dan had fired. When the arrow left its cradling string, it was hidden by empty power. He could not see where the arrow went. The arrow's power looked like it was touching Han Sen's body, but it wasn't actually touching him. It crushed his skin downward. It was about to puncture his skin, but Han Sen's body had already reacted. He slightly leaned to the side of the arrow. Han Sen's body was able to endure the power of the arrow. Unfortunately, his entire body's power was focused on combating the flying yen spears. If his body was hit, it would likely break the balance he had struck. Therefore, Han Sen did not opt to immediately tackle the arrow. "Let's see how many times you can dodge." Yan Dan drew his bow again. The rain of arrows he fired at Han Sen was something akin to a meteor shower. It was like they could block every possible angle Han Sen could turn. Feng Yining was very worried. She clenched her hands tightly. She put her hands atop her chest as if she was praying for Han Sen's safety. Bauer was different. She looked like she didn't care at all. She just sipped on a carton of juice. Han Sen did not move. He kept using his combination of Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra to put into the flying yen spears. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power was blood inherited. The Xian Yellow Sutra's power could force a return to origin. The positive and negative, those two powers combined, could create a remarkable chemical reaction. The powers that could break the world were related to the Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra, but they were completely different. The breaking world powers kept invading the flying yen spears. Han Sen clearly felt that the flying yen spears were exhibiting some changes. Those changes made him start to feel there was some weird connection between him and the flying yen spears. It was now a very critical moment. Han Sen did not have the time to take care of anything else. He let his body go and used his power to handle the flying yen spears. Han Sen was quite scary when he focused on the fight, but it would have been scarier if he had not put any effort into it. His body moved amid the arrows. It was like his body had no measure of weight. Many scary, invisible arrows landed on him. They might have pushed against his body, but none of them were able to perforate him. No matter how cruel and scary that power was, it could not damage Han Senator. His body's touch and reflective power was very granular in its detail. Any type of movement could react to it. The humans of the universe were all frozen. They used the powers of gene races to fight, so they had never seen anything like this before. The fact that he was able to push his self-battle power to this level was frightening. After this fight, many humans started to focus on self-battle power practice. Although they might never reach Han Sen's level, it made the humans of the universe of kingdoms strive to improve their inner power. Overall, it brought them up to a higher tier. Yan Dan frowned slightly. He coldly said, "No matter how fast your body is, I do not believe you will be able to dodge all of my powers." Yan Dan's body moved. It was like a shadow surrounding Han Sen, and it was moving fast. The bow in Yan Dan's hands kept firing as he went. The rain of arrows came from 4 sides and 8 directions. Yet, Yan Dan did not dare get too close to his enemy. He knew he could not compete with the scary self-battle body power. He did not dare fight Han Sen face to face. In fact, Han Sen cared very little about Yan Dan. He was in a critical moment when it came to fighting the flying yen spears. He felt as if he improved once more, he could break the core powers of the flying yen spears. By doing that, the tide would be turned. Even Han Sen's heart was not moved during this fight. He had already pushed his body to the max. It made him able to move swiftly and smoothly amid the rain of arrows as easily as if it was a walk in the park. Traveling by 10,000 flowers and bushes without a single leaf touching him. Dollar's body battle power is terrifying. Sky King could not help but compliment what he was witnessing. In the Geno Hall, the hall's leader and 12 god spirits watched the battle unfold with their heads held low. They saw Han Sen having a chill stroll in the midst of an invisible rain of arrows. Han Sen's battle body power has reached the max, a god spirit said with a sigh. I do not think any one of us will be able to beat him here. This power is not unchangeable, empty God coldly said. Even if his body's battle power does not allow him to lose, it does not mean his body is invincible. So, what? His body is better than that of a god spirit. He is invincible. Do you really think there is a power in this world that can stop him? Another god spirit did not agree with empty God's assessment. Even if he is invincible, he still has to play by the rules, empty God coldly said. The break world power can hurt him, and my power can affect him too. I have faith in Dollar. Perhaps he really can reach that step. Hardly. Qin Xiu wanted to reach that level too, but he failed. Do you guys believe Qin Xiu was weaker than Han Sen is right now? Qin Xiu achieved an invincible body, but even he still failed. The 12 high-level god spirits continued their discussions. Meanwhile, the hall leader only smiled and continued to watch the fight between Han Sen and Yan Dan unfold. He said nothing. Yan Dan used many tricks, but he was unable to harm Han Sen's body. Over time, the power of the flying Yan spears grew steadily weaker. Many people knew Yan Dan's power was fading. He did not stand a chance. When Dollar completely controlled the flying Yan spears, Yan Dan would lose. Yan Dan did not look disappointed. He was still holding his bow, but had stopped firing arrows. He looked at Han Sen and smiled. You are a very powerful person. It is a shame that people around you might not be as strong as you are. I am counting down the time until Rocky D arrives. When Han Sen heard those words, he immediately frowned. The time is now. Yan Dan suddenly moved his bow. Many arrows suddenly fired. In Jade Wall City's Feng family castle, a man and a woman arrived at the castle's door. The man was wearing a top hat and three-piece suit. He had a very thick, big, black beard. He was holding a beautiful cane. The woman looked like a maid, but her head had a dragon horn. The castle's guards walked before them and asked, "Do you need something?" Rocky D continued walking ahead as if the guards did not exist. The guards tried to stop him, but the dragon lady's eyes froze. The guards felt as if they had been stared at by a big dragon. They were filled with a terrifying fear of the big, scary dragon. Their bodies were pushed to the ground. Their limbs were spread out across the floor. They were unable to move. Han Sen, no matter how strong you become, you are a human with weaknesses. Therefore, you can only lose. Rocky D squinted his eyes as he held the cane. He was going inside the Feng family castle. Feng Fei Fei, Feng Yining, and the others were all there watching the god fights when they heard the guards scream. They hurried out to have a look. They saw Rocky D and the dragon maid coming. Their faces immediately changed. Han Sen had told them about Rocky D. They recognized who this character was because Rocky D's shape and appearance were very easy to remember. Who are you people? How dare you come to the Feng family? Are you not afraid of the Qin Kingdom's law? Feng Fei Fei was protecting Feng Yining and Bauer as she shouted at Rocky D. Beautiful lady, if this was a normal day, I could spend all day discussing the law and other knowledgeable things with you. Alas, today is not a normal day. I have come here for her. Therefore, I am sorry. Rocky D used his cane to point at Bauer. Feng Yining protected Bauer, but the dragon maid stared at her. A scary sort of power suddenly whelmed and suppressed her. It affected Feng Fei Fei too. She and Feng Yining were pinned to the ground and unable to move. Boom! Fire blazed as a small white fish appeared in front of him. The power of the dragon maid vanished. It was like her power had been burned to a crisp by the fire. You can play with the small fish, Rocky D coldly said. The dragon maid nodded. Her body expanded, tearing the black maid outfit she was wearing. She turned into a black dragon, standing on all fours. Everyone in the Feng family's castle trembled as the dragon's breath came bearing down on the little flying fish. The small flying fish spewed white fire that struck the big black dragon's dragon breath. It created a scene in which neither of the two could win. One white and one black, two different fires, collided and erased each other out. Rocky D circled the battleground and walked toward Bauer at the back. His face had a gentleman's smile as he said, "You are a cute little princess. You should not be afraid. Uncle is going to take you to a beautiful castle where you will be a privileged guest there." "Really?" Bauer asked with a weird blink. "Bauer, do not trust that man. He is a bad guy." Feng Yining grabbed Bauer and retreated. "I am not exactly a bad guy," Rocky D said with a smile as he started walking toward Bauer. "That is because I am not human. I am a god. You can call me a bad god or an evil god. One of those two will work. My name is Rocky D, and my god title is Paper God. Let's go." Feng Fei tried her best to protect them. She wanted to run away with them. Rocky D waved his hands. Two paper pieces flew out of his hands. One of his hands looked like it was a crane holding a cold blade. The two sheets of paper were suddenly cut into two paper persons. The two paper men stood up. According to their actions, Feng Fei and Feng Yining no longer had control of their bodies. They behaved as the paper men did. Unable to do anything about it, they let go of Bauer and walked to the side. "Do not worry, you two beautiful ladies," Rocky D said with a smile. "I am an honorable god spirit. I wouldn't dare dream of killing a woman." He walked past both of them and approached Bauer. "Beautiful little princess, do you want to come to my castle as an esteemed guest?" Rocky D lowered his body to perform a gracious gesture. "Okay," Bauer laughed and said with a nod. She put a small hand in Rocky D's hand. Rocky D smiled, but Feng Fei and Feng Yining looked as if they were in a desperate rush. Unfortunately, they could not move or speak. They had to watch Bauer be taken by Rocky D to the castle's door. "Let go of Lady Bauer." A calm voice sounded from in the castle. Rocky D looked back. He saw a middle-aged man holding a tea set going toward them. Judging from his clothing, one was able to tell that he must have been a servant at the castle. When Rocky D saw that person, his eyes froze. He looked at the middle-aged man and called out his name. He did so slowly and word by word. "Jian. Bu. Gu. Please let Miss Bauer go." Jianbu Gu stepped forward with an expression that did not change. Rocky D was holding Bauer by the hand. He did not let her go. He smiled and said, "Jianbu Gu, the oath you made has yet to see you released." "So, what? Are you really going to stop me by fighting me? Are you going to break your oath? Or, are you just going to do nothing and watch me walk away?" Jianbu Gu coldly said, "I did make an oath. Of course, I will not break it. What is the point of you stepping forward now?" Rocky D asked, with a lift of his lips. "So, what? Does it matter that you are Jianbu Gu? A Jianbu Gu that cannot wield a sword is no better than a gutter rat." Jianbu Gu did not answer. He walked toward Bauer. He put the tea set in front of Bauer and said, "Miss Bauer, this is a gift for you." Rocky D was scared of Jianbu Gu, but he did not do anything. He looked at what was on the tea set. It was a sword. It was a short sword made of wood. It was only 1 foot long and looked like a toy for children. Rocky D and the others could tell the wooden sword was not a gene race or a sacrifice. It was like an ordinary decoration that had been made from wood. "What is this?" Bauer picked up the sword and asked, with curiosity. "This is a wooden sword I always carry around with me," Jianbu Gu said. "My father made it for me when I was young. It was a birthday gift. This is so important. I cannot take this from you." Bauer shook her head. She wanted to return it to Jianbu Gu. Jianbu Gu put away the tea set and smiled. "Do not worry about it, Miss Bauer. My father was just an ordinary man who did not have a god spirit blood pulse. It did not matter what type of wood or the craftsmanship, the wooden sword he made for me is just a common thing. Please, do not think of it as useless. Take it. I love this gift, Bauer said as she held the wooden sword. Rocky D looked at the wooden sword and coldly asked, Jianbugu, do you think that wooden sword is going to stop me? He could not tell what was so amazing about that wooden sword. It was just as Jianbugu said. It was an ordinary wooden sword with nothing remarkable about it. The material and craftsmanship were decidedly average. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could crush it with ease. No, Jianbu shook his head and said nothing more. He walked away with the tea set in his hands, making no effort to stop Rocky D. Rocky D looked weird. After watching Jianbugu return to the garden, he turned his gaze back to Bauer's new wooden sword. There was nothing special or powerful about it. Princess Bauer, let's go. Rocky D was confused. If Jianbugu was not going to fight, then he did not worry. He did not think a wooden sword could do anything much to him. Bauer nodded and said to Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yining, Sister Fei Fei and Sister Yining, I will go to his home to play. I will be right back. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yining were worried, but they could not move or speak. They could only watch Bauer hold Rocky D's hand and head for the castle's gates. The castle's gates were twisted by some power. After they went through the gates, they vanished. The dragon maid still had the form of a big black dragon. She spat out a dragon breath that shook the little fish back a bit. She soon returned to her image of a dragon maid. After that, she fled through the castle's gates. When the little flying fish followed, the door into space returned to normal. The little flying fish went outside, but it could no longer see Rocky D or the dragon maid. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yining were given back control of their bodies. When they ran outside of the castle, they could not see Bauer. In the space battleground, Yan Dan kept firing his arrows. He was like a crazy storm, flinging arrows at Han Sen without reprieve. He thought he could expose flaws in Han Sen's heart by telling him what had happened in his absence. The arrows did not harm Han Senator, his body was still able to keep that fight to survive mode going. Not a single arrow was able to bring harm to his body. Han Sen still tried his best to break the flying Yen spear's defense. He had a feeling that once he succeeded, he would be given something quite surprising. Yan Dan coldly grunted. The southbound leaving bird gene race exploded. The arrows were given fire. They were no longer only operating in empty power mode. A sky full of arrows came raining down on Han Senator. They were not transparent anymore. They came with very powerful fire arrow power. The moment they touched down on Han Sen's body, the arrows exploded like a sun. Many suns were exploding near Han Senator. Scary powers seemed to be able to melt space. After the group of suns was extinguished, Han Sen's body broke out from space. It was still complete. It was not damaged. Yandan frowned. Out of the 3 rare gene races with an ultimate body, the southbound leaving bird had the greatest amount of power. Yet, not even the power of the southbound leaving bird could damage Han Sen's almighty body. By comparison, the other gene races were beyond useless. Suddenly, Yandan's eyes turned bright. It was like he had just felt something from amid all that was going on. He had combined with Rocky D's small amount of God Spirit juice. Although it was still Yandan, and he was not really controlled by Rocky D's soul, he somehow had a weird connection to Rocky D. Your daughter is in Rocky D's hands. If you want her to be safe, exit the fight now. Yandan used a secretive voice to speak to Han Senator. He did not want people to know he had used this dirty method to win the fight. Really? Hansen finally said something, but he quickly stopped speaking. The flying yen spears in his hands came to a stop. They were like dead objects fixed in Hansen's grasp. If people were to look closer, they would have seen red markings upon those spooky black spears. They were like bloody, enlarged veins that had started to creep all across the flying yen spears. The blood pulse break world powers completely took control of the flying yen spears. They were now under Han Sen's control. Han Sen was feeling rather sublime. The structure of the flying yen spears was now inside his head. He felt the heartbeats and souls that resided inside the flying yen spears. It was a feeling that could not be described. It was like the flying yen spears were his own creation. He was the god that made the flying yen spears. But it did not feel like it. Even a god might not be able to understand someone's heart completely, but Han Sen's feeling made him think he fully understood the flying yen spears. Yan Dan's voice sounded again. Han Sen, did you hear what I said? You need to lose to me or else your daughter will die. Han Sen's eyes looked cold. He looked at Yan Dan with a razor-like glare that was sharper than any blade. Han Sen did not enjoy killing people. He did even enjoy killing his greatest enemies. It was because he was able to understand. From the viewpoint of an opponent, it was normal to want to kill them. He treated people the way they treated him. There was no reason to add unnecessary emotions into the mix. Yan Dan's words made Han Sen fill up with a lust for murder. The look Yan Dan received from Han Sen gave him the creeps. In shock, he suddenly started to step back. He quickly looked normal again. Bauer was in Rocky D's hands. He was now in the space battleground. Even if Han Sen did not care about his daughter's life, he could concede and leave the space battleground. He did not have to be afraid of Han Sen. Han Sen, if you do not believe me, I can tell you that your daughter is wearing sunglasses. Those sunglasses are. Yan Dan did not think Han Sen believed the story about Bauer being taken away by Rocky D. Therefore, he described to him what Bauer was wearing. I have never seen your daughter before, so I have no idea what she looked like, Yan Dan said. Do you believe me now? If you do not lose, then your daughter will have to die. Han Sen looked at Yan Dan coldly and said, I believe you. I believed you from the beginning. He was holding the flying yen spears. They exploded with a weird power. Yan Dan looked at Han Sen and asked, if you believe it, then what are you going to do? Kill you. Han Sen was cold and emotionless when he said that. When Han Sen's voice was heard, the two flying yen spears in his hands underwent some changes. The indestructible spears were dissolved. They became the most primitive of substances. They appeared like smoke surrounding Han Sen. The flying yen spear's souls followed Han Sen's thoughts. He used their origins as a blueprint and dissolved the flying yen spears. This process did not require fire to burn them or a hammer to break them. This was a swap of the substance's original form. It was perfect for others to reforge. Emptiness and mist were going toward Han Sen's hands. They formed the shape of something in Han Sen's hands. A black short bow appeared in Han Sen's left hand, and a black arrow manifested in his right hand. The bow and arrow were releasing a powerful empty god power. Yan Dan's eyes turned red. He madly spoke to Han Sr., do you not want your daughter to live? Is this fight more important than her life? If you do not concede, she will die. It will be a gruesome death too. No one can kill my daughter. And you? You will die. Even a sky full of gods and demons will be unable to save you. Han Sen put the black arrow against the short bow string and tugged it. The bow was not big. The moment Han Sen pulled the string, Yan Dan's heart still jumped. He developed a cold sweat. It was like he had suddenly been shrouded by an aura of death. Yan Dan felt as if he was in the middle of a strong crisis that could quickly result in his doom. He knew Han Sen was going to kill him. He was not joking around. Without hesitation, Yan Dan conceded. Although he did not like it, he could not keep going. Han Sen, your daughter is dead. Yan Dan madly whispered to Han Senator. At the same time, a space tunnel appeared next to him. Yan Dan entered it, ready to leave the space battleground. The audience of the Seven Kingdoms could not hear them speak, but they saw Yan Dan conceding. They knew the fight was going to end with Dollar emerging victorious. They then heard Han Sen's mad voice. I said you were dying today. Yan Dan's body was about to pass through the space tunnel. He looked as if he underestimated the scenario. It is a shame you cannot kill me today, and you will never be able to. Yan Dan already knew he had conceded and earned the protection of a god spirit. A god spirit would not allow a person who had conceded to be attacked, and he had already entered the space tunnel. Han Sen pulled the bowstring as hard as he could and yelled, no matter which god spirit controls the space battleground, I, Dollar, will seal the space battleground and not allow anyone to leave. I want to kill someone. Is he crazy? When everyone heard Han Sen's words, they were surprised. Yan Dan looked disdained. Chapter 3185, Extra Story for commemorating 2 years, The End is Not the End. My name is Han Jinji, a 5-year-old child in Elephant Kindergarten, Year 3. I should be at the stage of a flower with a colorful life. To me, all I see is darkness. I am from a family of liars. My father was a liar. My grandfather was a liar. My granddad's granddad was a liar. I don't know which granddad it started with, but we are a family of scammers. The scammers are an organization. The people in this organization disguise themselves as fortune tellers. All they do is lie to people. Although the organization's members can tell fortunes, none of them believe in fate. The so-called fate is just a tool for scammers to lie with. The scammers do not believe in fate and reincarnation. They do not believe in karma. They do not talk about relationships. They are good at watching people and calculating their decision. If people become a target of the scammers, it means nothing but bad luck for them. They would end up losing money easily. If their luck was very bad, the family would probably be broken, and people would die. I come from a family with that kind of background, but I believe in fate. More accurately, I can see fate. Yes, to use words that modern people use, you might say that I have superpowers. My powers enable me to see things. My powers enable me to see more than the fate of a person. Every substance in this world can be seen through by me, and I can analyze the fate of all. For example, I can see the results of the next lottery. I will be able to tell what the lottery numbers are. If I wanted to, I could see which horse will win in the next horse race. I can even tell what job people will end up doing, who they will end up marrying, and where they'll die. If I choose to, I can see everyone's ending. Although my powers cannot enable me to see one's progress, seeing the end, which is all I can do, is enough. I am like a cheater who can see all the answers to an exam. It does not matter how I get somewhere. As long as I can see the answers, it does not matter. I cannot be wrong. Some people think this is great. It is like living the life of a cheater. It certainly makes people jealous and crazy, but I would rather not have any power. The power to see the fates of all has led me down a dark life. Although I am only 5 years old, I carry the weight of an old man on his deathbed. I am not interested in anything. In kindergarten, I have a very good friend. He loves to play football. His dream is to become a football-playing superstar. He also wants me to practice playing football with him so I can become his best partner. He wants to win the World Cup and become a superstar. I thought this was a great idea. After thinking about it, my superpower started. I saw my little friend's future. In the future, I can see he is not a football player. He is a fat, middle-aged salesman who gets drunk every day. Not even mentioning football, after running 150 feet, he would probably end up collapsing due to exhaustion. It was at that moment I lost all interest in football. No matter how hard I tried to play with him, I knew he would not end up being a football player. It would just be a waste of time. The fates I see are never wrong, and they can never be changed. In Elephant Kindergarten, I have a very beautiful classmate. I like her a lot. I would like to be her best friend. I might even like to be more than that. When I think about her, my superpowers kick in. It enables me to see into her future. She will be married to a 40-year-old bald guy. She will wear a wedding dress and go down the aisle of a church with that man. At that moment, my life was ruined. I lost interest in everything because no matter what I did, I saw the end of all futures. I go to watch football, but I know the result. I go and watch a movie, but I know what the ending will entail. If I go to watch pretty women swim, but I see the pretty women become old before they die. This world is cruel to me. Darkness is all around me. It's all there is. I have tried to change fate, such as me hating onions. I saw that my mother was going to make onions and fried eggs in the morning, so I threw all the onions away at home and bought all the onions in the supermarkets and markets of 3 shopping districts. Don't ask me why a 5-year-old kid can do this. Money has never been a concern for me. The next morning, I saw that the eggs for breakfast still contained onions. It broke my little heart. Baby, you should eat more onions. Recently, Granddad from the countryside has grown a lot of onions. It was a great harvest this year. We have lots and lots of them. Mom was happy as she was telling me this. So, we ate onions for a month. I started to think it was a punishment from God for me trying to change fate. No one can understand my pain. In this world, there are no unknowns to me. There is nothing fresh for me. I have lost the thing in my life I most cherished. What was that? It was a hope for the future. On my way home from school, I watched the sunset above the river. It made me feel extremely sad. I asked myself why a 5-year-old kindergartner would end up walking home alone. It was no big deal because my mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunties are all scammers. They are the masters of it. They have always been busy. They never had the time to pick me up from school. Of course, my mother tried to take me to school. On our way there, she scammed 2 wallets and a car from someone. By the time we reached school, she tried to scam my kindergarten teacher. I forced her out of the school and begged them to never take me there again. Sigh. What is the point of my life? Sitting near a river, my heart just felt sad. Going home was meaningless to me. There would be no one at home. I heard that everyone will be taking part in an operation to scam a rich man. It has been half a month since I saw them. Little brother, why are you here? Did you lose your family? A soft voice sounded in my head. From the tip of my nose, I detected a very young presence. I raised my head to take a look. I realized it was a big sister wearing white sports clothing. Her hair was up in a ponytail. I was shocked. I had never seen such a beautiful woman there before. She was obviously out for a jog. She must have been living in the area. The big sister noticed I did not respond. She crouched to my level, took my hand, and asked me, "Little brother, what is your name?" "My name is Han Jinji." I could not help but answer. Usually, I did not talk to people, but I was a kindergartner who judged people by their appearance. This girl was mega pretty and cute. I was more than obliged to answer her. "Your name is pretty funny," the big sister said with a soft smile. "It does not sound like a name someone this young should have." "My name was given to me by my grandfather," I replied. "He said our family cannot be made to obey ghosts and gods, nor do we need to have manners. We don't need to be kind or care about ethics and moralities, but we must be respectful. Otherwise, we are not human. That is why they gave me the name Han Jinji. It was so I could have a bit of humanity." Actually, I never understood what my grandfather meant. When they started to lie, they never seemed to care about the well-being of others. When they got home, they never talked about lying. "Your grandfather is funny," the big sister said with a smile. Maybe she thought I was joking. I did not dare look at her. I was afraid I might accidentally see her future and end up watching her die or have sex with an old man. That would only make me sad. "Little Gigi, would you like to come and drink a milk tea with me?" the big sister asked. Although I did not like milk tea, I was a kindergartner who judged people via their appearance. Therefore, I nodded in acceptance. I grabbed her hand and followed her to a milk tea shop. I was not afraid of her being a human trafficker. When I was free, I helped 2 human traffickers who once tried to sell me. When I left, they thanked me. The big sister was cute and nice. Drinking milk tea with her made me very happy. It made my sorrows fall out of mind for a time, which led me to eventually look at her. It was at this time my damned abilities of clairvoyance kicked in. The scene that broke my heart played in my head. The beautiful and cute big sister got out of a red sports car. Then, a group of people dressed in black gunned her down. Her blood spilled out like flowers. Without a doubt, she was going to die. My mood dropped into another realm of darkness. I only saw the future without knowing how or when it would happen. I also did not know where it would happen. Whatever the case might have been, I could not stop it from happening. I hated myself for having powers like that, and I hated myself for being even more useless. I did not want things to end that way. The big sister could see I was looking upset. With genuine worry, she asked me what was wrong. Little Gigi, what is wrong? Big sister, can you not drive a red sports car for a while? I tried again to change her fate. Why? The big sister asked with a weird look. I can see the future. If you drive a red sports car, your life will be cut short. I knew this would be very hard for her to believe, but I really wanted to convince her. I did not want to watch her die. The big sister looked surprised. She used her soft hands to touch my head. She smiled and said, "Little Gigi, you are concerned for my well-being. I thank you very much for that, but I am not going to die. I knew you would not believe me, but the future cannot be changed." I was very disappointed. I felt an ache in my heart. I hated myself for being so useless. The big sister grabbed my hand and looked serious. She said, "I believe you, little Gigi. You just need to remember that the end is not the end. If you really have a superpower that enables you to see the future, if you see people down the line who require assistance, you should not give up the pursuit to course correct and help them. It does not matter what happens in the end. Just try your best to do your job. Is that okay?" My mood was terrible. All I did was nod. I didn't even listen to her properly. I left the big sister in a sour mood, but I kept thinking that I could not let this go. She was a kind and cute big sister. I could not sit idly by and let her die. Even if God wants her dead, I must do what I can to save her. My heart suddenly mustered the courage needed to fight. Although I did not know her name or know where she lived, it was not a big problem for people who were born into a family of scammers. Scammers were very good at gathering information and predicting things. I thought about the future scenes. The location where the big sister got killed was at a large crossroads. There were no signs. Judging from the plants near the road, there was only one place in the city it could have been. The telltale sign was the allen grass. When it happened, it had to be in this city. The width of the main road was 120 feet. There are only 3 main roads with a width like that. I kept analyzing the images I had. I studied a map to try and find my target. Judging from the moon's location, the time should be around 10 a.m. It is tonight. I looked at the time. It was 5 minutes away from the time of the hit. No, I hated myself for not trying to save the big sister sooner. If I had been able to do things sooner, I might have been able to keep her safe. Before we parted ways, I should have gotten her phone number. That could have helped this situation be avoided. I madly ran out of the room. I stole the bike my mom rode to buy food each day and went as fast as I could to the location I had determined the event would be taking place. The traffic rules and lights could all go to hell. I had to save big sister. I rode as fast as I was able to, but the bike felt as if it was no quicker than a snail. I watched time go by. I was in a huge rush. Finally, I arrived at the street I saw in my future vision. I saw Big Sister's red sports car. She got out of the car. She was very pretty that night. She was wearing a red jacket and stockings. Her heels looked very attractive. At the same time, I saw men in black holding machine guns. Big Sister, hurry, run, I was too late to save Big Sister. I rode as fast as I could to the men in black and shouted. Ta 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 ta. Pang. The sound of the guns and a collision made their noises louder. I steered my bike to hit the men in black. The men in black fired their guns, but they did not hit the Big Sister. This is great. I did not think about what the result might have been. I just felt happy about saving the Big Sister. I had never felt this happy before. Cut. 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 Who is this kid? I am sorry, director. That is my friend. After falling onto the ground, I saw a middle-aged man with a megaphone. He was shouting madly. People were using all kinds of tools around. The Big Sister apologized to the middle-aged man. I had an emotion overwhelm me that had never happened before. I was frozen. The Big Sister came in front of me. She held me in her arms and asked with worry, "Little Gigi, thank you for saving me. Are you okay?" I am fine. I am just glad you are okay. I was finally starting to realize what had happened. I was not annoyed by my mistake. I actually thought it was rather wonderful. After I told my 5-year-old story, I lit up a cigarette and breathed deeply. I exhaled the smoke. With a righteous look, I said, ever since that time, I understood that the end was not the end. If I found people who needed help, I would help. I would ask for their phone numbers. Although the chances are 1 in a million, I have decided to save whoever I can. It was the promise I made to that Big Sister. The pretty girl sitting next to me looked at me. She looked scary. She was like a volcano about to erupt. She madly shouted, "Han Jinji, is that why when I went to the bathroom you decided to ask that pretty woman for her phone number?" Slap. What happened next was a slap. There was then the scene of a pretty woman madly leaving. Fine. I admit it. The story is real, but I only wanted to hit on the hot woman. I couldn't help it because I am Han Jinji. I am a guy who judges people by their appearances. Seeing the pretty woman leave, I picked up a cigarette and took another hefty puff. I let the smoke flow out. In my eyes, I looked into the future of the beautiful woman. There was a fire where Hansen was. Fire was everywhere in the bar. Wires sparked. Lots of lights fell from the roof. A big, circular light hit the beautiful girl's head while she was running. Ding! The fire alarm started ringing. Can I change the future? Seeing everyone running in fear with the fire spreading, I calmly sat in front of the bar. I picked up a drink and looked at the light in the center of the bar. The scammers are an organization, the people of which are scammers that disguise themselves as fortune tellers. All they do is lie to people. Although the organization's members can tell fortunes, none of them believe in fate. The so-called fate is just a tool for scammers to lie with. The scammers do not believe in fate and reincarnation. They do not believe in karma. They do not talk about relationships. They are good at watching people and calculating their decision. If people become a target of the scammers, it was nothing but bad luck for them. They would end up losing money easily. If the luck was worse, the family would probably break and people would die. I came from a family with that kind of background, but I believe in fate. More accurately, I can see fate. Yes, to use words that modern people use, you might say I have superpowers. My powers enable me to see things. My powers enable me to see more than the fate of a person. Every substance in this world can be seen through by me, and I can analyze the fate of all. Such as, I can see what the results of the next lottery will be. I will be able to tell what the lottery numbers are. And if I want to, I can see which horse will win in the next horse race. I can even tell what job people will end doing and who they will end up marrying, where they'll die. If I want, I can see the ends of everyone. Although my powers cannot enable me to see one's progress, seeing the end, which is all I can do, is enough. I am like a cheater that can see all the answers to an exam. It does not matter how I get somewhere, but as long as I can see the answers, it does not matter. I cannot be wrong. Some people think this is great. It is like living the life of a cheater. It certainly makes people jealous and crazy, but I would rather not have any power. The power to see the fates of all has led me down a dark life. Although I am only 5 years old, I carry the weight of an old man on his deathbed. I am not interested in anything. In kindergarten, I have a very good friend. He loves to play football quite a lot, and his dream is to become a football-playing superstar. He also wants me to practice playing football with him, so I can become his best partner. He wants to win the World Cup and become a superstar. I thought this was great, but after thinking about it, my superpower had only just started. I saw my little friend's future. But in the future, I can see he is not a football player. He is a fat, middle-aged salesman that gets drunk every day. Let's not even mention football, but after running 50 meters, he would probably end up collapsing due to exhaustion. It was at that moment I lost all interest in football. That was because, no matter how hard I try to play with him, he will not end up being a football player. It would just be a waste of time. The fates I see are never wrong and they can never be changed. In our elephant kindergarten, there is a very beautiful classmate of mine. I like her a lot. I would like to be her best friend. I might even like to be more than that. But when I think about her, my superpowers kick in. It enables me to see into her future, and in the future, she will be married to a 40-year-old bald guy. She will wear a wedding dress and go down the aisle of a church with that man. At that moment, my life was ruined. I lost interest in everything because no matter what I do, I see the end of all futures. I go to watch football, I know the result. I go and watch a movie, I know what the ending will entail. If I go to watch pretty women swim, I will see the pretty women become so old before they die. This world is so cruel to me. Darkness is all around me. It's all there is. I have tried to change fate, like me hating onions. I see in the future that my mother will make onions and fried eggs in the morning. So, I throw all the onions away at home and buy all the onions in the supermarkets and markets of 3 shopping districts. Don't ask me why a 5-year-old kid can do this. Money has never been a concern for me. But the next morning, I can see the eggs for breakfast still contain onions. It breaks my little heart. Baby, you should eat more onions. Recently, Granddad from the countryside has grown a lot of onions. It was a great harvest this year. We have lots and lots of them. Mom was so happy when she was telling me this. So, we ate onions for a month. I started to think this was a punishment from God for me trying to change fate. No one can understand my pain. In this world, there are no unknowns to me. There is nothing fresh for me. I have lost the thing in my life I most cherished. And what was that? It was a hope for the future. On my way home from school, I watched the sunset above the river. It made me feel so sad. I asked myself why a 5-year-old kindergarten kid would end up walking home alone. It was no big deal, as my mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and aunties are all scammers. And they are the masters of it. They have always been busy, never having the time to pick me up from school. Of course, my mother has tried to send me to school. But on my way to school, she scammed 2 wallets and a car from someone. By the time we reached school, she tried to scam my kindergarten teacher. I forced her out of the kindergarten and begged them never to come to take me to school again. Sigh. What is the point of my life? Sitting near a river, my heart just feels sad. Going home is meaningless to me. There will be no one at home, as I have heard everyone will be taking part in an operation to scam a rich man. It has been half a month since I saw them. Little brother, why are you here? Did you lose your family? A soft voice sounded in my head. From the tip of my nose, I detect a very young presence. I raise my head to take a look, and I realize it is a big sister that is wearing white sports clothing. She also has her hair done in a ponytail. I was shocked. I had never seen such a beautiful woman near there before. She was obviously out for a jog. She must have been living in the area. Little brother, what is your name? The big sister noticed I did not respond. She crouched to my level, took my hand, and asked me this question. My name is Han Jinji, I could not help but answer. Usually, I would not talk to people, but I was a kindergarten boy that judged people by their appearance. And this girl? She was mega pretty and ultra cute. I was more than obliged to answer her. Your name is pretty funny. It does not look like a name someone this young should have, the big sister said with a soft smile. This is a name that was given to me by my grandfather. He said our family cannot be made to obey ghosts and gods. And neither do we need to have manners. We don't need to be kind or care about ethics and moralities, but we must be respectful. Otherwise, we are not human. That is why they gave me the name Han Jinji. It was so I could have a bit of humanity, I said. Actually, I never did understand what my grandfather meant. When they started to lie, they never seemed to care about the well-being of others. But when they got home, they never talked about lying. Your grandfather is funny, the big sister said with a smile. Maybe she really did think I was joking. I did not dare look at her because I was afraid I might see her future by accident, end up watching her die or have sex with an old man. That would only make me sad. Little Gigi, would you like to come and drink a milk tea with big sister? The big sister asked. Although I did not like milk tea, I was a kindergarten school kid that judged people via their appearance. Therefore, I nodded in acceptance. I grabbed the big sister's hand and followed her to a milk tea shop. I was not afraid of her being a human trafficker. That was because, when I was free, I sold 2 human traffickers that once tried to sell me before. And when I left, they thanked me. The big sister was so cute and nice. To drink milk tea with her made me so happy. It made my sorrows fall out of mind for a time, which led me to eventually look at her. But it was at this time my damned abilities of clairvoyance kicked in. The scene that broke my heart played in my head. The beautiful and cute big sister got out of a red supercar and then, a group of people that were dressed in black gunned her down. The blood of her body spilled out like flowers. Without a doubt, she was going to die. My mood dropped into another realm of darkness. I could only see the future, without knowing how or when it might happen. Neither did I know where it might happen. But whatever the case might have been, I could not stop it from happening. I hated myself for having powers like that, and I hated myself for being useless even more. I did not want things to end that way. Little Gigi, what is wrong? The big sister could see I was looking upset, and with genuine worry, she asked me what was wrong. Big sister, can you not drive a red supercar for a while? I tried again, to change this fate of hers. Why? The big sister asked with a weird look. It is because I can see the future. If you drive a red supercar, your life will be cut short. I knew this would be very hard for her to believe, but I really wanted to convince her. I really did not want to watch her die. The big sister looked surprised. She used her soft hands to touch my head. She smiled and said, Little Gigi, you are concerned for my well-being. I thank you very much for this, but I am not going to die. I knew you would not believe me, but the future cannot be changed. I was so disappointed. I felt an ache in my heart. I hated myself for being so useless. The big sister grabbed my hand and looked serious. She said, I believe you, little Gigi. You just need to remember that the end is not the end. If you really have a superpower that enables you to see the future, if you see people down the line that require assistance, you should not give up the pursuit to course correct and help them. It does not matter what happens in the end. Just try your best to do your job. Is that okay? My mood was terrible. All I did was nod, not even listening to her properly. I left the big sister in a sour mood, but I kept thinking that I could not let this go. She was such a kind and cute big sister, I could not sit idly by and let her die. Even if God wants her dead, I must do what I can to save her. All of a sudden, my heart mustered the courage needed to fight. Although I did not even know her name or know where she lived, this was not a big problem for people who were born into a family of scammers. Scammers were very good at gathering information and being able to predict things. I thought about the future scenes, and where the big sister got killed was at a large crossroad. There were no signs, but judging from the plants near the road, there was only one place in the city it could have been. The telltale sign was the allen grass. So, when it happened, it had to be in this city. The width of the main road was 40 meters. There are only 3 main roads with a width like that. I kept analyzing the images I had. And I studied a map to try and find my target. The time should be around 10 o'clock, judging from the moon's location. It is tonight. I look at the time. It was 5 minutes away from the time of the hit. No, I hate myself for not trying to save the big sister sooner. If I had been able to do things sooner, I might have been able to keep her safe. Or before we parted ways, I got her phone number. This could have definitely been avoided. I ran out of the room like mad. I stole the bike my mum rode to buy food each day, and I went as fast as I could to the location I had determined the event to be. The traffic rules. The lights. They could all go to hell. I had to save big sister. I drive as fast as I was able to, but the bike felt as if it was no quicker than a snail. I watched the time go by and I was in a huge rush. Finally, I came to the street I saw in my future vision. I saw big sister's red supercar. She got out of the car, so pretty that night. She was wearing a red jacket and stockings. Her heel also looked very attractive. But at the same time, I saw the men in black hold their machine guns. Big sis, hurry, run, it was too late to save big sister. I drove as fast as I could to the men in black and shouted. Ta 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 ta. Pang. The sound of the guns and the sound of a collision made their noises together. I and my bike hit the men in black. The men in black fired their guns a bit, but they did not hit big sister. This is great. I did not think about what the result of this might have been, but I felt so happy about saving big sister. I had never felt this happy before. Cut. 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 Who is this kid? I am sorry, director. But that is my friend. After falling onto the floor, he saw a middle-aged man on a megaphone. He was shouting madly. People were using all kinds of tools around. Big sister apologized to the middle-aged man. I had an emotion overwhelm me that had never happened before. I was frozen. Little Gigi, thank you for saving me. Are you okay? Big sister came in front of me. She held me in her arms and asked with worry. I am fine. I am just glad you are okay. I was finally starting to realize what had been happening. I was not annoyed by my mistake. I actually thought this was rather wonderful. After I told my 5-year-old story, I lit up a cigarette and breathed deeply. I exhaled the smoke and with a righteous look said, ever since that time, I understood that the end was not the end. If I found people that needed help, I would help. I would ask for their phone numbers. Although the chances are 1 in a million, I have decided to save whoever I can. It was the promise I made to that big sister. The pretty girl that sat next to me looked at me. She looked so scary. She was like a volcanic eruption. She madly shouted at me, Han Jinji, is that why when I went to the bathroom you decided to ask that pretty woman for her phone number? Slap. What happened next was a slap. And then there was the scene of a pretty woman leaving madly. Fine. I admit it. The story is real, but I only wanted to hit on the hot woman. I couldn't help it because I am Han Jinji. I am a guy who judges people by their appearances. Seeing the pretty woman leave, I pick up a cigarette and take another hefty puff. I let the smoke flow out, and in my eyes, I looked into the future of the beautiful woman. Where Han Sen was now, there was a fire. In the bar, a fire was everywhere. Wires sparked. Lots of lights fell from the roof. A big, circular light hit the beautiful girl's head while she was running. Ding! The fire alarm rang. Can I change the future? Seeing everyone running in fear with the fire spreading, I calmly sat in front of the bar. I picked up a glass with a drink and looked at the light that was in the center of the bar. The god fights were a fighting competition governed by god spirits. Every rule was conducted and enforced by god spirits. If people conceded, they earned the protection of a god spirit. Not even the royals of the Seven Kingdoms and those with inherited blood pulses were allowed to break the rules. Han Sen was making a god spirit lock in a person who had already conceded the fight and was leaving the space battleground. This seemed impossible. It was not just Yan Dan that did not believe this. No one believed it. Han Sen knew the god spirits would not listen to his commands, but he had not said what he had to control the god spirits. He wanted to tell the god spirits that the fleeing man was a dead man and that they should not be a part of this. When Han Sen spoke, he broke the rules of the world. He pushed his power to the max and kept pumping power into the bow he wielded. This Han Sen is getting too cocky, Empty God coldly said. How dare he threaten us? Yan Dan was a blood pulse inheritor, so Han Sen's words made Empty God very upset. Moment God bowed to the leader of the hall and said, Mr. Han Sen is breaking the rules again. I am afraid he is only going to become the next Qin Xiu. Are we really going to stand back and let him do whatever he wishes to? Although Han Sen is wrong, it is not a big deal, another god spirit said. There is no need to be hung up over such trivial matters. After all, he has the chance to take the next step. Can we just let him destroy the world we have tirelessly cultivated just because he might walk that step? Empty God looked angry as he spoke. What you said is wrong. Everything happens for a reason. The God Chaos Party sent people to eliminate him. Do you expect Han Sen to just stand around and allow those people to strike him down? Are you calling him a sitting duck? The 12 god spirits were split down the middle with each side sharing one of two opinions. One side wished to put a leash on Han Sen or even kill him when it was necessary. The other side thought they should not interfere and let Han Sen's actions slide. Only one or two god spirits were ambivalent or neutral about it all. The hall leader sighed and said, let's just lock the space battleground. Otherwise, the entire space battleground will be destroyed. Yes, Master. The hall leader had decided. Although some god spirits did not agree with the choice, they held their tongues about it. Plus, they knew that if they allowed Han Sen to destroy the space battleground, it would reflect more poorly on the god spirits. Space and time in the Geno Hall were different from the outside world. The god spirits had been talking for a long time. To the outside world, only a second had gone by. Yan Dan had not left the battleground, but the space tunnel was on the cusp of shutting down. At this time, the closing space tunnel reopened. Yan Dan had almost escaped, but he immediately teleported back into the space battleground. Yan Dan looked shocked about being back on the space battleground. His face could not be described. The space tunnel behind him was gone. Why is it like this? I conceded. I already conceded. Mr. God Spirit, I already conceded. Why, Yan Dan pleaded his conceding again, but the space battleground made no movement. No tunnel through space appeared. The whole of the space battleground was dead silent. The big universe was dead silent too. No one believed this would happen. The god spirits were really doing as Dollar said. They were locking down the space battleground. Gods, why? I am a loyal devotee. I do everything properly and have never once offended you. Why are you treating me this way? Where is the justice? Where are the laws we abide by? Where are the gods now? Yandan sadly roared. He questioned the sky. The Yan Kingdom's people and nobles all looked angry. From what they saw, Yandan had received unfair treatment. You disobeyed the god spirits. That means you should die. Han Sen's voice sounded cold. It was like he was commanding God's judgment. He let go of the bowstring he had pulled back as far as he could. It looked like a full moon. Bzzzt. The moment the arrow left its string, it vanished. Yandan could not see the arrow. He was shocked and scared. He knew he could not protect himself from the power in that arrow. He wanted to live, so he released the 3 rare gene races that combined with him. There was a god bird made of fire, a demon-eyed weird snake, and a black-backed white-belly yen. They all appeared in front of Yandan. They all shielded him. The power of the 3 rare gene races exploded. They formed a line in front of Yandan. At that moment, it was like an invisible power pierced through the bulwark. The bodies of the 3 rare gene races were blown through, leaving a bloody hole in each as the invisible force passed through. The invisible power did not stop there. Yandan's head, behind all the gene races, became the recipient of a hole. Now, the audience was able to see that the black arrow had managed to stick into Yandan's forehead. It went through the back of his head and disappeared into the nether. Pang! The 3 rare gene races exploded at the same time. They turned into a sky full of blood rain. Yandan's corpse fell from space with his eyes wide open. The universe went dead silent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. One arrow had managed to eliminate 3 rare gene races and kill the elite, Yandan. That violent arrow technique frightened all those who watched it. The most shocking part was the fact that the arrow was able to kill Yandan after he had conceded the fight. The implications of this were far scarier than the arrow itself. Although Dollar said Yandan had committed blasphemy upon the god spirits, people who knew about this suspected that Yandan had done something he shouldn't have. He should not have associated himself with the god chaos party. Even so, the god spirits still broke their own rules. A man who made the god spirits bend one of their own rules was scarier than the arrows he could fire. People were frightened to think about something like that. This arrow did not just murder someone. It killed the hearts of many people. The kings of the 7 kingdoms all strangely looked at the body on the space battleground. The royals represented law and order, but that body was able to break the rules of the god spirits. That rule destroyer made them feel extremely worried. Is Dollar a god chaos party member? An elite thought. Most did not think so. A member of the god chaos party could not participate in a god fight. Otherwise, Rocky D would not have helped Yandan. He could have done this himself. Yet, Dollar was not a member of the god chaos party member but could still do that. It made people feel weird. Dollar belongs to the god of wealth. Who is that god of wealth? How can his members make the god spirits all agree with him? How powerful must the god of wealth be? Is he a reboot god spirit? People really wanted to find out where the god of wealth temple resided. After this fight, the 7 kingdoms sent out many people to scour the universe for the god of wealth temple. After Han Sen murdered Yandan, he quit the space battleground and returned to the phone castle. He knew Bauer was probably fine, but he was still worried. A mountain pierced through the skies. A strange god temple was on its peak. The god temple's structure was very defined. The primary hall was only 9 feet tall. It had a few side halls. Overall, it looked very large, but a large god temple like that gave people the feeling that it could easily break. It was hard to describe how weird it was. When one looked a bit closer, one realized that the god temple was composed of a white substance. It looked like it was made of paper. It was no wonder that it looked like a place that could easily tumble with one stab. Everything about the white temple was strange. Even the tables, god altar, god stove, and god statues were made of paper. It felt like a very spooky and scary place. Bauer looked at the god temple with interest. She seemed to be rather interested in the locale. Bauer looked at Rocky D and asked with a blink of her eyes, "What would happen if I lit a match in here?" "This is a god temple. It is not ordinary paper. Water, fire, or any other kind of weapon cannot actually deal harm to this temple." Rocky D sat on a paper chair. He flicked his hands and had two human-sized paper people bring a plate forward. They brought over paper plates and paper cups. They poured out a cup of coffee for Rocky D. Rocky D drank his coffee in an elegant posture as he asked Bauer, "What does the cute little princess want to drink?" "I want to drink tea." Bauer was not polite. She just sat down on the paper chair. The thin white paper turned into an S shape. Bauer sat on it. The paper trembled like the thin wings of a cicada, but it did not break. In some ways, it was like a rocking chair. The paper maid quickly brought a cup of tea over. Bauer looked at the paper man made of paper with genuine curiosity. "These paper people look rather funny," Bauer said. She watched the paper people with keen interest as she picked up the cup of tea to wet her whistle. "If you like, I can give you a few of these paper people. I can cut them out into any face you like. If there is some handsome celebrity or general you admire, I can cut them out for you." Rocky D drank his coffee with a warm smile. "I like your face. Why don't you give me a paper person that looks just like you?" Bauer happily looked at Rocky D. 1. Rocky D's eyes twitched a little. He looked at Bauer, who had a big pair of gleaming eyes. She looked like a clear spring without any dust. It did not look as if she was making a joke or toying with him. Plus, Bauer had followed him there without issue. Rocky D just thought she was a child who enjoyed playing around. After thinking about it, Rocky D's lips developed a smile. His beard lifted as he thought, "I really am a handsome gentleman who has thousands of women and goddesses loving me. Despite how troublesome it is to look this fine, I cannot help being so attractive." He looked very cocky as his eyebrows raised. Rocky D put down his cup. He coughed lightly and asked, "Do you really want it that much?" Bauer nodded. Her little hands became two little fists in front of her chest. She looked at Rocky D happily as she answered, "Yes. I really, really, really want it. If your face became a paper person, it would look so good." Rocky D smiled and nodded. "Okay. Since you are being so sincere about this, I can make one for you. But this is a limited edition, okay? There will only be one in this entire universe. You need to look after it with the utmost care. I will treat it like the most important thing in my life." Bauer raised her head as if she was making a solemn and profound promise. Rocky D loved Bauer's attitude. He took out a white sheet of paper and said, "After I make you this, you must stay here nicely until your father comes to pick you up." "With your paper copy, it is fine if my father does not come," Bauer said. Rocky D felt very cocky and thought, being too charming is a bad thing. Even a small little girl like her fancies me to be her daddy. Sigh. This is so troublesome. 2. After that, Rocky D picked up a sheet of paper. His right hand's index and middle fingers behaved like a pair of scissors that cut through the sheet. He kept cutting to cut out his face. He put a lot of effort into the task. It must be stated that Rocky D's skills were very good. Although it was only going to be something like a silhouette without any precise facial details, it looked a lot like him. Even the little beard on it was a bit raised. After cutting, Rocky D trimmed it a little and happily gave it to Bauer. "You must look after this thing as if it were your child. This is a unique silhouette." Bauer picked up the paper silhouette and looked as if she cherished it greatly. She said, "Thank you, Uncle." "Uncle?" Rocky D's eyes twitched. He patted Bauer on the head and smiled. "Little princess, you should think about calling me Mr. God." If you really want to start calling me handsome Mr. Minister, I think that would be rather dandy. It is up to you, of course. I think calling you an uncle is very fitting, Bauer said as she looked at Rocky D. Rocky D's face looked rather glum. He grunted. Whatever. You just stay here and sit still until Hansen comes to pick you up. Okay. If you are here with me, it is fine if my father does not show, Bauer said with a laugh. I do not have any time to play around with you. You can entertain yourself to pass the time. After Rocky D said that, he readied himself to leave. No, I want you to play with me, Bauer said with a shake of her head. Who in this world would waste time playing with you? Besides, I am a very busy man. Rocky D wanted to ignore Bauer. He turned around and walked out of the god temple. After walking a few steps, he felt as if his body was no longer listening to him. He could no longer control his body. He walked back to Bauer. What? What is going on? Rocky D's face changed. He tried using power to control his body, but it did not work. He then saw Bauer playing with the paper man he had just made. Salute. Bauer was holding the paper man. She made the paper man perform a saluting gesture. Rocky D's body lifted its right hand by its own volition. He had no say in it. He was suddenly just like the paper man. He performed the saluting gesture. Rocky D's face changed. What? How is this possible? She has that control power. Isn't she a human girl? A human girl at that age should not have such wicked powers. Even with a powerful gene race, there is no way she could channel so much power without fault. She did not even combine with a gene race. What is going on? Rocky D now regretted his deeds. If he had not cut out his own silhouette for Bauer and given it to her, no matter how strong she was, she would have been unable to control him. Aside from himself and one of the 12 Annihilation God spirits, he never thought there would be another being with the same type of power and powerful enough to control him. Even the God spirit from the 12 Annihilation God spirits would have been unable to control him completely with his paper shape. Take a dump. Bauer moved the paper man to open its legs and squat into a pooping position. 2. No. No. I am a gentleman. How could I perform such an embarrassing action? Rocky D shouted at the top of his lungs. His face turned red. He wanted to smack a wall. But he could not control his body. He looked like the paper man who was taking a dump. Pick your nose. Crawl like a dog. Pee like a dog. Bauer was playing with the paper man. Rocky D was feeling grossly embarrassed. Why don't you just kill me? Rocky D madly shouted at Bauer. Uncle, why would I kill you? You are such a nice person. If you die, no one will be able to play with me, Bauer replied as she tilted her head and looked at Rocky D. Rocky D had asserted the position of a dog peeing as he madly replied, Who are you? There is no way you are Hansen's daughter. He felt as if he had been well and truly tricked. She was such a powerful person, so how could she have been the daughter of a human? Uncle, your question is so strange, Bauer said as she looked at Rocky D with confusion. I am my father's daughter. That is impossible. You cannot be Hansen's daughter. There is no way a human can bear a daughter like you. Rocky D could tell that Bauer was not lying. Despite how little he believed it, it appeared as if she was telling the truth. His heart jumped. He blinked and he said, I think Hansen must have told you a white lie. He is not a father. He is a fake one. That is complete and utter nonsense, Bauer said with a smile. I am my father's daughter. Rocky D quickly replied, It is easy to find out if you are Hansen's true daughter. All we have to do is conduct a test to find out the truth. How would we test that? Bauer asked with curiosity. There is a treasure behind the God Temple, Rocky D said. It is a treasure that belongs to the God Chaos Party. All you must do is put a drop of blood into that God item. The God item can then analyze your genes. It will trace you back to your very origin and find out where you were from. It can trace your ancestors. Really? That is interesting. After Bauer said that, she walked behind the God temple. She was still holding the paper man. Rocky D followed Bauer behind the God temple, but not by his own will. The two of them went to the back of the primary hall. They saw something that sort of looked like a well. A bronze tripod was in the center of the well. Although the tripod was only 3 feet high, it looked very old. The tripod had many mysterious symbols on it. Bauer looked at the bronze tripod and asked, "Is that the treasure you are referring to?" "That is so simple." Rocky D quickly said, "Do not look at it like that. Of course, it may look very normal, but this bronze tripod was made from the genes of a god. It has an incredible amount of power, and there is only of them in existence. You will never be able to find another one of these for as long as you live." "Is it really that unique and good?" Bauer asked as she looked at the tripod. "Did you say I can find out who my family is through one drop of blood?" "Yes," Rocky D said. "Although it cannot be like the 3-life stone that can find out 3 lives and 3 past lives, this tripod can find out the truth of the bloodline in your family. If you would like to join the God Chaos Party, you will have to use this tripod to find out. It has never been wrong through all the years it has been used." "In that case, let's give it a try," Bauer said. She moved the paper man. Rocky D was pushed toward the bronze tripod. Rocky D was so scared that he shouted, "No. No. No." It was a shame he was being controlled by a paper man and unable to resist or move away. He walked in front of the bronze tripod. He reached out his finger and placed it on the bronze tripod. Bauer picked up the small wooden sword Jianbu Gu had given her. She used it to cut Rocky D's finger. That ordinary-looking sword possessed a sword mind, and thus it was able to cut Rocky D's finger. For just one sword mind to hurt Rocky D's body like that, not even Rocky D would have believed it was a wooden sword had he not been there to witness it. That asshole, Jianbu Gu. His sword mind is already at such a stage. Rocky D was shocked. A drop of blood oozed from Rocky D's finger and fell into the tripod. The symbols on the tripod suddenly lit up. Bauer's eyes opened wide as she looked upon the tripod in shock. The light on the tripod kept changing. It was like an endless font of light was now in operation. Not long later, a light shadow came out of the tripod. The light shadows were like a projector. It was like a hologram that created the shape of a body. It revealed Paper God, also known as Rocky D. It looked just like Rocky D minus the clothes he wore. Rocky D's body started to change. He became smaller and smaller. Then, his body started to change. In the end, he turned into a normal cat with a black shadow. It was the shadow of a cat, so it was not solid, but it also had life. It was very weird. The shadow of the cat became smaller. It turned into a fat and cute, albeit small, cat. It then turned into a gene egg. "Uncle, you are a cat." Bauer weirdly looked at Rocky D. "I am not a cat. That was a shadow phantom. You do not understand what a shadow phantom is." Rocky D, who was feeling embarrassed, tried to correct Bauer. "But it looks like a cat," Bauer said with honesty. Rocky D felt destroyed. His face turned red, but he kept his mouth shut. He did not want to talk to Bauer anymore. After Rocky D turned into a gene egg, the video stopped playing. The bronze tripod returned to normal. Bauer tilted her head as she asked, "Why did I not see your mother and father?" "I am a rare gene race that was born in a godpulse," Rocky D said. "Of course, I do not have any parents. If you have parents, the bronze tripod will show them." "Okay." Bauer had a brief time to think about it. She walked in front of the bronze tripod, reached out her finger, bit it, and let a drop of blood fall on it. Bauer knew she originally came out of a gourd, but she wanted to know if there was any other bloodline she was related to. She did not really want to find out whether or not she was Hansen's daughter. Bauer's blood entered the bronze tripod. The bronze tripod started to glow. The symbols on the tripod started to glow like the sun. They started to melt. Rocky D's eyes went straight while watching this. He was the minister of the God Chaos Party. He had seen many of these tests before. He had seen rare gene races that turned into God Spirit gene races or even fallen annihilation God Spirits. Whenever he had tested it in the past, this had never happened before. The bronze tripod was burned into steel juice. It melted rapidly. Lots of red, bronze juice dripped. The moment the bronze tripod collapsed, the bronze tripod had a shadow. The light shadow formed in the air. The bronze tripod collapsed. There was boiling bronze juice everywhere as the shadow faded. Rocky D was frozen as he looked at the bronze tripod. His eyes widened and his lips started to quake. He had no idea what he had just seen. When he regained his composure, he looked at Bauer. His vocal cords had the shakes as he said, You. Rocky D is a sinner, so please forgive me. If Rocky D could have moved, he would have been kowtowing before Bauer. Bauer blinked and looked at Rocky D. After a while, she asked, Do you know who I am? Yes. No, Rocky D was not making much sense. So, do you know me or not? Bauer asked with a frown. I am aware of your existence, but I have never seen you before, Rocky D quickly said. Oh, in that case, tell me who you think I am, Bauer said. She squinted her eyes as she peered at Rocky D. Rocky D displayed a wry smile as he said, I would not dare say it. Therefore, I will not say it. If I dare say your name, this world will be thrown into chaos. What is that supposed to mean? Bauer's eyes repeatedly blinked. You must believe that I, Rocky D, only obey you diligently, Rocky D said with sincerity. If you are willing for me to die, I will gladly die. I will die in your service with honor. I do not like the way you are talking to me now, Bauer said. If you speak to me like this again, I will tear this paper man in half. She held the paper man high up. It looked as if she was going to rip it up. Rocky D remained calm. If that can keep your secret, I am willing to give up my life for that cause. After that, Rocky D closed his eyes as if he was willingly ready to embrace a demise. Do you really think I am not capable of killing someone? Bauer's face looked dim. If my death can bring you pleasure, then the pleasure is all mine, Rocky D said with seriousness. Bauer stared at Rocky D for a bit. She then picked up the paper man and waved it in Rocky D's direction. Rocky D's body flew toward the paper man. His body grew smaller. He combined with the paper man. The paper man was just a silhouette, but it now had color and a face. It had become a colorful paper man. When you want to tell me, you can come and talk to me. Bauer looked rather annoyed. She pulled out a book and stuck Rocky D, the paper man, inside the pages of the book. After doing that, Bauer pushed the sunglasses on her face and said to herself, What is wrong with this guy? It really does look like he is not afraid to die. The dragon maid had received an order to wait outside Phone Castle and wait for Hansen's return. She eventually saw Hansen emerge from the castle, so she walked forward and casually said, Come here. Follow me if you wish to see Bauer. Sure. Hansen did not say anything else. He nodded and followed the dragon maid. The dragon maid opened a tunnel through space. She took Hansen with her to travel through it. They arrived at the paper god temple atop a mountain. You wait here. The dragon maid walked in front of the god temple and stopped. She bowed and shouted into the paper god temple, Mr. Minister, Hansen is here. After a while of waiting for a response, none came from Rocky D. This made the dragon maid frown. She bowed again and said, Mr. Minister, I have brought Hansen here. Still, no one answered her. The paper door of the paper god temple opened. A cute little girl emerged from beyond it. Upon seeing Bauer walk out, the dragon maid was given a fright. She quickly seemed to understand something. She was furious, so she grabbed Bauer and shouted, "What did you do to Mr. Minister?" Bzzt. A wooden sword flew above Bauer. It went in front of her. The wooden sword was ordinary, but the sword mind was so holy that it was like a god one could not dare to offend. It crushed the dragon maid and pinned her to the ground. She could not straighten her back. It felt like a terrifyingly heavy sword was crushing her. Bauer jumped into Hansen's chest and complained, "Dad, you were so slow. I was worried that I had come too soon and ruined your fun." Hansen smiled. Seeing Bauer safe and sound, he felt immeasurably relieved and asked, "Where is Rocky D?" "He is here." Bauer opened the book she kept next to her chest. She took out Rocky D's paper form. "This is Rocky D?" Hansen looked at the paper man with shock. It did look like Rocky D. It was like a miniature version of him. It looked like a paper man that was drawn on top. "What are you looking at? If it was not for Master Bauer, you would be dead." Rocky D felt furious to be looked at by Hansen. "You weren't kidding, and he can speak." Hansen thought this was rather interesting. He held the head of the paper man and remarked how much it felt like paper. Rocky D felt very embarrassed, so he shouted, Let go of me." He was still trapped in paper form, so he could not fight back. Hansen lifted his head. "Let go of Mr. Minister," the dragon maid madly shouted. She wanted to stand up, but the sword mind power made her bones crack. It looked as if she was going to break. She could not stand up. That is a very powerful sword mind. Mr. Jian is stronger than I thought. It is no wonder why he is regarded as the biggest swordsman in the Qin kingdom. Hansen looked at the wooden sword in shock. The dragon maid's power was almost similar to Decapitation Queen, but a wooden sword was able to keep her suppressed. The sword mind of its master must have been frightening. Hansen gave the paper man of Rocky D to Bauer and asked her with curiosity, how could he be like that? Bauer pushed her sunglasses and smiled. "I simulated his power and used it back on himself. His powers were quite interesting. I forgot about that trick." Hansen only just remembered the treasure sunglasses she had. He did not expect the power of the sunglasses was effective even in the universe of kingdoms. Bauer looked strange. She told Hansen about her experience with Rocky D. Hansen was surprised to hear it. He looked at the paperman version of Rocky D and asked, "Rocky D, do you know something about Bauer's history? If you tell me, I can let you go." Rocky D looked at him with disdain. He lifted his lips and said, "You do not have the credentials needed to talk to me. Talk to my dad nicely." Bauer reached out her hand and squeezed Rocky D's face. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Rocky D screamed. "Whatever," Hansen said. "Let's just go back. Bring Mr. Jian's wooden sword. I am sure it is very important to him, so we should do our best to return it to Mr. Jian." The wooden sword was an ordinary item, but the sword had Jian Bugu's sword mind. It was like Jian Bugu's self-sword. Hansen did not understand why Jian Bugu would use a wooden sword for a self-sword. No matter how strong a sword mind was, it was very weak. If Mr. Jian encountered an enemy that was as strong as he was, the sword would be rendered useless. Bauer took back the wooden sword. The dragon maid was free. She turned into a big, black dragon and roared at Hansen and Bauer. Pang! Hansen gathered up power. He punched the dragon maid and sent her flying. The giant body was like a mountain that was shaking. "Do not kill her," Rocky D shouted. "Dad, just let her live," Bauer said with a blink of her eyes. Hansen and Bauer went to the Feng family castle. The dragon maid followed them from behind. She knew she would be unable to fight them, but her resolve had not been completely dissolved. Hansen was a bit worried. Instead of chasing the dragon maid away, he had allowed her to come back to the Feng family castle. He took the Rocky D paper man from Bauer and went into the garden. Rocky D, I have things I would like to tell you. Hansen put Rocky D on a stone table. He glanced at the dragon maid, who was staring at them intently. Rocky D moved his paper body. He was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but he still told the dragon maid, "You can wait outside the garden." The dragon maid adhered to the command and waited outside the garden. Even from there, she still watched. After the dragon maid left, Hansen spoke to Rocky D. "Rocky D, you seem to know something. Why don't you spill the beans?" Rocky D patted himself on the chest and coldly replied, "What makes you think you have what it takes to talk to me in such a capacity?" "I am Bauer's father," Hansen coldly said. Rocky D immediately jumped and said, "You do not have what it takes. If you dare to say that you are Master Bauer's father, I will kill you." Hansen smiled. "You cannot deny I was the one who raised her from a baby." Rocky D moved his lips, but he did not say anything. "If you are not willing to say anything more, then how about I guess?" Hansen asked with a smile. He had experienced far too many problems in his lifetime. He was confused about many things. The more time he had spent guessing, the more experience he had when it came to guessing. Upon seeing Rocky D not speak, Hansen started to talk to himself. "You call her Master Bauer and are so polite to her. That must mean she has a higher position than you. That also means she is stronger than you. People like you would go and fight a god spirit. At the end of the day, you manage to be stronger and at a higher level than them. So, why would you treat a child like a master? Yet, you are. For that, there can only be one possibility. You and Bauer have some sort of connection, or perhaps you owe her a favor of some sort." "Humph," Rocky D coldly grunted. He did not actually say anything. Hansen laughed and went on to say, "No matter whether or not you owe her a favor or if you two are related, people like you would remember her. You would not forget her. There is no way you did not recognize her in the beginning, yet you did not recognize her in the beginning. It was not until you conducted the test did you change your approach to her. You obviously saw something in the test that enabled you to recognize her." Rocky D did not say anything. He merely coldly stared at Hansen. "I heard Bauer say that the bronze tripod was a treasure of the God Chaos Party. It is an item that enables a member to test their blood, and there is only one such tool in existence." Hansen looked at Rocky D and said, "But this bronze tripod is only able to test blood. It cannot determine one's past life. If it was like that, it would not be a reincarnation. You only saw Bauer in this life, and you only recognized who she was in this life. Why did you not recognize her in the beginning? You only recognized her after seeing Bauer's blood pulse light shadow." Hansen squinted and peered at Rocky D. He then asked, "Do I need to keep talking?" "I do not know what you are talking about," Rocky D coldly replied. Hansen looked at Rocky D and said, "Bauer is in danger. She is in big danger. Am I correct?" "Yes. If I were you, I would let her go. Let me and Bauer leave this place." Rocky D spoke the words in an ordinary tone of voice. "I believe what you say is true. If I do not let Bauer leave and do not want you to return to your former self, what do you expect will happen? I think the God Chaos Party will not let you, Mr. Minister, simply vanish and disappear from the world." Rocky D's heart jumped. Before he spoke again, Hansen said, "I and Bauer are like father and daughter. It does not matter whether you accept that fact or not. I will not allow her to leave my side. I do not think Bauer will want to leave my side either. You do not have the power to change that. So, if you really are standing on Bauer's side, I think there is a thing or two you can tell me." This time, Rocky D did not deny things. He remained silent but did not speak. His eyes lingered on Han Senator. After a while, he said, "You need to know that if Master Bauer's identity is revealed, there will be a disaster that will shake the sky. I cannot hold it, and you cannot hold it. You should really tell me who she is, Han-sen said. That is the only way we can be prepared, right? Rocky D shook his head. I cannot tell you her name, and I cannot disclose her history. If I tell you these things, the universe will be thrown upside down. That seems really serious. Han-sen looked at Rocky D and asked, there has to be something you can tell me, right? Rocky D hesitated and said, hide her. Do not let the god spirits realize who she really is. Do not let the god chaos party find her, or there will be a grand disaster. I cannot put her in hiding forever, Han-sen coldly said. Bauer will not agree with that. Even if she did agree with it, I would not accept that. At least not now, Rock D said. You need to wait until she grows up. Maybe then she can. How far must she develop? Must she become reboot class? Han-sen asked as a test. I do not know, Rocky D said. He looked weird as he spoke. Master Bauer's limit is not something we can guess or even try to understand. Han-sen stared at Rocky D and said, fine. This is the last question. Aside from you, are there any other creatures that can reveal Bauer's identity? Yes, or maybe there are none, Rocky D weirdly said. Be clearer. Han-sen frowned. Rocky D sighed and said, back in the day, perhaps some people might have been able to tell. These days, I cannot even be sure if those guys are alive. Even if they were, I cannot be certain they would notice. If Master Bauer did a test like the bronze tripod again, people might recognize something. According to your theory, Bauer is safe. Han-sen felt a bit relieved. If I was unable to recognize who she was in the first place, I doubt there are many in this world that can do what I could not, Rocky D said with seriousness. Still, it would be best for her not to be flaunted around, just in case. I understand, Han-sen said. You should go. The restrictions on your body can now be removed. I don't think you need Bauer to undo the spell put on you. Are you really letting me go? Rocky D looked shocked. Keeping you here is sure to attract more trouble, Han-sen casually said. I do not want to kill you, therefore I will just choose to let you go. Are you not afraid that I will leak the secrets about Master Bauer? Rocky D asked. I am afraid, but I do not think you will. After Bauer left, you could have run, but you didn't. Han-sen smiled. Humph, Rocky D coldly grunted. He twisted the paper and jumped. In the air, he became his real self again. He reached out the paper man in his hand to Han Sr., give this paper man to Master Bauer. If she needs it, she only has to use the paper man, and I will lend her my assistance. After that, Rocky D threw the paper man at Han-sen like a card. He turned around and left the garden, taking the dragon maid with him. Before the space tunnel closed for their departure, Rocky D turned around and asked Han-sen, do you not think breaking the world is awesome? There is strength in between breaking the world, and you just broke the world. Not many elites can kill you, but there are still one or two that might. If I were you, I would let Master Bauer go with me. I am not going to hand my daughter over to anybody, Han-sen calmly said. I will not let anyone hurt her. Rocky D grunted coldly. He did not turn his head as he left through the space tunnel. Seeing the space tunnel shut down, Han-sen said to himself, if this really is how I think it is, then this will all be a great deal of trouble. Han-sen entered the top 4 rounds of fights, and Bauer joined in too. Their luck wasn't too shabby either. They were not pitted against each other. They had to fight the others who were also in the top 4. Han-sen was quite surprised by the turnout. In their semi-final matches, neither Han-sen's nor Bauer's opponent showed up. They had given up and quit. It was the most boring set of semi-finals ever witnessed, and the same was going to hold true for the finale. The semi-finals did not happen, and the finals weren't going to depict a grand bout either. Bauer immediately quit, which enabled Han-sen to achieve the number 1 rank in the God fights. The other 2 people were very famous in the Geno universe. As for them conceding, people did not say much about it. 2. Everyone knew that fighting Han Sen was likely futile, so everyone thought they too would quit if they were in their shoes. The same was true for going up against Bauer. After all, they had even managed to make the god spirits break the rules. It would have been weird for them to actually consider fighting the pair. No one wanted to risk their lives in a battle with such an unfair environment. If they entered the space battleground, they might not have been able to make it out alive even if they conceded. If they did not concede, they could not use god spirit gene races. If they used them, they would be punished by the god spirits they had pledged their loyalty to. If they did not use them and could not fight Dollar and Ingot, it would have been a fight in which they were practically throwing themselves into the furnace. It was a death wish. Even stupid people knew the best course of action. Han Sen was the most dishonorable winner in the history of the god fights, but no one questioned his claim to be a victor and the might that secured him the number 1 position. Although he had won without fighting, Han Sen felt good about it. He did not have time to waste concerning himself about whether or not it was right to win the god fights without battling. All he cared about were the results. When Han Sen earned first place in the god fights, a light fired into the space battleground. It landed on Han Sen, making his body disappear. Han Sen did not fight back. It was a teleportation light. It did not harm him. Han Sen's vision constantly flashed. When he was able to see again, he realized he was inside a giant god hall. The god halls were the most obvious things to recognize. There was a light in the center that was very old and mysterious. The light had small lights. There had to have at least been 10,000 of them. Han Sen was no stranger to these lanterns. The 10,000 lanterns were race lanterns. Every race lantern had the race's name on it. The first was still the very high. Han Sen carefully looked at the race lanterns. He did not, strangely enough, see a human race lantern. Obviously, the humans had yet to light up their lanterns. The elusive god was sitting on the god throne of the god hall. Han Sen was very familiar with that bloke. Now, he should have called him God Hall Master, the strongest reboot god spirit in the universe. It is impossible for humans to light up a lantern for themselves, God Hall Leader coldly said. I have already told you that humans should not exist in the Geno universe. Their existence makes sense, Han Sen said with a laugh. If humans already exist in the Geno universe, why can we not light up a lantern? The fact you can't means you can't, God Hall Leader said. There is no why. You just can't. If humans really did light up a lantern in the Geno universe, let's not mention the others for a moment, but even god spirits like me would not ignore such an event. Letting the crystallizers light a lantern is the best we can do. Fine. I don't really care about humans lighting up lanterns, anyway. The reward for coming first in the god fights should be mine now, shouldn't it? Han Sen smiled at God Hall Leader as he spoke. Fine. God Hall Leader did not mention anything about Han Sen breaking the rules again. He agreed with him rather quickly. He lobbed the gene egg at Han Senator. It landed in his hands. God Hall Leader smiled at Han Senator. He looked at him as he said, that is a rare gene egg. It is a Xian Holy Turtle. Are you satisfied now? I thought you said the number 1 would be able to pick which rare gene egg he wanted. Can I not be given a turtle? Han Sen looked at the pitch-black thing. It looked very average. Okay. God Hall Leader clapped his hands. A wheel of fortune appeared in front of Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the wheel of fortune as he asked, how are the slices all so empty? How am I supposed to know what I am going to get? God Hall Leader laughed. You just spin it. No matter which slice you get, I will write down Xian Holy Turtle. 2. If you do that, then why did you need a wheel of fortune for it? Han Sen looked at God Hall Leader with an icy expression. What is important is that it can make you feel like you are in control. It can satisfy and provide your heart with a bit of a thrill. God Hall leader pointed at the wheel and said, "Hurry up and spin the thing." "What is the point of spinning? Do you think I am that free?" Han Sen's eyes twitched as he spoke. "Okay. That will save you some time." God Hall leader admired Han Sen's ability to understand so much. He clapped his hands. The big wheel of fortune disappeared. "Usually, you do not need to come here to claim your reward," God Hall leader said as he smiled at Han Sr. "Today, I asked you to come because there is something that I would like to bend your ear for." "I'm busy. I still have my kids to feed. Why don't we talk about this another time?" He did not believe God Hall leader was so willing to just invite him in for telling stories. "That is fine by me," God Hall leader said, acting as if he did not care. "I suppose the extinction of humanity is no big deal." "What is going on?" Han Sen had to concede. God Hall leader asked, "You have been to outer sky where the very high roam, correct? You know what that place is like." "I have heard it resides in a zone between the real world and the anti-material world," Han Sen said. "I never did find out if there was any validity to the claims." God Hall leader nodded. "Yes. Outer sky really is a buffer zone that resides between the real world and the anti-material world. There should not be any glitches in a buffer zone like that, such as the lake that resides in outer sky. It is an outright crack between the real world and anti-material worlds. That is why people can fish up some stuff from that anti-material lake." Han Sen had already been able to guess that much. He had always been curious to learn about why a glitch like that existed. God Hall leader seemed to see what Han Sen was thinking. He sighed and said, "This has something to do with God Chaos Party and the war against the God spirits." To put it simply, after a big fight and a reboot, the universe did not totally recover. There are many glitches in it now. That is why people like you and Qin Xiao are allowed to exist. You reincarnate between the real world and the anti-material world. That is why there are spirits like Moon God and Zhou Dong Lai. They carry memories over from a past life. You are not going to make me fix those glitches, are you? Han Sen quickly asked. "I don't have the power to do that." God Hall leader rolled his eyes. "I know you don't have that power. The God Chaos Party is in a buffer zone. They are trying to open a path through the real world and the anti-material world. Although they have not yet succeeded in doing so, it would be best if their antics were put to an end. Therefore." After saying that, God Hall leader smiled and looked at Han Sen. When Han Sen returned to the Feng family castle, he felt a bit depressed. The Xian Holy Turtle was good stuff. It was a rare gene race. It was just that it was a newborn baby that had recently hatched. It had a scary level of defense. After combining with it, one had a Xian Holy body. It enabled the body's strength to increase and gave it a shakeback power. The Xian Holy Turtle was good at everything. The only problem was the fact the Xian Holy Turtle used earth elemental powers. It did not go well with the Dongxian Sutra or Jade Skin. Therefore, it could not be used with the reverse gene races of those two skills. Han Sen was wondering if God Hall leader was enacting payback for his behavior in the God fights. While giving him a decent reward might have seemed great, it was basically God Hall leader giving him a gene race Han Sen had no use for. It made Han Sen feel terrible. "It looks like I will have to go to that buffer zone. Otherwise, getting rare gene races will be too difficult," Han Sen said with a sigh. He still used the black crystal armor to evolve the Xian Holy Turtle. Although he could not use it as a reverse gene race, it was still Han Sen's first rare gene race. If he was able to find a God Spirit blood pulse that went well with it, he could level it up as a God Spirit gene race. It would at least be useful in some capacity. 2. Seeing the Xian Holy Turtle in a sea of soul swallow the black crystal armor, it turned into a black orb. Han Sen remembered the things God Hall leader told him. According to the theories of God Hall leader, the powers to break the world were called Break World. Not many elites were actually able to use Break World. God Chaos Party's leader was one such individual, and Qin Xian was barely half of that, but others couldn't. 1. The reason Qin Xiu was only half of that was that he used a glitch in the world to access the Geno universe. He did not use his own power to accomplish that. Han Sen was unable to break the world. The reason he was able to go to the universe of kingdoms was because of World God King's power. The Super God Spirit mode was strong, but he could not use it to break into another world. Han Sen had only just reached the break world level. He was practically a beginner. He was still far away from the real break world level. In fact, Han Sen was not just able to break the world. Even God Chaos Party's leader, who was the vice president of the God Chaos Party in the past, was unable to reach a break world level. When there was a big fight and the universe had to be rebooted, the world was fractured with glitches. Now, God Chaos Party's leader was planning to use those glitches to make a tunnel that would enable access to the other universe. Han Sen did not know how forging a path between the worlds would benefit the God Chaos Party, so he asked about it. God Hall leader looked at Han Sen, licked his lips, and said, "The two are made from opposites. To the Geno universe, the universe of kingdoms is the anti-material world. To the universe of kingdoms, the Geno universe is the anti-material world. That means to one universe, the other can be considered hell. When the tunnel between both worlds opens, the creatures of these two universes can go between the universes. That would be like demons from hell crawling into the ordinary world. The two universes would be in chaos." Han Sen rubbed his nose. He knew God Hall leader meant he was a demon, and he had nothing to defend himself against that claim. Since he had been in the universe of kingdoms, he hadn't exactly done anything positive. God Hall leader also told Han Sen the creatures of the universe of kingdoms would have an extremely hard time when trying to practice break-world powers. If the two worlds were to be opened, there would be many creatures like Han Sen or Qin Xiu appearing who could easily learn break-world powers. The God Chaos Party wanted to absorb those creatures. If that situation did come to pass, there would be too many break-world people appearing. Even God spirits would be unable to maintain control of the world. The aftermath would undoubtedly be something quite severe. Fortunately, for now, the world had glitches. Breaking the worlds would not be easy. The God Chaos Party was only in the initial stages of planning. Putting aside if it would work, if they wanted to break through it and did work, it would take 1 billion years to punch through a hole in the fabric of the universe. The God Hall leader did not really expect Han Sen to be capable of destroying the God Chaos Party. He only wanted Han Sen to give the God Chaos Party some trouble. After rebooting, the two universes' buffer zones had been torn to shreds. Each layer did not connect. The outer sky, which belonged to the very high, was just one layer. It was the one that was the closest to the Geno universe. There were 33 buffer zones in existence, similar to that of the outer sky. They were in places God spirits were unable to occupy. It was dangerous for God spirits to venture to such places. 1. Because the two universes had a space between them, the Geno Hall and the God Temple palaces would be unable to work. If the God spirits died there, they would be unable to respawn in their God temples. According to the news he had received in the past, the God Chaos Party had broken 7 layers near the universe of kingdoms. It would still take them a long time to break through the rest. Now, the 7 layers were all occupied by the God Chaos Party. If God spirits entered such a place, they would have to be careful. It had been a long time since news of their progress had been received. God Hall leader was saying he wanted Han Sen to get in there and kill as many members of the God Chaos Party as he was able to. If he was unable to kill them, he could at least harvest some information. That way, he could find out how many layers the God Chaos Party had managed to break through. God Hall leader promised that if Han Sen delivered him accurate news, he could give Han Sen a very special and rare gene race. Apparently, Han Sen was going to love it. It was a tempting proposition, but the territory of the God Chaos Party was not the sort of place one could freely waltz into. The only thing Hansen had on his side was that the two universes' powers would not be suppressed when inside a buffer zone. By being there, Hansen could use all of his powers and not be restricted. 2. Of course, what tempted Hansen even more was the god temples of the God Chaos Party's members. By destroying god temples, he could get more god bases. No one wanted fewer god bases. Hansen had asked God Hall leader why the members of the God Chaos Party were not called god spirits, despite them having god temples and god bases. The God Hall leader did not answer him. He just told Hansen how to get there. Hansen was interested to see it. Before that, he wanted to see the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple. The Qin Kingdom must have had people who could break the world. Let's not mention anyone else, but Jianbugu must have been a break-world elite. My powers are restricted by the universe. Breaking an Alpha Temple would be difficult. Hansen kept thinking. He still planned on sneaking into the Alpha Temple to have a look. To prevent trouble pursuing him, Hansen went looking for Qin Bai. He planned to take Qin Bai with him to the Alpha Temple. Having the Qin Kingdom's future king Qin Bai there could make a big problem become a very small problem if he was discovered. He could turn a very small problem into not a problem at all. He could avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Qin Bai, is Bauer at home? When Qin Bai went to the Feng family castle, he did not go inside. He asked his men to bring Hansen out. He looked angry. I am playing in the garden with Feng Yining, Hansen said with a smile. If the crown prince wants her, then I can go get her. No, no, no. Qin Bai's face turned white as he pulled Hansen. Qin Bai pulled Hansen away from the doors of the Feng family castle and asked, Hansen, why have you come looking for me? Hansen looked at Qin Bai as he asked, Mr. Crown Prince, have you been to the Alpha Temple? Of course, I have been there. Every year, when we perform sacrifices, we have to kneel for half the day. We have to kowtow and bow. It is all so very annoying. Qin Bai looked as if he did not have many fond memories of his trips to the Alpha Temple. He looked like he hated the place quite a bit. He strangely asked, why are you asking me about it? Hansen laughed and said, I have heard there is a very powerful treasure in the Alpha Temple. Do you know what it is, Crown Prince? What are you talking about? How can a place like the Alpha Temple have great treasure? It is just a temple with an Alpha statue inside it and a few tools for sacrifices, of course. There is nothing else there, so why would there be treasure? Qin Bai joined the sacrifices every year. He knew what was inside the Alpha Temple. Aside from these things, are you sure there is nothing? When Hansen heard that, he felt disappointed. If Qin Xiu really had put Wanner's dead body inside the Alpha Temple, there should have been some kind of evidence. There couldn't be nothing at all. Qin Bai thought for a bit and said, there are some weird things, but they are not treasures. For instance, there is a well there. What kind of well? Hansen's eyes suddenly brightened. After thinking a moment, Qin Bai said, the Alpha Temple has one main and two sub-halls. There are 3 halls in total. The right hall features an old well. It is octagon-shaped. The well has the Alpha's writing on it. He wrote down the word destiny. Therefore, the well is called Destiny Well. People frequently call it the country well. After pausing, Qin Bai looked around and saw that nobody was around. He quietly told Hansen, I have heard that the well can be quite creepy. There is a chain thicker than an arm on the platform. The chain leads all the way down the well. I heard that the chains have locked up a suppressed pulse god beast from the Qin Kingdom. I heard these stories when I was a young boy. The suppressed pulse god beast helped the Qin Kingdom suppress luck. It has kept the Qin Kingdom going for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations and made the kingdom rich forever. After Hansen heard that, he was so happy, he thought, if Wanner's body is in the Alpha Temple, it will probably be in the Destiny Well. After thinking about it, Hansen told Qin Bai, I have heard about the powerful treasure residing inside Destiny Well. Qinbai's head shook like a drum. Impossible. I do not know if Destiny Well has a suppressed pulse god beast, but that is an odd place to put treasure. The legends claim that the Alpha put the Qin kingdom in a very good situation. In the second generation, it was said the Alpha's son was very naughty. During a sacrifice, he decided to answer the call of nature right inside Destiny Well. Afterward, the Qin kingdom's fortune soured. It was bad for many years. It almost destroyed the kingdom. It was all because of that incident. As a result, all the kings use this story to educate their family members. They must not do anything bad to the Destiny Well. If it was not for having to attend ritual sacrifice, I'd never visit the Alpha Temple of my own volition. Although Qinbai was a bit naughty and spoiled, there were limits to his own tenacity. Han Sen, you are not planning on doing anything in the Destiny Well, are you? I would advise you to put those thoughts to bed right now. Qinbai looked around and pulled Han Sen into a corner. He quickly said, you must not go there. There are very scary elites guarding there. They are the greatest defenders of the Qin kingdom. Even if Jade Wall City was broken, you could not infiltrate that one zone. Without the permission of my father, not even I can visit there freely. You are strong, but if you went there alone, not even you would make it back. Qinbai was sincerely looking out for Han Sen's best interest. He would not have told Han Sen the secrets of the temple if he did not want what was best for him. Oh, what kind of scary characters? Han Sen asked. Qinbai shook his head. I am not entirely sure. That is just what my father told me. When I have been by Destiny Well, I have never seen anyone guarding the place. I am fairly sure it is the truth. What father tells me is never incorrect, and he never lets me tell anyone else about this stuff. He says that if I ever encounter a crisis in which I cannot solve and my life is threatened, all I must do is escape to the Alpha Temple. Once there, I can find help and someone to save me. Hearing Qinbai say that, Han Sen was sure there was something unusual about the Alpha Temple. Even if it was not Wanner's body, it likely had something important to do with the Qin kingdom. The Alpha Temple has the Qin kingdom's strongest guardians. If I forced entry, it might end up bad for me. Although Han Sen was strong, under the suppression of the world's rules, he was not sure if he had what it took to fend off the Qin kingdom if it entirely turned against him. This is giving me a headache. In Han Sen's heart, he was feeling a bit depressed. Han Sen, if you really want to look at Destiny Well, I can take you there during a time of sacrifice, Qinbai said. Outside of those times, it is not wise to visit. Han Sen's eyes looked bright as he asked Qinbai, when the next sacrifice rolls around, can you take me there? Yes, I can. Qinbai smiled and said, there will only be royals, officers, and chosen people that are allowed to go in. If you would like to enter, you can disguise yourself as my servant. Are your servants expected to be eunuchs? Han Sen asked with a weird look. They are eunuchs, Qinbai answered with a nod. Han Sen did not want to become a eunuch. Aside from that, there did not seem to be another way to get close to Destiny Well. It was the only thing he could do. He told Qinbai that the next time there was a sacrifice, he wanted to be taken along. For now, Han Sen gave up on the plans of infiltrating the Qin kingdom's Alpha Temple. Han Sen, 1,000-Mile Reach and teacher Jia have not stopped being mean to me. My days have been poor. Do you think there is a way in which they might stop being so mean to me? Qinbai looked at Han Sen as if he was a beacon of hope. They are being harsh because they want you to be good, Han Sen said with a smile. You only need to do your homework. Do that, and you will be fine. You say that like it is easy, Qinbai said while he cried. There are 6 teachers and a dozen nannies. There are so many of them teaching me. I have to learn everything. If I don't eat or sleep, it is likely I still wouldn't learn it all before the day I die. Han Sen pitied Qinbai. He loved to fool around, but he was born to a royal family. Furthermore, he was the only successor. He could tell how much the Qin Kingdom king wanted him to be good before he ascended. Normal people would just control how to use gene races. Qin Bai was the Qin Kingdom's future king. Controlling gene races was not enough. There was too much he had to learn. After thinking a moment, Hansen had an idea. How about this? I have been planning a trip recently. Why don't you go to the king and ask for permission to join me on this trip to learn? When Qin Bai heard what he said, he developed a wry smile and replied, "It is very hard for me to leave the palace for any duration of time. I always have to come up with excuses to leave the palace and see you. Why would my father allow me to travel and study with you?" "Just give it a go," Hansen said with a smile. "Perhaps your father might agree. By the way, when you ask your father, you can tell him that Mr. Jian is going too." "I would not dare tell my father something like that," Qin Bai said with a sigh. "He is going to say I am a loser." "If you give it a go, you might have a chance," Hansen said with a tilt of his head. "You can never know anything unless you try, so why not? I have given you the option. It is up to you if you want to act on it. What do you think the percentage of this working is?" Qin Bai asked with a gnash of his teeth. "I would say there is a 50% chance," Hansen casually said. Whatever happened before always meant there was still a 50% chance. When Qin Bai heard that, he felt excited. "If there is a 50% chance, I will risk getting told off. Let's go give it a shot." After sending Qin Bai on his way, Hansen returned to the castle. He saw Bauer playing with a wooden sword. It was the same one Jian Bugu had given her. "Did I not ask you to give it back to Mr. Jian?" Hansen asked with curiosity. Bauer said, "Mr. Jian said he didn't need it. He said it was a gift for me, so I don't have to give it back." Hansen remained silent. He then walked to Mr. Jian's room. Hansen knocked on the door. Mr. Jian's voice soon sounded from beyond. "The door is not locked, so please come in." Hansen pushed the door and went in. He saw Mr. Jian was holding a needle and stitching up clothes. He thought it was weird. He was the Qin Kingdom's first elite. He was a person who could use a sword mind to suppress a god spirit. Strangely, he was now looking like a family man. "Please sit, Mr. Jian said. He kept fixing clothes as he spoke. "Mr. Jian, I am planning a long-distance trip," Hansen said with seriousness. "Would you be willing to come with me? You bought me as a slave, so you can tell me to do whatever you want," Jian Bugu flippantly said. "I am going to a place called 33 Days, Hansen said to Jian Bugu while he looked at him. "I am sure it is a place that you are no stranger to." Jian Bugu put down his needle, looked at Hansen, and asked, "Will you be taking Qin Bai to 33 Days? 33 Days is dangerous, but I can look after myself," Hansen casually said. "There is no need to worry about that. Qin Bai is the Qin Kingdom's crown prince. He is the future of the Qin Kingdom. He should experience more. It will only bring him goodness. It will not be anything bad. What do you think, Mr. Jian?" "Although you might be able to say that, that place is too dangerous," Jian Bugu said. "I have been through 7 skies and almost died. Plus, you have a rivalry with the God Chaos Party. Going there is like a lamb waltzing up to the slaughter. Mister, if you have been, I am sure you must know that place relatively well," Hansen said with a smile. "I have never been there before. Would you mind introducing me?" Jian Bugu tried to remember the locale. 7 skies is for fallen people. They obey the evil gods of the God Chaos Party. That place is different from the universe of kingdoms. Fallen humans and gene races are all full of hatred there, and they are under the effect of the mysterious powers of 33 Days. Humans and gene races undergo scary changes in that place. You have seen what Rocky D is capable of. If you have, then you should know how scary the gene races there might be. Aside from that, there are many other scary things there. Even god spirits can die in that place, and we are talking about Qin Bai. Jianbugu made an oath not to care about the Qin kingdom, but he was from there. His heart still cared about the Qin kingdom. There is no need to worry about my problems with the God Chaos Party. I have a way to sort things out, and it will not affect this trip. After pausing, Hansen said, plus, this time I want to see one sky. I will not go deep. I do not think there will be many dangers. It would be fantastic if you could go, so you could watch out for Qin Bai. Jianbugu looked at Hansen, but he did not say anything. His eyes looked weird. I said my life is indebted to you. You can ask me to do anything your heart desires. In that case, please ready yourself, Hansen said. It does not matter if Qin Bai comes or not, but you and I are still leaving, come tomorrow. He left after speaking. That night, someone broke into the Feng family castle. They put something down in Jianbugu's room. Jianbugu left the Feng family castle. He went out in the middle of the night. It was unknown where he went. Hansen saw everything, but he learned nothing the next day. Hansen heard Qin Bai's happy voice call out, Hansen, where are you? Why are you not up? Come and pack. We have to go. Why are you so early? Hansen yawned and emerged from his room. He saw Qin Bai looking very excited. He knew Qin Jinjin had permitted him to go on the journey. Hansen, you are a god. Father did not agree right away. After I mentioned Mr. Jian, as you said to do, Father immediately acted differently. His determination to not permit me to go was weakened. He did not fully agree either. At first, I thought it failed. This morning, my father told Thousand Mile Reach that I would be allowed to travel with you. Qin Bai looked at Hansen with sheer admiration. As I expected. Hansen blushed and pretended to gasp. Qin Bai wanted to say something, but Bauer walked in. He immediately hid behind Han Senator. He forced a smile and said, Bauer, hello. Crown Prince, hello, Bauer said with a blink of her eyes. It has been a while since we played chess together. Why don't we play some? No. No, Qin Bai's face had turned white. He shook his head and said, I have stuff to do with Han Senator. I can't play chess today. Perhaps next time? Bauer, have you packed your things? Hansen asked while doing his best not to laugh. Bauer lowered her head. Her left hand held the small flying fish, whereas her right hand had small cat in it. She nodded and said, I have packed. When Qin Bai heard that, his face changed. In shock, he said, Bauer is so young. Are we studying together? Traveling is better than studying books, Hansen said with a smile. It will be nice to have her learn something new too. Bauer did not speak. She looked at Qin Bai as if she was smiling, but she was not smiling. Qin Bai now regretted his decision to come. If he knew that demon child was going, he would not have been so excited. Qin Bai made up his mind that he was not going to do anything to invoke her ire. He would not promise to play chess with her either. Everyone was packed and ready to go. Before they departed the Feng family castle, they saw a man and a woman waiting outside. Qin Bai looked and noticed it was his teacher, Thousand Mile Reach, whom he admired. The other was Jia Shizhen. He knew something bad must have happened. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen bowed to Hansen, but they both looked at the small flying fish Bauer was holding. The small flying fish had a bit of notoriety. After all, it had recently shocked the universe. Everyone knew about it. It was only Qin Bai who did not fight or watch the fights who did not know about the small flying fish. Everyone else knew. Thousand Mile Reach said, Mr. Han, the king has asked us to accompany Mr. Crown Prince on your journey. Will this disturb you? Qin Bai's face immediately collapsed. Even the universe's buffer zones were places ordinary people could not go. Hansen used break world powers at a spot God Hall leader told him to go to gain access. When he did as he was instructed, he created a space tunnel. He then took many people inside. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. It was so huge that one could not imagine it. All kinds of big, small, strange, and weird weaponry were strewn about all over the place, including knives, lances, swords, halberds, axes, onos, hooks, tridents, arrows, shields, knives, hammers. They were looking at a forest of weapons that reached far into the distance. It was further than the eye could see. The whole place was full of weapons. There were knives so big that they were like little mountains. There were some godly lances high up in the sky that could easily kill. There were rotten knives and swords. There were bronze, steel, wood, and stone weapons. The weapons were made from all sorts of materials, had countless types of textures, and were many different shapes. Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach had heard stories about this place. This was the first time they had seen the place. Jia Shizhen was utterly flabbergasted. The legends claim the first sky is Soldier Knife Sky. It is heaven for weapons. It is true. Thousand Mile Reach looked at the ocean of weapons with shock and sighed. Qinbai did not look overjoyed on the way there, but he was now looking surprised. He asked, "Are the weapons here real? Can you kill people with them?" Thousand Mile Reach said, 33 days is better than the universe because this place is not hampered by the rules of the universe. You cannot use the rules and theories of the big universe to explain anything here. In Soldier Knife Sky, all the weapons are like the universe's flowers, grasses, trees, and woods. They have lives and souls of their own. Unless they are willing to follow you on your departure, they will become dust if you try to force them out. After pausing, Thousand Mile Reach added, "If they are willing to follow you after you take them away from here, they can serve you as brilliant weapons. Of course, these weapons are like ordinary flowers, grasses, woods, and trees. There are different species. Their qualities and powers are different. Most of them would be ordinary weapons. They would be like Baron or Viscount class weapons in the Qin Kingdom." "That is not too bad," Qinbai naively said. "If we can ship a lot of them back, the armies of our kingdom would never have to worry about a weapon shortage." "It is not that easy," Thousand Mile Reach said. "Let's not mention the fact that ordinary people can't enter the Soldier Knife Sky realm, but even if they could only take a weapon one by one. If we force them out, most of them will become dust. You cannot take them all. Plus, some of these weapons have scary existences. Their powers can be scarier than those of a god spirit. Even if you could take them back, if you shock them, you might not stay alive to even start doing that. Does that mean these weapons are actually gene races?" Hansen asked. "You might say that, but these weapons are different from ordinary gene races," Thousand Mile Reach said after a brief think. "For starters, they are not in egg mode. They cannot have a god spirit mark. They are only half weapons and half gene races, so they cannot move by themselves. Even while they are asleep, they will only wake up when pulled. Out. Point 11. If I can pull out a weapon that is as good as a god spirit, does that mean we can have a god weapon?" Qinbai was showing a lot of interest. He looked at the weapons around him. He seemed to really want to give it a go. "If you can get the approval of a weapon that can work," Thousand Mile Reach said with a streak of seriousness. "It would be best not to try that. If you do not get the approval of a weapon and pull it out, it might result in a fighting scene. If you lose, it will self-destruct and turn into dust. It won't allow itself to be used by people." "I see." Qinbai shrugged and gave up the whole idea of obtaining a new weapon. God weapons were great, but Qinbai did not think they were anything fun. He had some at home already, so there was no need for him to risk his life for any of these. Hansen did not say anything. He looked around. He was quite interested in the weapons he saw. If there was a powerful weapon that was like a god spirit, he would not mind pulling some out to try. The weapons were all asleep. One could not tell if one was good or if one was bad from their image alone. On top of that, there were too many of them. He could not go and check out all of them. If he wanted to try and do that, he'd die of old age. Bower's interest was far greater. She ran to a little gem-like sword that was sunk into the ground. She reached her hands out to pick it up. Careful! 1,000-mile reach, and Jia Shizhen exclaimed with shock. When Bower pulled out the emerald short sword. The emerald short sword made a crunchy sword sound. It flew from Bower's hands. 1,000-mile reach, and Jia Shizhen felt nervous. They were going to save her, but they recognized the small flying fish and knew how strong that little critter was. Still, they did not think Bower, who was just a kid, possessed that much power. If the small flying fish did not react next to Bower, she would be in danger. Before they could move, they heard Bower say, "Turn around." The small, emerald sword listened to her. It circled Bower and drew a circle for her. Bower thought it was very funny. She waved at the green, gem-like short sword that was flying around. She was having a lot of fun with it. She behaved like it was not that fun. Bower was holding the emerald short sword in one hand. It looked like it had many pieces of broken emerald all over it. She pulled them all out. Suddenly, there were 30 to 40 emerald short swords. 1,000-mile reach and Jia Shizhen were shocked. They wanted to stop her, but Han Sen did not say anything. They bit their tongues and did not say what they wished to. The way she was pulling them out made it seem that if there was one emerald short sword that did not listen, Bower would be in danger. They were prepared for something to happen, so they were ready to save her at any moment. The emerald short swords all adhered to Bower's will. None of them rejected her. After Bower pulled them all out, all the emerald short swords listened to her commands. They turned into a human shape. Next, they formed the shape of the Chinese character 4 big. They flew around in the air, like soldiers learning a formation. Qin Bai thought this was really funny. He thought, it looks like 1,000-mile reach is just bluffing people. Bower has pulled out so many, yet she is fine. All of these things must be really easy to pull out. I am going to get one. Qin Bai watched the group of emerald short swords being controlled by Bower with ease. It was funny. He could not help himself from trying to do the same. He looked around and thought about which would be best for him to pick up. "Mr. Crown Prince, you have to be careful," 1,000-mile reach quickly said. "I know," Qin Bai said in agreement. He did not keep it in mind. He locked onto a 3-foot-long diamond greatsword that was taller than him. Qin Bai thought, Bower is so small, so it makes sense that she draws short swords. I am a crown prince. I need a big one to look cool. He walked toward the diamond greatsword. "Mr. Crown Prince, let's summon a gene race to protect your body before you draw the sword of your choice." 1,000-mile reach and Jia Shizhen did not delay. One went left and one went right. They followed Qin Bai, ready to save him the moment he needed to be saved. "There is no need." Qin Bai walked up to the big sword. He reached his hand out to touch the sword's grip, but it was too high. After he touched the handle, he could not use any strength. Seeing that the big great sword had a blunted blade, Qin Bai used his body to hold the sword and pull it. The scared 1,000-mile reach and Jia Shizhen knew that with this kind of pulling, assuming the great sword did not approve of Qin Bai, it would attack Qin Bai's body. He would not be given any time to react. The two of them wanted to stop that from happening, but Qin Bai had already pulled the diamond great sword out. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. The great sword exploded with a sharp sword light. It broke Qin Bai's armor, dyeing his armor with blood. Jia Shizhen's reactions were blisteringly quick. She fired out a lightning-like sword light to send the great sword flying away. 1,000-mile reach flew and grabbed Qin Bai. He immediately examined Qin Bai's wounds. Fortunately, Jia Shizhen's reactions had been fast enough. Before the great sword could strike Qin Bai's ribcage, it had only damaged his skin. Jia Shizhen unleashed another sword light to cut the diamond great sword in half. After the diamond great sword was broken, it self-destructed. It turned into a mushroom cloud until it fizzed away into dust. If Jiashi Zhen had hit the great sword while Qinbai was holding it, it would have blown Qinbai into dust. Qinbai's eyes were open wide. He looked at his chest, which was bleeding profusely. He only now realized what had happened. He felt pain and said, "Ow. It is hurting like hell." Qinbai had never felt pain this severe before. It made his eyes bring on the waterworks, which also made his nose snotty. 1,000-Mile Reach summoned a healing power gene race to heal Qinbai. "Mr. Crown Prince, it is only a small wound. There is no need for you to shout this much." Hansen squatted down next to Qinbai and heartily laughed. "You are not the one who is hurting, so, of course, you don't feel hurt," Qinbai responded through the wails and tears. Hansen laughed but did not reply. The wounds he had incurred were far worse than the likes by Qin had ever seen before. These wounds were nothing. Hansen could not tell Bao Qin something like that. He smiled at him and said, "Right, if it was me, I would not touch the swords randomly either. I would not go and collect any without first getting a gene race. Mr. Crown Prince, you are way too brave. You are saying things to mock me," Qinbai madly said. Hansen laughed. Bauer added, "You are brave, but you are also weak. You cannot even conquer a sword. You are a weak ass." "Who said I cannot do it? I just missed. That's all." Qinbai was annoyed as he spoke. He wanted to get angry, but it was Bauer who was talking. So, he made himself sound weaker again. "You missed, huh? In that case, pick up a few more and let me see your true might." Bauer looked at Qinbai with interest. Qinbai was a little bit scared, but he liked having a bit of a reputation. Thus, he shouted, "I am not afraid of you." Bauer would not let him go. She laughed and said, "Sure. In that case, you go right ahead and pick another one up. I bet you will end up peeing your pants." The wounds on Qinbai's body had already been healed by 1,000-Mile Reach. Hearing Bauer say what she did, Qinbai could not help but say, "Humph, watch your tongue, Bauer. I am going to show you how I pick one up." 1,000-Mile Reach looked at Hansen, hoping he would stop this contest. Hansen behaved as if nothing was going on. He was merely talking with Jianbu Gu. Qinbai said he was so powerful, but he did not move his feet. He peered at Hansen with a beggar-like look. He quickly noticed that Hansen was not even looking at him. He was just talking to Jianbu Gu. "What is it? Do you really not dare to try?" Bauer asked as she lifted her lips. "There is nothing I would not dare to do," Qinbai said. He gnashed his teeth and started looking around. He went off in the direction of a little stick. It was bronze and looked very small and thin. Because of what happened last time, Qinbai did not go and select a weapon that looked so mighty. That bronze stick looked safer. He wagered the damage it might deal would not be so high. After what happened last time, Qinbai summoned the strongest gene race he had at first. After he combined with it, he went to the bronze stick. He had a lot of god-class gene races to combine with, but his power was limited. Since he had always skimped on his practices, he could only combine with one gene race. He could not combine with many. He carefully walked to the bronze stick. He cautiously generated the power of the gene race and enabled the gold light to protect his body and hands. Qinbai then used power to pull. He pulled out the bronze stick, but his hands were trembling. It was like the blade was trying to struggle to break free from his hands. Qinbai held it tight as he shouted, "You are mine." The bronze stick was incapable of escaping. It eventually decided to self-destruct. Its power was not as strong as the gene race Qinbai had, but the explosion released a strong power that blew Qinbai backward and onto the ground. He was not injured, but his hands felt numb. "You are too weak," Bauer said with a shake of her head and a lengthy sigh. "You cannot even conquer a short, broken, bronze stick." Qinbai's face turned red. He did not say a word. He climbed to his feet and marched straight toward another weapon. He noticed that with the protection of a god-class gene race, the weapons were not all that scary. They just made him hurt a little. He was able to endure the pain. Qinbai's luck was not so fortunate. He pulled out 7 weapons. None of them approved him to be their master. They all self-destructed. It was lucky he was Qinbai, the crown prince of the Qin kingdom. He had gene races with immense power. The explosions of normal weapons could not hurt him. Eventually, hits like these stacked up. Qinbai was no longer able to accept them. He felt very depressed and thought Bauer managed to easily pull them out. So many emerald short swords approved her. I have pulled out so many, so why have I yet found one that approves me? Am I really that useless? Han Sen, am I really useless? Why do the weapons not approve of me as their master? Qinbai started to doubt his life. 1,000-Mile Reach and Jiashi Jin both sighed. The heart of an item was like the heart of a person. Qinbai always loved to goof around, so he had yet to be stabilized. There was no way the weapons were going to approve of him. Han Sen laughed. Crown Prince, you just haven't found a way to use them correctly yet. If you use the right method, getting the approval of one of those weapons is not difficult. Qinbai's face turned bright as he said, I see. What kind of method do you need? Bauer, give your wooden sword to the Crown Prince to use, Han Sen said to Bauer. Bauer drew the small wooden sword and passed it to Qinbai. Han Sen then said, hold this sword and try to pull out the weapon from that side. Qinbai was feeling rather hopeful as he held the wooden sword. He walked to the weapon Han Sen had pointed at. It was another diamond great sword. Can I really do this? Qinbai did not believe it. He looked at Han Sen. Why not just give it a go? Han Sen asked with a smile. Qinbai gnashed his teeth. He used gene race power to protect his body. He grabbed the great sword and gave it a big yank. The diamond great sword was pulled free. This time, the diamond great sword did not attack him. He managed to hold it flawlessly. It released a god light. It made Qinbai very shocked and happy. I really did it. Han Sen, why is it like this? Why am I now able to grab the diamond great sword with the wooden sword in my hand? Why did it approve of me? Qinbai looked at Han Sen with confusion. There is a solution to everything in this world. It all depends on whether or not your solution is the correct one. This small, wooden sword is one such method, but it can only help you claim an ordinary weapon. Han Sen was not going to tell him that the small wooden sword's sword mind was equal to Jianbugu's. There would not be a sword that did not approve of Jianbugu's sword. It is no wonder why Bauer could conquer so many emerald short swords. Qinbai exclaimed with shock. Han Sen was not going to tell him that Bauer had not used the short wooden sword. She did not need the wooden sword to do what she did. I want to conquer the other weapons, so what will I have to do to get those? Qinbai asked with curiosity. Is there a small wooden knife and a small wooden spear? Han Sen smiled and said, the way to sort this out is not just using a small wooden sword. If you can find the right solution, you can conquer any weapon. You can return the small wooden sword to Bauer now. Qinbai returned the small wooden sword to Bauer. The weapons there were different from people. They did not think much. If the diamond great sword had already been conquered, even if there was no small wooden sword, it would not leave him. Han Sen looked around. He looked at a knife and pointed it out to Qinbai. He said, try and pick up that knife. Do I just walk there and pick it up? Don't I need to ready myself in some way? Qinbai asked as he peered at the knife. It was a beautiful, long knife with a scabbard. The scabbard and handle were encrusted with gems. It seemed to be brightly twinkling. It was very shiny. Nope, Han Sen said with certainty. You don't need anything. You just need to go over there and pick it up. I promise you it will obey. You. Really? Qinbai did not believe him. Just try it. Are you going to learn the truth or chicken out? Hansen smiled. Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach were curious and looked at the knife. They guessed what Hansen was trying to do, but they did not believe he was that smart. Jianbugu smiled but did not speak. He quietly watched what was happening. Qinbai was easily provoked, so he ran over and tried to pick up the knife. Qinbai had merely touched the handle when a will came surging out of the knife. It seemed like it was dying to enter his arm. It was easily picked up without any resistance. Seeing the knife happily circle Qinbai in flight, it adhered to Qinbai's own actions by jumping. It was not just Qinbai who was surprised. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen were shocked too. They understood something. They looked at Hansen with admiration. Hansen, why is it like this? Qinbai curiously asked. Hansen replied, didn't I tell you there is always a solution to figuring things out? It all depends on whether or not you can use those methods. The weapons did not approve of you because you did not know yourself or understand them. You approached them in the wrong way, which is why you failed. What is that supposed to mean? Qinbai did not understand. To sort out these problems, you must first understand the type of problem you have, Hansen said. Your problem lies in your will not being able to match the will of the weapons. That was why they did not obey you. Your will matches with this knife's will. Thus, when you tried to draw it, the knife was willing to follow you. I see. In that case, how am I supposed to find out which knife has a will that is similar to mine? Qinbai looked at Hansen with interest. He wanted to use his own power to discern which weapons to select. You will have to use a weapon-watching skill, Hansen said with a smile. Thousand Mile Reach is an expert with this. You should probably ask her. I would not dare. I am much worse than you, Mr. Han. Thousand Mile Reach spoke honesty. He would not try to lick his boots. The weapons were asleep, so the presence of their will was at a minimum. Thousand Mile Reach could not find a suitable weapon for Qinbai to select based solely on gauging their appearances. Thousand Mile Reach, you should stop being so humble, Qinbai said with great interest. Just tell me which it is. Thousand Mile Reach felt touched. He had taught Qinbai for many years, and this was the first time he had ever seen Qinbai want to learn something. He really admired Hansen. Jia Shizhen strangely looked at Han Senator. She was shocked by Hansen's knowledge, power, and patience. It was no wonder he was able to teach Qinbai a sword mind in such a short amount of time. Jia Shizhen thought, it is no wonder why Mr. Jian is so willing to follow him. Hansen is very peculiar. Thousand Mile Reach kept walking, explaining the foundation of weapon-watching skills to Qinbai. Qinbai listened very intently and kept on asking questions. He asked about many things. Before this day, it would have been an impossible concept for him to fathom. In the past, when Qinbai had his lessons, he felt as if he was in pain all the time. He felt as if he was locked up in prison. He only answered things when he was asked for. He was like a robot that did not learn much. He would never actively seek things out to learn. Hansen really to teach Qinbai. After all, this was the boy who had become his friend after he arrived in the universe of kingdoms. Hansen would have liked to help him in any way he could. He did not want to watch him fail as a king and end up destroying the Qin kingdom. If one took things from a serious perspective, Qinbai was an heir of Qin Xiu. Hansen's body had some of Qin Xiu's blood in it. In some way, they were related by blood. But outsiders could not really help much. If Qinbai wanted to become a king, then it was good. It all depended on whether or not he could be awakened. Mr. Jian, where is Soldier Knife Sky's God Temple? Hansen took a walk with Jianbugu, who had been at the back of the group. Go in that direction. Within 3,000 miles, you should be able to SB the presence of that God Temple. Jianbugu looked ahead. He appeared as if he was longing for something as he said, I wonder if the sword is still there. What sword? Hansen asked with curiosity. There is a sword a mile from here, Jianbugu said. Back in the day, I was there when I was almost beaten. In the end, I was unable to draw it. After all these years, I do not know if it is still there or not. If you were almost beaten by that sword, Mr. Jian, I bet it must be a magical item. Why don't you lead us there to take a look? Hansen was interested in the sword. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Shizhen were of a similar mind. Qinbai showed excitement too. He wanted to try the watching weapon skill he had just learned. Jianbugu pointed in a certain direction, so the group traveled that way. There was not a single human seen. Aside from weapons, it was as if there was nothing else there. Boom! After walking for almost 10 miles, an explosion came from the sky. The wind suddenly changed. The sky looked dark. It looked like a storm was rolling in. A bolt of lightning struck through the air. It looked like the sky and the earth were torn in two. All the weapons in the sky were like storms. They had the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Suddenly, they all started to rain down. Qinbai was so shocked that he screamed. He held his head and hid behind Thousand Mile Reach. Thousand Mile Reach developed a rice mile. He did not generate a power to defend them from the weapon rain that could destroy the sky and the earth. In the next second, the rain of weapons started to hit the ground. They pierced through their bodies, but they did not get hurt. It was like a sky full of screams, explosions, cries, and wails. It created a symphony from hell. Han Sen and the others saw that the area around them was like a sure battleground. Countless life forces were killed by the scary weapons. The sky and the earth had been broken by the weapons. The mountains and rivers were cut flat. The life forces dried up, and blood flowed in the river. The sky and the earth were in chaos. The legends claim that the Soldier Knife Sky used to be an old arena, Thousand Mile Reach said. There was an old god that came to this place to reveal his power. He killed many creatures that dared to disrespect God's spirits. He destroyed the sky and the earth. Because he was so horrible, some marks persist in the air as scars. They still exist now, even after all that time. So, whenever it rains, this is the sort of scene that is witnessed. Although he knew it was just a fable, the scene that destroyed the sky and the earth was very scary. There were certainly gods involved. People knew it was just an illusion, but their hearts still felt scorned. It was pointless for Qinbai to hide behind Thousand Mile Reach. The impact on his heart was something he alone had to absorb. Qinbai looked bad. He almost coughed up blood. He did not expect to see a scene that could break someone's mind like that. He held his head and cried, Hansen, save me. Hansen sighed and said, Mr. Crown Prince, there are things other people cannot help you with. You must face these alone. I have a skill here. If you copy it, you should feel better. After Hansen said that, he read a skill to Qinbai that could soothe his mind. His voice was not too strong, but it was able to be heard over the battleground and other somber acoustics. His voice went into Qinbai's ear, enabling him to hear it all. Qinbai held his head and shouted, I feel terrible. How am I supposed to learn anything like this? Hurry up and find a way. Before reading it out again, Hansen said, because it is this hard for you to endure, that is why you must learn. You need to learn this to accept it. Aside from that, no one can help you. I believe you can do this. Qinbai's legs shook. His face went pale. He felt as if the blood in his chest was madly rumbling. He was only able to focus on his heart. He gritted his teeth and tried to remember what Hansen had said. He used the method to soothe his mind and fight against the terribly powerful impact that was damaging the sky and the earth. Qinbai was not dumb. In fact, he was very smart. Since he always wanted to play, he never bothered to learn much. Now that he had no choice, he learned really fast. He managed to learn some good things in a short amount of time. Although he still couldn't fight against a god in an illusion, he still felt much better. He had tasted something sweet. Now, Qinbai was doing everything in adherence to what Han Sen had told him. Not long later, the illusion was gone. Qinbai's shaking legs went soft. He dropped to the ground in a sitting position. Han Sen, your skill works, but it is not too useful. Is there another one? Qinbai complained. No, Han Sen said with a smile. If you think it is useless, it is because you have only just learned it. In a while, it really will become useful. Mr. Han is correct, 1,000-mile reach said. Mr. Crown Prince, you should practice it some more. In Soldier Knife Sky, there are always some old battle scenes. Sometimes, they can last hours. When Qinbai heard that, his face turned bitter. If I knew that, I would not have come along. Han Sen, you tricked me. Han Sen loudly laughed. It is kind of difficult, but don't you also think it is rather interesting? You have always lived in the palace and never seen things like this. When you go back home, if the officers say you are ignorant and young, you can ask them if they have ever been to the Soldier Knife Sky. After that, ask them who is more ignorant. When Qinbai heard that, his face turned bright. He was sick and tired of hearing people call him young and ignorant. Whenever he made a mistake or wanted to do something, the officers would tell Qin Jinjin. The word they most often used was ignorant. After hearing those two words, Qinbai felt like punching a wall. In its totality, what Han Sen had said made sense. Those officers eat well and wearing nice clothes at home all day, Qinbai madly said. And me? I have been to this dangerous place. They would not dare to call me young or ignorant after these trials. Han Sen knew no that matter how much Qinbai went through, the officers would still call him ignorant and young. There was a difference between being really ignorant and not actually being ignorant. It was always good to experience something new. Han Sen, hurry up and tell me more about the skill that I must practice. Qinbai couldn't wait before asking for more. Although when Qinbai did things his interest did not last long, in the Soldier Knife Sky, he knew he absolutely had to. Otherwise, if this scene happened again, he would have to suffer again. In fact, most ordinary people were like Qinbai. If they were not pushed into a corner, they would never notice the true strength they had inside them. This was why traveling was better than studying books. By studying books, one could get lazy. One could not be lazy on a trip. When one encountered trials and issues, one had no choice but to sort them out. If one did not overcome one's problems, the punishment would quickly ensue. Han Sen kept slowly teaching the skill to Qinbai. The skill was not a Geno art. It was just a skill to reinforce one's mind. It could work in any world. Qinbai tried his hardest to learn it this time. 1,000-mile reach and Jiashir Jin nodded. They thought the king had made the right choice. If Qinbai had not been given the chance to experience all this, he would have never become someone mature and suited to the palace. He was not like ordinary princes. He was the king's only son. Qin Jinjin only had him for a son. There was no pressure, so the whole palace favored him. He had never been tricked, so his development had been slow. They admired Han Sen, too. No matter if it was the weapon-watching skill or teaching Qinbai the god-staring skill now, it was all so weird. As they listened to him speak, they learned it too. Jiashirjin weirdly looked at Han Sen and thought, who is this person? What he has learned is like a skyman. They had walked 100 miles when Jianbugu pointed forward and said, the sword I recall is over there. I cannot believe it is still around. Everyone looked to where his finger indicated. They saw an empty grove in the forest of swords. Weapons were everywhere in that realm. For a few dozen miles, the place was empty. No other weapons were seen. Han Sen glanced at the empty space. A sword was in the center of it. That sword did not appear to be very special. It was made of bronze and looked rather antique. It had no frills or special adornments. It was just a sword that had some interesting and old text scrawled across it. 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. Hansen slowly read the words on the sword out. They were only a few words, but it enabled the people there to feel what it was like to miss someone profusely. Jianbugu said, "Yes. This is the sword. When I first encountered it, I thought it was just an obsessed type of a sword." After saying that, he saw Qinbai stepping toward it. He swiftly stepped forward to prohibit Qinbai's way. He casually said, "This sword is different from the other swords of Soldier Knife Sky. This empty area is his. You cannot access it." "Mister, what would happen if we did?" Jia Shizhen politely asked. Jianbugu's face usually looked calm. Now, he looked rather confused. He said, "In fact, there aren't many big issues that can arise. Unless you absolutely have to, though, I suggest you do not enter." "Would our lives be put in danger?" Qinbai asked. "Ordinarily, there should not be a danger posed to your lives," Jianbugu said. "The sword will not harm anyone randomly. If you really want it, you can try to draw it. Perhaps you will be able to keep it." "That is good. I want to see what sort of sword it is." Qinbai's power had not reached that level yet, so he couldn't see. He felt terrible about it all. He heard Jianbugu say there wasn't any danger, so he climbed toward the empty area. 1,000-mile reach, and Jia Shizhen knew what Jianbugu had said meant something else, but Qinbai was already on his way there. Therefore, they might as well have followed. Han Sen and Bauer followed too. Only Jianbugu did not move. He still stood where he was in the forest of weapons. He watched them go forward and said to himself, "Although there is no danger to one's life, that sword is a real pain. It would be best not to provoke it." The few of them had only just been in the empty spot for a few steps when they suddenly heard a sword sound that was rather like an instrument. The acoustics were quite dreamy and unreal. When 1,000-mile reach heard the sword sounds, he said to Qinbai, "Crown Prince, in the past, I always taught you how to find out the sounds of swords. Do you recognize what kind of sword this is?" "It should be metal," Qinbai said, but he wasn't entirely sure. "Not bad," 1,000-mile reach said. "That is a metal sword. To be a bit more specific, it is likely a bronze sword. Hearing the sword sound, you can tell the sword is around 4 feet long and has a thick body of around 1.5 inches. You can also tell the blade is at 30 degrees. Hansen admired that. 1,000-mile reach really was the greatest teacher in the Qin kingdom. He was very good at listening to swords. Although Hansen could do it too, he required the Dongxian Sutra. This was Soldier Knife Sky. Without the restrictions of the universe's rules, Hansen could cast the Dongxian Sutra with ease. He did not have to bother listening with his ears. Qinbai could not wait to find out if 1,000-mile reach was right. He hurried up and ran to where the sword sound came from. For a god-class gene race, combined human, 30 feet was nothing. In haste, Qinbai was able to see the old bronze sword emblazoned with the words, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. 1,000-mile reach is so powerful, Qinbai said with shock. It is just as you said. It is just due to experience. Mr. Crown Prince only needs to see and hear more to become like me. 1,000-mile reach used this opportunity to help Qinbai learn more. Why is Mr. Jian not coming? Jia Shizhen was surprised to notice Jianbugu was not going with them. Maybe he does not want to be involved in some kind of trouble. Hansen knew Jianbugu had not gone with them, and he was able to guess why. Qinbai had not noticed. He looked at the old, bronze sword and said, 1,000-mile reach, with the sword skills you taught me, this sword seems fairly average. It only looks like an old, bronze sword that might be used for decoration. It looks old and powerful, but it does not look like it can be of much use. Is this really some kind of ultimate sword? Thousand Mile Reach replied, looking at sword skills is a very deep thing. You cannot judge it by its appearance. When you reach a certain level, if you can see a sword is a god, this sword looks fairly normal but exudes a scary god light. Qinbai kept nodding. He looked hopeful and asked, according to what you can see, would the sword will of this weapon match mine? Mr. Crown Prince is a future king. Your mind is special. Ordinary weapons will not suit you. Thousand Mile Reach felt terrible to admit it, so he tried to cushion the disappointment as much as he could. Qinbai's will was too weak. Not many weapons were able to match with him. It was even hard for Hansen to pick one. It would be hard to find another one that was as powerful. The chance of it approving Qinbai was abysmally low. Although Thousand Mile Reach said it in a roundabout way, Qinbai was not stupid. He was able to understand him and fairly disappointed as a result. Thousand Mile Reach, will you match with this sword? Qinbai asked. Regarding that, I would have to give it a go. A god sword like this was not something Mr. Jin was able to take, so I do not think I can. Thousand Mile Reach said that, but he still had a budding hope. What if he did match with the sword? This was a sword Jian Bugu was unable to take. If he was able to tame it, that would be quite glorious. In that case, why don't you give it a go? Qinbai could not take the sword, but he still wanted to see how amazing that sword was. Why don't we let Mr. Han try it first? Thousand Mile Reach politely offered. When Hansen heard him say that, he knew the teacher still wanted it. He smiled. Why don't you go first, Thousand Mile Reach? I don't use swords often anyway. Thousand Mile Reach offered it to Jia Shizhen, but she was indifferent. So, Thousand Mile Reach approached the sword. Although picking up a sword alone was risky, Jian Bugu said it would be a threat to one's life. Jian Bugu was not a liar, so Thousand Mile Reach was not so worried. If I really can get the sword's approval, Thousand Mile Reach blushed. He was very excited. Although he was excited, he was old and smart. Thousand Mile Reach would not dare be careless. He summoned 4 gene races and combined with them. He then touched the handle of the sword. Thousand Mile Reach's body glowed with a golden light. It was like the light of the sun and the moon. When his hands touched down on the sword, he wanted to pull it up. Han Sen and the others opened their eyes wide as they watched him. They were eager to see what was going to happen. Strangely, nothing did. It was not that nothing happened. Thousand Mile Reach let go of the handle, and the gene race was removed. He returned to his original self. He slowly turned around to look at them. Looking back and smiling, by Meishing, the 6th palace has no color. It was such a beautiful poem. The scene made people's hearts jump. Now, Thousand Mile Reach had an old face. With his white beard and hair, the expression he had made him appear exceptionally pretty when he looked back. They could see the corners of his eyes fly. His eyes looked as if they were hooking onto someone. They were so sensual, but with an evil undertone. Hansen, Qinbai, and the other people were given a chill. They all strangely watched the scene in front of them. That was especially true of Qinbai. His impression of Thousand Mile Reach was that he was a little cold but a very righteous person. He was like an old bookworm. Qinbai never dreamed he might have a face that could display emotions like this. It drove him insane. Seeing Thousand Mile Reach's intoxicated eyes follow the twist of his body as he turned around, he looked horny and slutty. That horniness was cheaply displayed. It was like a stereotypical example of whore. Hansen, Bauer, Qinbai, and Jia Shizhen stood together. With their mouths agape, they watched Thousand Mile Reach twist his ridiculous body. It appeared he was dancing. If the dance was performed by a beautiful woman, everyone would have enjoyed it or had some thoughts that could not be described. But this was an old man twisting his hips as he danced. He was doing all kinds of sexy and seductive movements. He even put his legs out to stroke them. It was the sort of scene that made people freeze in place. A chill ran down Jia Shizhen's spine. Her stomach churned. She now understood why Jian Bugu looked so strange whenever he talked about the sword. Teacher Jian said he was beaten by this sword. Did he? As Jia Shizhen thought about this weird scene, it made her shiver. Han Sen was thinking the same thing. He wanted to know what it would be like if it was Jian Bugu dancing this way. In the next second, something even more shocking happened. 1,000 Mile Reach kept dancing but started taking off his robes. He was like some stripper trying to tease the audience. He threw his robes at them. Han Sen and the others almost felt their jaws drop. They started to duck and dive. No one wanted to touch those robes. Qin Bai looked very weird. He wanted to laugh, but he did not dare do so. His face was red. He was on the cusp of shouting, "Take it off!" He was shocked and surprised. It was hard to remember that 1,000 Mile Reach was the man who had been teaching him ever since he was a child. Now, he had been reduced to behaving like this. As he watched, Qin Bai looked delighted. How is 1,000 Mile Reach going to act all high and mighty toward me in the future? Jia Shizhen forced herself not to laugh and looked at Han Sr. Mr. Han, what do we do now? Should we control 1,000 Mile Reach first? Han Sen looked at 1,000 Mile Reach, who was dancing and taking his clothes off. He was silent a moment before replying, this sword is not mysterious or evil. It is like Mr. Jian said. It is not dangerous. I suppose we shouldn't do anything. We should not invoke the anger of that sword. If we do that, things might get worse. Jia Shizhen looked weird as she nodded. Yes, I supposed Mr. Jian was right. I just don't know how we are supposed to return 1,000 Mile Reach to normal. While the two of them were talking, 1,000 Mile Reach had already taken off all his clothes except for his white underwear. He had revealed his leathery, dried skin. He looked at Han Sen and the others. He put his foot on a stone and winked at his audience. He stroked his old legs seductively. It was a scene that made Han Sen and the others almost throw up. Suddenly, 1,000 Mile Reach looked as if he was having a stroke. He instantly stopped where he was and did not move. His eyes made it look like he had been possessed. It was like the off switch had been flipped. 1,000 Mile Reach's eyes looked bright. He looked at Han Sen and the others for a few seconds. He then let out a sob that could shock the sky. When they heard it, that crying made others want to cry. If a crying baby heard in the middle of the night, it would stop crying. A little while later, 1,000 Mile Reach put his clothes back on. His old face still kept turning green and white. He just stood there. It was like he had received many hits to the face. Han Sen and Jia Shizhen knew now was not the best time to talk to 1,000 Mile Reach, so they did not even attempt to comfort him. If they comforted him now, it would be like throwing gasoline on an open bonfire. Cough. Cough. Teacher Jia, why don't you try and take the sword too? Han Sen suggested. Qin Bai agreed. Yes. 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 Teacher Jia is so smart, you might gain the approval of the sword. Jia Shizhen looked at them both, trying to feign innocence. When she thought about doing the same things 1,000 Mile Reach did, it made her blush. These two men are so evil. Jia Shizhen knew what the pair were thinking, but she didn't openly air her grievances. She pretended nothing happened. She looked at Han Sen and said, I and 1,000 Mile Reach are too similar. If 1,000 Mile Reach cannot succeed, then I cannot succeed either. But Mr. Han, you can teach Mr. Crown Prince a sword mind in just 2 days. Your sword mind level must be the highest here. I earnestly believe you have what it takes to claim the sword. Yes. 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 Qin Bai squealed in support. I think only you can claim that sword. Han Sen felt conflicted. The sword was old. If he had seen it correctly, that sword had already broken the world. Otherwise, it would not have been able to affect thousand-mile reach so effectively and make him lose control of his body. He believed it would be great to have a sword like that. If he wanted to conquer a sword like that, he knew it was not going to be easy. Hansen thought, since I am here, I might as well give it a shot. Plus, there is no suppression in this part of the universe. No matter how strong it is, I should not end up losing control of myself. He nodded and said, okay, I will give it a go. Mr. Han, be wary of the power the sword holds, thousand-mile reach, said as he stood tall, frosty, and stiff. Ordinary material power does not work on it. Thank you, Teacher Thousand-Mile Reach. Hansen was grateful for the reminder. Being able to shirk his shame and remind Hansen of that showed just how much of an honorable elder Thousand-Mile Reach was. Hansen thought about the way Thousand-Mile Reach had acted. The image he had built was quick to cave in on itself. He had to force his face not to crack. 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. Was that poem born with the sword, or was it added to the sword later? Hansen walked in front of the sword and thought about it. Soldier knife Sky's weapons were made of 2 things. They were all half weapon and half gene race. It was normal for them to have words. They had seen many carvings and symbols across many of the weapons in that land. But those few words did not seem to match the feelings of the sword itself. It led Hansen to think maybe someone had engraved the words onto it.